as Keti is finishing applying her makeup, I'm gonna start applying some love to the commentary team. Welcome everyone, my name is Wouter Bik. I'm the esports producer for chess.com and I'm joined here by Women Grandmaster Keti Tsatsalashvili. She's feeling blue, but she's looking great. Keti, how are you doing today?
Thank you very much to tell everybody. Good morning. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling fantastic. I can't wait to see amazing games that we are having at this Olympiad. Yeah, it's such a pleasure to be here, a co-commentator of you.
Awesome, that's really nice for you to say. It's always a pleasure casting with you as well, as we are in the final day of Division 3, and let's show it, because today, Keti, 3 of these teams will go on to the next round, and the other 7 will fall behind, which is almost fun, which is always a good thing to see, always a good thing to come across. We always want to have, a conclusive day. These are one of these conclusive days. We'll have Pool A, B, and C. I'm going to ask you right now, Keti, who's going to be the top 3 of Pool A?
In Pool A, we have Malaysia, absolute leader. They won all the matches. Sri Lanka and South Korea are also doing fantastic. They have 9 points overall and sharing first and third place. And Chinese Taipei is also doing fantastic. They have a good chance to catch the leaders and get top 3, as well as the IPCA team. They have 7 points and a theoretical chance to get in top 3.
Yeah. Who do you think will be the top 3 at the end of today?
Malaysia is there already, I think, because they're doing so nice. I think Sri Lanka will be one of those teams too, and South Korea, Chinese Taipei, and IPCA. I think all the fight will go to these 3 teams.
Okay. I'm going to say Malaysia, South Korea, and Chinese Taipei are going to be the ones pushing through. So we will see. When we're talking about pushing through, what do we mean? I'm glad you asked, chat. I'm glad you asked. We're talking about going towards Division 2, which means that we're now in Division 3. We have 50 teams, and they are divided over 5 pools of 10 teams. Just so. The top 3 of each pool, so the top 3 of each of the 5 pools, will go on to the next division, which means 15 teams in total will go on to the next division. Like you see in Division 2, 35 teams are already placed in Division 2 based on rating, strong teams. 15 will come over from Division 3, and then we have 50 teams in total again in Division 2, and then they will battle it out the same style as Division 3. So we're going to see a lot of stronger countries joining in Division 2, so it's going to be a bit of an honor to jump in towards the next division. I am very, very excited for that. Just as that I'm excited that the games are about to start. Keti, are you ready to jump in?
I'm ready.
Let's do it.
Let's
Here
do
we are.
it.
I'm already out of theory. What is going on? Is it? What is this, Keti?
It is color reverse Banco Gambit, but it's not a Gambit because Black did not play c5 here, but instead Black goes with f6 and Black wants to push e5, maintain the string in the center, and White is going to control the queen side. If Black pushes f5, that White will react with that.
Yeah.
This is some sort of line I like to play this with White, and the idea here is to play g3, bishop g2, and try to annoy b7 pawn with further e4, a5, a6.
Or listen, e3, all right? Oh, can I? E3, 5. Boom, we take those. Yeah. Okay. Especially this. Apparently, this is really good for Black.
Yeah, it says good for Black.
Why is it so good for Black?
King d7, but when you have this kind of position on the board, you don't really feel that you are better here with Black.
Yeah, that's just sick. I know. I still vibe with this. But okay. It's not very good. But f6 has been played. That is really funny as an opening.
Yeah, point. E3 is also a theory. There is also bishop d2 forcing e5, and then e3. So it depends what kind of what kind of setup you would like. So I really like g3, bishop g2, just to annoy that little pawn on b7, and c8 bishop would be their stack. It's quite pleasant position.
Okay, okay. We'll see where this one will pan out to. We have a lot of games going on at the moment. This is only Pool A. Don't have other pools going on at the same moment, so I'll try to pick the nicest moves. I'm gonna go back.
What is this?
What happens? All right, so
a3 again. There we go. A3.
It wasn't on the first move. There we go. And now this is the position that we have at hand. We're back. Bishop c4. Then go knight away. And now we have a draw. Perpetual. Dude for the fine. No, that's a pretty inconspicuous opening. It's a bit weird out that this opening got so far. The early... What do you play against this? Because I personally obviously play this. Do you play h5 or do you just let it happen?
I never let it happen. No.
Do you always play h5?
I would play h5 here, of course. Yeah. Just to... after all, g4 square will be weakened.
Yeah, but also your g5 square will be weak. That's the...
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Sure.
The way the cookie crumbles, unfortunately. Yeah, it's always a difficult one to see what we should do there, but
yeah, but I think in this game, White didn't really achieve too much after that push. Like I don't know if White is happy with that, because there is not much to like. Okay, they trade their rooks, they trade the pawns, and so what?
Yeah,
it's nothing White didn't really achieve here.
White didn't really achieve anything, and black is okay. There's a weakness on. You can always, what I like to do is, if I can get my queen here, this is always really very powerful. You can get your queen to this square right there. Like the bishop is kind of trapped. I'm always a big fan of that. But then again, this bishop go, you need to do this, and that just takes way too long. But it's definitely, yeah, queen f5, queen e2. Maybe we'll see a long castle. I'm not quite sure. I think the king is pretty safe here if you go jump over there to the king side. So I wouldn't mind an e6
F7
or b5.
pawn is hanging, so yeah.
Sorry? Yeah, the 7 pawn is hanging as well.
Yeah.
Can play it immediately, but I think king e7 and you're okay. I don't think you need the castle here. What do you think?
I think castle is fine. Castle, bishop g7, rook h8, just to play on an open file. But if you really want to win, that black should stick your plan and keep the king in the center and push b5 before. That's also nice.
Because I'm gonna expect this white king to also castle, but I wouldn't do it before he castled, because if white plays king f1, king g1 is also pretty okay there. So we're gonna see how that's going to transpire. A lot of interesting ideas in that position. Go to one of the top boards. This is kind of a reversed stonewall. What happened here? d4, d5, crazy c4, all pretty. Oh, early a3. Now on f4, and we are still, in theory, 2 games have been played, with d5 and castling being the moves played. What would you play here? Castling?
c5.
c5?
Because yeah, this white pushed too much of the pawns forward, and black is ready to break the center. That's some weird move order here.
Yeah.
It was some weird move order. Like knight 95 was early to jump there, and as a result, black managed to trade the dark square bishop, which is looks okay. And black here castle. That's also possible. Castle and then c5.
Yeah.
Like black should open up the center to destroy the white's pawn structure here.
Something like this.
Yeah, I like this too.
And I'll just say, well, I'm not gonna bother. I'm just gonna castle it. We'll leave it like this.
Yeah, and after this, you can take on d4, and then you can take on c4. So those like gonna be hanging pawns, and knight queen back on e7.
Yeah, I think. Well, I do like white here. A lot of space, a lot of advantage here.
Yeah.
Might start, I'm just going to develop my rooks to good places. And I don't really need to push g4, g5. I think that's a little bit too much. I'm going to go to h3 at some point. I might go g4, g5 to kick this out.
Yeah,
and black
it's
still has
up
this
to
issue.
the taste of what you like. If you like to play with isolated pawn, when you have isolated pawn, it's a weakness. However, you have all the space that you just mentioned. But black can also play something like knight d5, another knight on f6, bishop d7, bishop c6 is quite typical here. Rook d8, and so on and so on. Or b7, bishop b6, bishop b7 is also possible. It's just up to the taste, like if you play with isolated pawn or against isolated pawn.
It's always scary though.
Checkmate. Oh,
it's always scary. I'm always gonna go for it. Like the bar said, it is equal. But I like these positions more for white because of the space that we have. But you have to be careful you don't over push too much, because then black is just going to have a field day as well.
Yeah.
Good point. We see some kind of a... There's a queen's gambit accepted. e3. Okay. So this is an interesting one. Bishop e6. I'm never a big fan of these at all. I think knight a3 is fine. I also think knight g5 is fine.
Yeah.
Trying to go for this one. Yeah, I'm always in a little bit of a dubio. What do you think? Let's see what the opening book says. If you look over here, we do have this. This is the chess.com/events. You can see the moves. You can vote on the analysis if you want. You can vote who's going to win. But you can also see the openings that have been played by masters. And it says that knight a3 is the most common one. Knight g5 is not a most common one. Apparently this is a bad one. Interesting. Alright, so knight a3, c5 has been played.
Oh, queen a5, and we're losing knights after that.
Well, the pawn is still on c7, so that's not too bad. Knight a3, c5, bishop takes. And now we're in this position where it's mostly draws. Because everything does seem to pan out a little bit like this. Take on c6, I think we do, right? This position. Right here. Yeah, you take on c6. Take here, you take here. The rook takes. Now it's awkward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 against 6. White is definitely better here.
It is definitely better because it's white to move right now. Bishop d2, bishop a5. This bishop will annoy the rook, then rooks will come on d1, c1, open file. Black has to still develop all these pieces on the king side, which is not quite easy, as white's next moves are pretty much with the threats. And there will be also knight b6 idea to try to get a4 pawn.
Yeah, those will fall eventually. And if we see a push from this
kind of positions,
this is
you can do that.
Always will jump to b3 probably, or b4. But I think b3 is very good, anchoring the knight. And then this pawn will be snatched off one way or another, like it could be snatched off right now. E6.
Yeah, it's quite risk-free position here for white.
So I think, so that doesn't happen. Goes queen to c7. Now white has to move the queen. Where do we move the queen? And then one of these knights is going to fall. And we're going to keep the pawn structure. That's why play like this.
We can count that black will capture c6 knight and not ruin the pawn structure. So in that sense, then we can jump knight somewhere nice square. For instance, queen b3. Yeah, queen b3.
Queen b3 seems fine. It's going to take here.
And here, knight e5 that attacks the queen, and f7 pawn at the same time. Or knight a5 is also nice.
So here you have to play queen e6.
Queen d5 maybe better.
Queen d5, the knight's defending it.
Yeah. And we might have the same position, queen trade here, and then rook d1 or e4 and so on. Like it's slightly better position because of the development.
Slightly, but not too much. Apparently bishop d2 was not a great move, maybe Take the bishop to b2. It engineers all my moves. What am I missing? I feel like bishop d2 is just a good move, but it's
I
just
think
plus 1.
e4. I think e4 or yeah, e4.
Where's the one? You gotta kick her out a little bit.
And now you can play f3. Just
Yeah, now I can play f3 and the bishop can go out.
yeah, king f2 next. Bishop e3, bishop g5, rook d1, rook c1. It's just better position here.
Yeah, exactly. Not
Like,
to
dream for d4 player. That's what we want. We don't want more than that for happiness.
But it all happens, so we're gonna see how this is going to pan out. Talk about panning out. Let's go to Panama. Wait. No, we're not. They're in Pool E. They're 4th right now. But it was a very good punt. Anyway. Panama. Knight to b5. Let's start from the start. Start from a Benoni. We always love a good old Benoni. And this b6. Usually a6 will be met by a4. So one thing you could also see a lot, you play knight a6 with the idea that if white, I'm gonna play something like this, you go knight c7, bishop here, a6, b5. So you're really gonna focus on breaking on the queen side, while white is waiting to play e5. Not that it happened here. b6 was played, and here the pawn push is imminent. Yeah, I feel like after this you should play a4 first. Yeah. Just to stop this kind of idea, which did happen. Now this is not good anymore. White did not do that, and just played rook to e1, probably worried about losing the e4 pawn. Went back, and now this all transpired. A sacrifice on b5, and the d6 pawn is going to fall. No way to defend that. Yejin gives it a equal position. Who would you prefer in this position?
Well, if d6 pawn falls, maybe I like here white a bit. Although I like to have piece there rather than pawns. But you know when d6 pawn hangs?
What is that?
Folds? Folds? No, okay. Yeah, then white can push e5 next one. And white can get a lot of space advantage. Another knight can come on c4, b5, a4, and so on and so on. But in the end of the day, we have to calculate all the moves. Right now, knight d6 is a threat, and it wins at least exchange. So black has to take care of it.
Okay, so we're just gonna move out of the way. And now.
Yeah, let's say this position, and here a knight d c4, knight d2 c4 makes sense.
Yeah, like very seems like a very good move. Very annoying to play against. I probably will take here first. Make sure that this is out of the way. Now we need to focus on this e5 push. Very annoying position. Very annoying position. Can't really place my knight on e5 here. Knight g4 is not possible. Knight e8 maybe?
White will happily trade the bishops, dark square bishops.
Yeah.
Queen d4, check.
Yeah. I have to go back. Yeah, this is terrible.
Yeah.
Can do that as well. Maybe just queen c7. A very logical move as well.
Yeah, it is.
Actually, what I'm afraid of is this, and then maybe e5.
Maybe d6.
D6 is a problem. Okay, so this is the big problem right now. Okay, I'm gonna play bishop a8. Your move. I'm gonna go back. Can't take it. I'm looking at your pawn.
Okay.
Aggressive. I'm aggressive.
Okay. Queen d2 is normal move. Oh yeah, queen d2.
Queen d2.
Yeah.
Seems pretty good. It's just so annoying for black to play, especially with this time control. I would hate to
Yeah,
have
hard
this.
to find the moves, and in
Yeah.
this time control, I think it's best decision to do such a sacrifice and complicated position.
Yeah.
And look at the time. Black is losing a lot of time.
Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't know what to do here. The engine says it's like equal, but I would hate this for black. I would try to exchange material as fast as I can. I mean, knight b6.
Yeah, I can do that. Let's say rook, bishop d4.
4 seems good. Seems good, but the engine hates us for some reason.
We are losing e4 pawn.
How are we losing?
Knight c4, knight c4, knight e1.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah. Losing this.
Yeah, I hope the international master Andrei Gurbanov knows what he's doing better than us.
This is a very.
He knows how.
Right, so rook b8's been played, knight d6, queen d8, and we're now in this position. We're expecting this knight to c4 move, which is really strong, and this is a fun one. Very cool sacrifice. Let's continue. Here we have Mirai Aoshima versus Tupov Kumanoke. Kaib. So bad with pronunciations. Anyway, let's look at what we have here. It's the Sicilian defense. It's the Scheveningen variation. Can you say Scheveningen?
Scheveningen.
Scheveningen? Okay.
We call it Scheveningen.
Scheveningen. So here's a fun story. It's not really a fun story, but it's a history lesson. So during World War II, here in the Netherlands, we had our own army, obviously. And if you be recruited and you follow the training, at one point they would gather all the soldiers, and they would walk by and they would say, "Name the word Scheveningen." And if you couldn't pronounce it like correctly, it's a place in the Netherlands, by the way, Scheveningen. If you don't know how to pronounce it correctly, you would be a spy and you would be executed.
Oh God. How to say it again, if I name
Scheveningen.
Scheveningen.
Yeah, you'd be shot. You're done. You're out. It's a really difficult word. Like a lot of. But anyway, the Scheveningen variation. This is what we are right now. It's popularized by, I was saying it's popularized, but Luc van Wely, a Dutch GM, who's now in the parliament, has been playing it a lot during Tata Steel. B3 has been played. Black has a clear advantage. White, obviously you can't take this, but this does help. White a little bit with the e6 push.
I like this f5 breakthroughs when 2 pawns are attacking, but it's still working. I love that. Yeah. I've been victim of such a thing, and since then I think that this is really powerful. Like you don't even pay attention to much of this pawn that's coming, and it totally breaks down the pawn structure.
I agree. Yeah, it's really cool. All right, well, black just took, and now it's up to white. What am I going to do in this position? Obviously, black isn't going to take. With this, you don't want him to have this e6 powerhouse. What do we do here with white?
We can capture e6 pawn, and then there's bishop d1, bishop g4 idea to try to attack that pawn, the weakness. There's some simple move like rook g3 to capture c3 pawn.
Yeah, I think I'll go like 95 because I already wanted to go to b4 and to a2.
All right.
Which is my my dream position. So it's hard for white to really think of a strategy here. I think you just need to get this bishop back into the game. So maybe it's as simple as playing bishop e3 back, trying to put some pressure on c5. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, but after 95, I think I'm starting to like.
Yeah, you're still gonna be very happy with this, obviously.
Or c4. Oh, not c4 is not possible. Yeah, 95 first, knight b4.
Yeah, 95 is good. It's hard. Let's see what happens. F4 was played. Very aggressive. I hate it. Still 95. Yeah.
White's idea is to take the pawn and then push e5
Yeah.
again.
So let's
Yeah. So,
put it into fruition. This is the idea. And now, do we care? We need to care.
You know what? Let's not take that, because after bishop f5, the bishop will be activated. Bishop e6 check, and so on and so on.
Yeah.
So maybe we just ignore that and play our plan knight before.
Knight before. Oh, yeah. Probably there's something with.
Stop right there. Stop right there.
Probably something here with g6. There should be something better here. I do like knight before, however. What if I do there? Can I sacrifice this with knight before? No. Oh, definitely not. I thought there was something with the pawn trying to promote here, but that's fairy tale. All right, so there are definitely threats here, and black needs to solve it somehow. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe we do play c4.
Okay, possible.
So let's say we take here, and
C takes.
C takes. I think this. 8.
And checkmate in 2.
Oh, it is checkmate. Okay.
Yeah.
So let's make sure this. Let's play bishop c5 first. Let's make sure this is into.
G takes h still.
8.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, quite complicated. It's too early for this position.
And the rook is defending g7 here, doing a fantastic job. All right, let's see what happens. It's still f4. Black is thinking. There has to be something, but it's play again. So.
Yeah, I'm just checking right now the time zones. It's early for us in Europe, but for instance, in Malaysia, it's 4:25 midday, so it is quite a decent time. I'll just check also South Korea.
It's Japan.
Japan. It's 5:25. So for them it's quite decent time. It's not that early. Yeah.
For us chess players, 10:30 in the morning is too early. Way too early.
Oh, you need to brain needs to wake up, and that's okay. Like after some time, you're fully wake up and you can see more. And it's quite hard to play tournament and the games in the morning. Like have you played morning rounds?
Yeah. I don't mind it. I don't mind it too much.
Really?
Yeah, I don't mind it too much.
Yeah, for me, I see a big difference. And in Fiji, there is 8 afternoon, 8:25. So
look at that.
Yeah.
So remember this position?
Yeah, what happened here?
So look at this knight on e5.
I like that.
Still there. Still chilling.
Frozen.
All right, so what do we have here? It is white to play. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It seems like white has an advantage, definitely because the messed up pawn structure, the king's in the middle. How do we take advantage of it?
Okay, material is equal, and knight is way much better piece than the bishop. So what white is doing? White is oh, hold on. There is rook g3.
The rook g3? The pawn.
Queen g3. Okay, I'm not that sleepy.
Oh, do like this. Yeah. If you go, you can go here. If you go here, it's checkmate. Go here, it's checkmate. Rook g3. Wow. Beautiful. And it's been played.
Oh, wow. Nice.
That is very, very sexy. Look at that. Nice. All right, so you gotta lose some material on it. Probably also a check here. You're gonna lose this one. Yeah, this is pretty normal.
It's rook and the bishop. against queen and the 2 pawns, so it's already material winning, and the king is exposed, so black doesn't have much of
it's a beautiful sequence, for sure. Let's see. You want to see a nice mate here? Here you go.
Beautiful.
Love to see these.
Yes.
Love to see these. All right, so rook g3, and I think black is going to resign. This is a beautiful move. Very well played. Wow. This one is pretty interesting. I haven't looked at this one just yet. Look at it from the start. It was a Larsen with some kind of messed up Dutch system. And this is an interesting one. I always dislike this kind of attack, and I never know how to play against it. But apparently, white is killing it here. 4, knight, e5. So we see black pushing in on the king side, while white's pushing in the center. Very thematic. And now we are here. This is a complete, total, utter mess. Where is the knockout blow?
Yeah, white is having so good position. How about to get something on the light squares on this diagonal? A2, G8. There can be some ideas connected to that.
Yeah, I like the knight. The bar went from +6 to +3 because so there is something here, but we need to find
some tactic probably.
There is some tactic here.
Maybe 95. 95, bishop d5. No.
Oh, bishop d5 before that. Yeah. Not a fan of that. Else. As a free has been played, that's not it.
Oh, g4, f takes g4 and 95 then. And
f8. You're going to.
Don't take g4 pawn. Just.
Do we? Oh, you don't take the g4.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Like
you
this.
can
Boom.
take. Yeah.
Love it. So let's say we take with this knight. You have bishop d5.
A rook is hanging. Rook is hanging on the top.
Oh, you can take immediately. Okay. There you go. The rook is hanging. There you go. G4. Was not played. Very nice tactic. Keti coming through. This is also very nice for white. Look at this pawn structure.
But yeah, it's during the game they don't have this bar, so white was not aware of that. That was some tactic going on. So I played quite normal move and natural move, and that also keeps the advantage. Yeah, I think this d6 pawn is very long-term advantage for white.
Look at this position. This one caught my eye. It seems like white has a distinct advantage. 2 rooks for a rook and a knight, but the Eva bar says black is absolutely better. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, because of the pawn's situation, the center control, the king in the center. However, white's attack is very ferocious, hard to defend. Which side would you rather have?
Black.
I'd have black. I think I'd have white rather. Seems like fun to play with white, but after taking g6 maybe.
Yeah, if when black managed to stop this attack, then it will be just black starting to mess with the things. Now queen. Okay, so the idea is to take g takes h6, and after g6 h5. That's the idea. Yeah.
Let's say that queen doesn't take here. Here h5. This is the idea that white is getting at. But after this, you can take with the queen. Looking at some extra mating chances. Very well played. White is definitely doing their best. See that rook to g4, silly move. We could just take a knight, undefended. There are definitely some ideas. I like how white is constantly creating some threats black has to solve.
Yeah. All right, there's some idea. I was thinking about queen a1 and then knight c3 check.
Oh,
Oh, nice.
and the ring around the rosy, yeah. Okay, even g6 here and then g5 now. Very, very safe. Very, very safe. I was playing f6 at some point, maybe. I mean, d5 is hanging. That could spell an issue, but obviously, knight takes c3 does clear that up. So g6 has been played right now. King is running towards his freedom. You have to worry about like e4 kind of ideas. Even like knight f6 now, and you're just winning, right?
Rook g6.
g6. Take that.
Yeah.
6.
f7. King f7.
King f7, yeah.
Yeah.
There we go.
Nice.
Here, d5. Woo!
Oh, nice game.
Late. No, this is the final move, king f3. We're gonna see what's gonna happen there. That's a fun little excursion. Let's look at this game. Remember this one? We saw f4 being played. c4 was played. Trade happened. All the trades happened. And now black is still in the driver's seat, but white has some attacking chances.
That's right. Knight before now, attacks on a2.
Yeah.
And
I don't think you can play bishop
after
b1.
king b1, maybe king b1 to hold the position together. There will be some breaks.
Yeah, probably
connected to maybe not starting with knight c2, because if you take c takes b, then bishop takes, and bishop becomes really
it's with a check. I thought I had c2 immediately.
Yeah.
That's with a check. I missed that check. So take, let's say, king b1, take.
And now take.
Take with the king, then.
And now check.
Yeah, probably with this rook. And this is your only move, and. Right. Oh. I think I need a new mouse. And now this is just. Should be over really soon. So let's see what happens. Like the before. Rook to g1. Kind of the same idea. I think we're still gonna take here. I'm gonna jump in, as you mentioned, but black had other ideas. But let's show it again. Take. Maybe we have to take with the pawn. We're not gonna get in anyway, so.
Yeah. A2 here. A2.
Whoa!
Oh, that was a checkmate!
Checkmate!
Sneaky white. Sneaky move on f rook f1. Look at this. And black had spotted it and went back on the back rank.
Yeah.
And now he's ready to do some queens.
Nasty stuff. Okay, now we'll probably get this again. And we'll see how this one. I think the idea is playing like bishop here and here.
Exactly. Yeah. And if rook goes in passive, rook a1 to avoid that. In that case, I think we can play bishop b4 just to guard c pawn, and then to try to activate the rook.
Yeah, this rook is gonna get in somewhere somehow. Some cool ideas. All right, so it's not that easy to push forward because the king is completely cut off. It's very annoying. We're gonna see if black has managed to salvage that. King b1 has been played.
Yeah, and also white king somehow holds the position. Like there are some weaknesses, but the king is there and it controls everything.
Yep, like glue.
Glue, yeah.
Let's look at this one. Let's see how black is going to salvage this.
Two extra pawns for black. Yeah. And in general, knight and the queen is better than queen and the bishop, because these two, knight and the queen, are very good in harmony. Yeah. And now knight d3, knight f4, I think it's better, no? Knight
I think this is my friend is knight f2. Also very annoying. This is also very good, yeah. But I think everything wins here, so it's not much.
Yeah, everything wins there. Yeah.
I think we're both right, Keti. How about that?
Okay.
We're both winners.
Okay.
Here's another one where black is just completely. Oh, we just saw a checkmate happen. Look at that.
Beautiful.
All right, let's get for an interesting endgame. I think black is better. Well, never mind. Black is completely better. There were rooks on the position, but White decided to take
decided
here.
to capture?
Yeah.
Oh.
Obviously not going to cut it. This one is over as well. Here we have 2 pawns extra. An interesting endgame. Black is going this way, and white is completely cut off. Yeah, this is an.
They should be winning easily. Although we know that knight is quite tricky piece. So, yeah.
I agree, but if this king was like here,
Mm-hmm.
king was here.
Oh,
Okay, and you kind of help him now. It was beautiful when this king was cut off. And now you just need to start running. But okay, we'll see how this is going to transpire. We have some other games still waiting. Here's black is also completely better with the pawns work. But the time trouble, we could see some upsets.
Oh yeah, he has a, oh, they both have time trouble, but black has an extra exchange and plenty of pawns, 2 pawns. And yeah, for instance, bishop on c2 is not playing, and white just plundered another pawn, another piece.
Yeah, okay. So that's not worth a look. Let's see what else we got. We have pawns galore in this one, but it doesn't update, so I can't really show you. But this one's over soon. This one is... I know we've been looking at this one. Which game was this one? Oh, this was the rook versus knight pawn push. See what happened.
This game is still on?
Yeah, it went back with the exchange, and now black is still in the driver's seat. Apparently he had like -8 here, so there has to be a way to win.
Rook F, no, rook F5.
Not rook F5 just yet,
Yeah.
Is it simply just check?
But can we go a bit back, like 2 moves back?
Yeah.
Here, queen e1, rook king d4, and why not queen e5?
Yeah, exactly. That's the same idea that I had. You can actually just take here.
Yeah, and rook f5.
And this is just a winning endgame. Nice. Yeah, and I think that's the same tactic that happens if you have here. Here you also have queen e5. Same idea. If you go here, you have rook e6. I don't have rook e6, sorry, but we're still... probably just going to take on c2. And
one more.
Pop up some pawn. Anyway, let's see where we are right now.
You can also trade the queens and then play rook f5 and try to trade the rooks.
Also true. Here we are right now, and it's a perpetual. Seems.
And who is making perpetual? Black is making perpetual. This is not good.
And now this is the current position. It went all haywire. It went everywhere, down and under and up the board. And this is where we're at right now. Interesting position, but I have a more interesting one. I know you love your pawn in games, but this black king and these pawns are carrying black to victory.
Yeah. Yeah, white cannot really avoid do anything here because these pawns are connected and they are helped by the king, and there is no practical chance here to survive. White cannot sacrifice the rook for a pawn because another pawn also exists here, so it's going to be a game over soon.
Yeah, actually it has been game over. It just resigned. Here we have those pawns up. Here we have a bishop endgame where it seems that white's going to win here.
Yeah, it is winning because white has an extra pawn and those pawns are pass pawns. Bishop d6. Yeah, and black king cannot stop these 2 pass pawns. King d5.
Completely over. I can even mop up these pawns, but I can also make sure that this is already winning with the opposition. All right. What else do we have? We have this cutie, where white is desperately trying to survive.
Oh no, it's not good. Black is white is trying to give some checks. Queen, okay.
I think the easiest way is like rook b1, and then queen a1. So you always cover both squares. Sorry?
Queen G5 is hanging. That's why F4 was played.
Ah, G5 is hanging here. Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. This is.
Oh,
Whoa. Oh.
what?
Oh, you hate to see that.
No way. And black has to fight to survive.
You hate to see that.
Oh my god. But I loved Queen E3 so much.
Yeah,
They
it
look
was like
so
a nice
perfect.
move.
But look at this nasty check on B2. Wow.
That's why my idea.
That's shocking.
My idea was very simple. Rook B1. White does whatever white wants. Maybe go here. I go here. My mouse moves. Yeah. And the idea is that wherever you go, so you're here. I'm just gonna trade this.
Yeah, and win one endgame.
I really need a new mouse. Well, I'm gonna switch mouse in the break. And this is just a winning pawn endgame for black. So this is the easiest way for me. However, too much adrenaline. This happened. Mom spaghetti. And now black is fighting for a draw. Which is very possible.
It's possible. It's interesting if queen comes on G3 and they trade the queens, if that is still draw. It's very interesting. However, they don't have much of the time to think all of this, and they have white has seconds here. White is playing some checks, but black has also so much of the time. Oh God. But it's
Black
also a
had
good
lot of
lesson.
time,
It's
yeah,
also
this
a
is,
good lesson, you know, when you have so much of time, you have to spend it.
Sit on your hands.
Yeah.
Apparently, so let's go down this rabbit hole.
F5.
Yeah.
But the thing is, G4 is stopped, so now white can play King G1.
We probably just king 6, king 5.
Yeah.
And now.
How about knight C3?
3, 4.
And then F3, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, no, it's not a draw. It's not a draw. Knight somewhere. Knight B5. Because now I take this pawn. And you have to take one pawn, and one is still remains alive.
Maybe let's go here with the knight, so stop this.
Knight back. Yeah.
So now it doesn't work.
This is winning.
Can't play F3 here, but I'm sure I can just play a waiting king E4.
Yeah.
Look swaying you.
Suksvank. Yeah, black king is very active. Very active. Do we have queen trade in the game, or they still have queens?
No, the queen buzzed off, start circling, and these will go on for a while. What will not go on for a while is our commentary. Actually, it is, because we're going to be here for... I'm going to be here for 12 hours. Keti will be here for another 4 hours. This was the first hour. I'm going to get some breakfast. Keti, some exciting start of the round. Some exciting games have been going on. We'll have more. We'll be back in just a bit. See you guys in about 10 minutes when we will return with the Online Olympiad Division 3. This is day 3. Pool A, Tournament E, will deal playing round 7 to 9. Brought to you by Just Come and FIDE Chess. We'll be back in a moment. Welcome back, everyone. My name is Wouter Bik, also known as Bikfoot. I am the chess.com esport producer, host, commentator, and a big fan of basketball. No, I'm not. I don't know why I said that. I tried to make myself look more appealing to you guys, but it didn't really work. What is really appealing is that I am here with Grandmaster Keti Tsatsalashvili. We have some, I don't want to say big news, but there has been an upset, Keti. You wanna spill the news?
Yeah. Well, seems like the last round was a bit upset for our leader team, and that's Malaysia. They lost the match against IPCA with 3.5 to 2.5. This is the hugest upset of the round, as the Malaysia is still a leader, but they were with 100% leading, and now they lost their first match, and the things get a bit shaky because ICPA is one of those 4 teams who are fighting to get in top 3. So here we see that South Korea remains the second place. Chinese Taipei got promoted upwards, and then we have Sri Lanka as well. IPCA is still down there with 9 points, but they have very good chances to catch up in the top 3 countries, because they are just about to get in with 9 points together with Sri Lanka. All right, let's take a look at the pairings right now. So Pool A, round 8. Here we have Nepal against IPCA. We have Thailand playing against Malaysia. South Korea and Japan will be very interesting matchup. We have Chinese Taipei against New Zealand team, and Fiji against Sri Lanka. What do you think? Last 2 matches could be really easy for the favorites, Chinese Taipei and Sri Lanka, as they're playing against Fiji and New Zealand. Those 2 teams are struggling in this division, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Fiji hasn't won a game, drew 1 game, that's it, and New Zealand hasn't won anything yet. Big upset yesterday, the round before here, Sri Lanka against Chinese Taipei, the number 3 against the number 4. But we can see that Chinese Taipei overtook Sri Lanka. Where I said I think Malaysia, South Korea, and Chinese Taipei will be the top 3 at the end of the day. They are top 3 now. We're going to see how that's going to pan out. And Japan won their first 3 games, I believe, and then lost every other game sequentially. They lost 3 yesterday, and they already lost the first one today. So very, very unfortunate for Japan. It was a very strong team, but always manages to lose with the slightest margin, 2.5, 3.5, 2 against 4. It's never a knockout, but definitely something to look at. So, like I said, the big matchup right now. I would put. It's not really big matchup. I think South Korea against Japan will be the most interesting. But other than that, it's going to be very exciting to see what this day has to offer. And if you are ready, Keti.
Yeah, there is a question about the team the team IPCA, what that stands for and what country is that. This is the team where players can be from any country, and it stands for International Physically Disabled Chess Association.
That's correct, yeah. It's the Internationally Physically Disabled Chess Association. We also have the ICCD, which you see in Pool C, second to last one now. This is the International Chess Committee for the Deaf.
Yeah.
So if you're physically disabled, you go to IPCA. If you're deaf, you go to ICCD. If you're blind, then you're screwed. You can't go anywhere. Because you can't see the board.
You can choose, right? You can choose the best.
Yeah. I'm sure there's some. I wonder have you ever played against a blind person before? I have numerous times.
I've not played the games, but I have seen many participants in many events. For instance, in Poland, we do have a very strong chess player. His name is Lukasz, and he just got his international master norm. I think it's
Wow.
his second norm. He's very close to get his third norm, and he will be international master. And he is extremely strong. I think he's around 2400. If somebody is here in chat from Poland, they might know more information about Lukasz, but he is the player I would be really afraid to play with.
Interesting.
He's
Yeah, and he's
tough
blind.
one. No. He is he is disabled to make moves. So
Okay.
he always has a spatial space at the chess tournament where he plays only at that board because he needs a bit space. He's playing with a spatial chair, and his father is helping him to make moves and write down.
Oh,
moves.
okay.
So yeah, he needs assistance
Awesome.
as well. So, but his chess is amazing. I'm really
I played against. It's funny because I played against a blind person. I think twice. The first time I was like 18 years old, and I played against him, and I, obviously destroyed him because I'm such a phenomenal chess player. But I did win. And then we were analyzing. We were playing. We were analyzing, and it was funny because we were doing our thing. And as we were analyzing, I said, "Yeah, E6. You didn't see that coming, did you?" I was like, "Oh." But
yeah, they're very they are very strong. I would be really afraid to play against Lukasz because I know him. We can take a closer look who are the participants here in this match, and they're doing fantastic. As you can see, they just beat the Malaysia. So this is not easy business, right? To beat Malaysia.
Yeah, Igor is playing. This is from the IPCA. It's just the same as that. Sometimes you say those things, but you don't know why you're saying it. It's like, I worked at a grocery store for 8.5 years, and then someone would get in their wheelchair. They said, like, "Where's sugar?" I was like, "Yeah, sure, walk with me." It's just like a standard thing you say. You're trying not to be offensive, but it's
of course. If something comes out of the mouth, or it's just because still, it's just hard, right? You don't want to hurt anyone, but you're finding the best words, and then you are failing it anyway. Oh, here we have B5. Interesting.
Yeah.
So, do you remember our last previous game?
Yeah. I said Queen A5. Yeah. And then the knight takes on D5 is an idea. That doesn't really.
I think it's gonna happen the same one here.
I mean, if you could get something like this. I think this is not possible.
No, take with the
because
knight.
I can take with the knight. There's no pin at the moment, so this is a little bit different. If in this situation here you play bishop d3, then we'd have my knight takes d5 kind of idea. But in this situation where castle is already happening, unfortunately not an option. But this is an interesting one. I like b5 because. Let's say we're gonna take with the knight. How are we gonna?
It's gonna happen with knight or with bishop. Anything. It's the same. I think 94 right away.
94 right away. So here 94.
Yeah.
Also an option. Yeah, I'd rather not give up the dark square bishop if it comes to like.
The thing is, after this, we can also play rook e8. That's also an option.
Okay, so let's say here. What would your option be?
Rook. Option B is queen a5. Option A is rook e1.
Okay, so let's say we play this, and I'm gonna. Yeah, I also have f5, of course.
Yeah, bishop f5.
F5 gonna castle then. Yeah.
I'll just take it.
Yeah. I like this. I love these kind of things. You also have the ideas of like c4 is an idea, where you get these kind of positions. It's also very strong for black, but your idea is a lot stronger. So this is what happened. Queen a5 has been played. I think rook e8, as you say, would have been a little. Actually, it's not a little bit stronger. There's a bishop on.
Oh, now it's bishop is there. Yeah.
So knight c4, queen a5, and now here, grab this baby, and you take the bishop and bishop a6, and you have a very nice position for sure. With the rook e8 coming in as well. This is beautiful. Beautiful for black. And now white is to move. I think white just has to play something like bishop d2 or knight d2. Something like that. You need to... Yeah, I think bishop d2... I'm still wondering how you're going to castle there. I thought maybe here, and if you trade everything... Okay, I'm going to go king d3. But this is bishop 5 is still... It's very, very annoying to play against. What? King 5? What do we play?
I don't like
what to do.
You right.
This is very annoying to do.
I don't like. Maybe, well, if we play knight d2, then c1 bishop will never come at the sunlight. So
what about king f2?
Yeah, king f2 makes sense.
And then we just do this, and then I'm at least
Oh,
fine.
oh, d6 pawn was hanging.
Oh, okay, that's also good. That's also good. Okay.
Everything what's free on the board.
I'm just looking at defense, I'm just trying to get my king safe. But you're like, yeah, just grab the pawn. Okay. I do like that. And after, let's say,
take everything and give back nothing. That's
the Johnny Depp way. Army matey, I'm gonna put my knight on e5. I be with Katie today. Har har har. Katie, I'm a pirate, and I'd be saying that I say R a lot, but my favorite letter is the C. Okay, I'll stop. I'm trying to get some.
That was a nice one. That was a nice one.
Thank you. I'll be here all day. This is what happened.
It happened.
Yeah, this is what happened right now. So, white is surviving. King f2, brilliant move. I didn't think of that at all, king f2. Well, I did think of it after half an hour. But that's a very hard move to find, I would say. And this did work out, so nice.
Yeah. Okay, there is a question, no predictions today. What should it be the predictions about?
Oh, it's like a Twitch feature where you do slash predictions. They can earn. They just want to gamble.
What should be the topic, Big? I know.
If we're gonna do another pirate voice, that should be the topic. Oh, I missed something. Look at this. We had the perfect D file. Actually, it's like completely symmetric, other than this pawn. It has to be on a6. Kind of funny.
Well, yeah.
All right. Not an interesting position, but I just want to.
Last week, I think you showed the position with 6 pieces on the same file, and now you got it. You got it.
Now we got the 8. Yeah, I can now die peacefully. We made it. Actually, you guys don't need to see anything off the board except this, so I'm just gonna remove the rest. You're welcome. There you go. There you go, guys. Okay, put it back. Let's continue. I had some interesting position. Where was it? Yeah, this one seemed pretty dubious. But it gives black a little bit of an edge. Let's go from the start. It's a carrot cat. So you're gonna tell me all about this position, right?
Yeah. So it is classical setup, advanced Caro-Kann when white plays e5 in close to position. And c5 is kind of new thing. Black is playing first c6 and then c5, and black is already with black. So that means that it loses a lot of tempis, but it's still okay for many players to play so. And here we have f6, another very typical breakthrough.
Yeah.
Do we have queen h5?
You? Yeah. Took. Trade off. Here we have the position that we have at hand with bishop to 5. Interesting. This rook is a little bit weird. This knight takes some time to get out, but it is fine. And the light square bishop is now finally out. It's hard to say why. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 5, 1. Yeah, hard to say why black has this much of an advantage. Probably because of the bishop pair.
Because of the bishop here. Otherwise, like white is more active here. Look at the bishop on d5, controlling everything.
Yeah.
There is a tension on b7, and rook c2, rook c7 comes, knight d2, knight d4, or knight d2, knight b3, c5. There's plenty of ideas for white, but somehow computer really likes here black.
I might be inclined to just play king e7 here, king d6, and then get my pieces out like this.
Yeah, but how about rook c2? Rook c2 here, and if you play king d6, then we have to move the bishop back. Let's say f3, and then you have rook bishop f5 with a okay, yeah. I fall for it.
Then I'll get out, play. I can't really play b6, but I might have d5 at some point. It's difficult. It's difficult. Yeah. But I think the king has to be a little bit more centralized in order for this back rank to work. But let's say what the engine says. Let me just turn it on. It says, it says Bik, you're right, but go to g7 for whatever reason.
Why is that? But why g7?
I don't know. I don't know because you wanna because you want to stay out of these pins, like any potential pins.
Okay.
So the engine says to just go to g7, but yeah, I like my e7 more. So I'm gonna.
I would go king e7 here. There's no way. I would even thought of king g7. It's just in the edge of the board and king e7.
Yeah, it's very unnatural, but that's why it's like an engine move. I get the idea behind it, like with trying to get out of the pins that are coming, but this is just so. You stop coming from c7, you chase this out, you get extra tempos, like it just feels good. But all right, let's keep her going, keep her steady. So this is an interesting one. This is a question that I want to ask you from the start. Oh, okay, never mind. I thought the bishop, like this setup came and I just took it. But we have this setup, which I've been looking at for a little bit. And this is not that great for black. You have the dark square control. I thought that, what was it again? I don't know. Anyway, this is the position. White's a lot better.
White is much better because there is a dark square weaknesses on the king side. Black can't castle. That means the rook is stuck on h8 at the point. And for instance, black wants to develop first the queen side, but still there is not enough space for black pieces here. Can we stop that somehow? For instance, bishop c4, bishop b3 ideas to attack also f7 pawn.
Well, I'm gonna give you my idea for black, and then you can say.
All right, let's go.
I'm gonna play e7, king e7, bishop b7, rook out.
Okay, that's nice.
Thank you. So yeah. It's...
Oh, you know what? Let's go e5 here.
Wow. Okay. Pretty standard nuisance. What you are. Let's go knight g. No, that's not.
Yeah, go.
Yeah,
you just said it's nonsense. Bishop g7.
Boom, baby.
Yeah.
That's what I always do in my my bullet games.
Maybe you want to play knight h5?
No, in my I want to say in my bullet games, I do tend to play this because people will pre-move bishop g7.
Really?
If you're playing bullet, it's 1 minute. They play g6, they pre-move bishop g7, and it's just boom, 2 free pieces.
Okay.
Do that a lot. Anyway, e5, right?
Yeah.
Let's see. Okay, I'm just gonna take it. It's gonna be weird. I'm gonna take it.
Okay. Take it.
Take it. Take again.
Oh, damn it. You said e6. I had to do this when you played e6. Because after bishop
g7, yeah.
Okay. But it's still good. It's still good. Bishop g7 anyway. Rook g8, bishop f6, e takes f6, and knight e5.
Knight.
You can say goodbye to one of your pawns.
Okay, it resets. I think we're... Yeah, okay. So this is what happened. We analyze, and when... if there is a mod here, please clip. We analyze, and while they make a move while analyzing, it makes the move at the start of our analysis. So now our relay is messed up. So if a mod could clip that, notify Olympiad to send it to me, then I can get that looked in. Because they just played a5 as the last move. I think it's... Let me look at the position. Is it?
I will quickly check the result of that game, that crazy game, where Black blundered the rook.
Yeah, I can show this real quick. As you can see, they just played a5 in the regular position. But my analysis is probably getting stuck now. But we'll see. We'll see. If anything, let's hope this will remain good. Let's see if we get some other feisty positions. Let's be feisty. Let's be spicy. What about this one? Will we see a mate for white?
Ooh, I like that. For F bishop, some weaknesses on the dark squares. Bishop is hanging. Queen is sort of stuck there. How about G3? It is white tomorrow, right? G3.
Yeah. Let's say G3. The queen
has only. Oh, queen has 2 spots there.
You thought F5 was the way to go. Oh, no, I'm gonna check you, lady.
Yeah, after F5 we were just dropping that queen.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
Here it will be hard.
King G2 and still hard for black to fight something, but maybe just H5. We're getting back. We out.
Yeah.
Interesting.
You know what I'm thinking? Maybe G3 was not the most accurate one because we have to also guard F3 later. How about Bishop E1 with idea to play Bishop D2 and just to get this diagonal?
Love it. I guess black needs to just play simple Queen G5, Queen E7, but it might dice F4, A5.
Yeah.
What do we do with black? Because I love your idea, Queen D2, and this is a little bit awkward. Like, I just want to play Queen E7 and good about myself, but maybe there's something a lot better that I'm missing. But if you're gonna go here, I'm just gonna go Queen H4, so I'm not too worried about it. So I'm just gonna play a normal move, Knight B6. Gonna try to jump to D5, play Bishop D2. I'm just gonna go Queen H4, and I'm not too worried. A little bit worried, but not too worried.
Not too much. All right, yeah, you have right for that.
Okay, let's see what happens. Queen F2 was played, H5 was played, and this is where we're standing at the moment.
Okay, Queen F2. White wanted to trap the queen with G3 next move. That's why black played H5 to free the spot on H6 for the queen.
Yeah.
All right, how to improve this position? It's perfect position for white. There's also some ideas with Bishop E7 and
yeah, I saw that. Maybe 6.
Yeah, Bishop D6 and then to push F pawn. We have seen some sacrifices with F5 pawn. But white has something else in the mind. White wants to play F4. Yeah.
Let's go F4 or 5. Let's say black makes a weird move, A5 for trying to push. Can I just push forward here? Say, well, I'm going to sacrifice. Show me how you're going to defend this. But probably Queen G6 and you're kind of...
It just drops the knight on D7.
Oh, it drops the knight. Okay, so 8 is probably the move here.
Yeah.
And I can also just go Queen Knight here to B6. Also a little bit stronger. Keep the pin. Okay, so we're a little bit too aggressive on the push here. But it is very feasible that white gets something here. It just needs that oomph. Oh, oomph. Yeah, 4 plate.
Yeah.
White in the driver's seat, but has to be careful not to overpush. It's like, you know, going on a date, on a first date, and trying to kiss within the first 5 minutes. You don't do that. You're trying to learn each other, get to know each other. So don't overpush your luck. There's some dating advice here on the chess channel. You're welcome, chat. You're welcome. Take notes.
And who does this? Who does that?
I don't know. Probably people, you know. We have 4 check here. It was a modern defense, and modernly this isn't going well. Queen is having a nice attack. We are going to trade this one off.
Okay, the question, if white captures, which just happened, would you take with E pawn or with G pawn?
E pawn, because I want to have this bishop open. But then again, my bishop is stuck at this pawn, so I have to do this. But now my bishop is eternally trapped. I'd rather just give up a pawn then. I don't know. This is it's both sucks. I wouldn't take the queen at all. How about that? Wouldn't take it at all.
Resign.
Resign. Yeah, this is disturbing, disgusting.
No, I think this is most practical because it doesn't give us a chance for white to play on the king side. G takes EF was giving some chances with G5 and so on and so on. But now black is trying to hold the position, but I'm not sure if it's enough. For instance, knight c2, knight d4 comes, and knight will jump on e6 if black allows that. There is some ideas with rook h2, rook h1, doubling the rooks on h file. And white can also trade light square bishops like knight f2, just to trade that one to weaken light squares as well. So that looks quite nice for white.
c5 has been played, and as I make sure my shorts are sitting well, that is an interestingly terrible move. I like it. It kind of closes the position, but it also stops your knights from jumping in. It creates an extra weakness. How do we...
Oh, white has an extra exchange. I just saw that.
Yeah.
So rook h2 makes sense here, as rook d8 is busy to guard d6 weakness. White is on time to double the rooks on h file and attack the bishop.
Yeah, I would just go rook h1 immediately. Why bother?
Yeah, knight g8 is only move here to guard that bishop.
Yeah, this is...
And...
Can I go knight g5? No, I can't go knight g5.
Maybe first take on h6. Rook takes h6, knight takes h6, and now knight g5.
Very strong.
Good idea.
That's everything. This is hanging though, so it's a little bit scary, but...
Yeah, but knight e6 comes with a check and then rook is hanging, so we're happy with that.
Yeah, now everything is falling apart. Yeah, knight g8, and now we're gonna wait. Will we see the knockout blow, the KO? Do we have something else that we want to KO on?
Moves like king d2 also pays. Yeah, it's also very nice just to make sure that your bishop is guarded. If you don't want to spend too much of time for calculation, then you can also do some manoeuvring there and here. So
here's a cute one. It's not a good move, but it is cute. So take, bishop take, rook check, bishop take, rook take. I'll take you now on a7. Hey,
nice.
Is it really good? No. But can I do it and am I still winning? Yes, I can. So, therefore, I call this an absolute win. Knight c8. Does defend the d6 pawn. It's not a crazy move. And it takes away my genius.
The knight is trying to come back and do something. Knight a7 was such a desperate piece there. Yeah. How about a3 here and switch everything on the queen side?
Yeah, I love that as well. Just
yeah.
Just trying to get... I'm like 1900 FIDE. I was 2100 FIDE chat. I kind of dropped down after a very bad tournament. Haven't played since. So I'm gonna have to go back up that grind. Trying to get FM. And Keti will tutor me in every way possible so I can learn those damn bishop endings.
Starting from there.
That's the start. Yeah, I think white's a little bit too slow. Yeah, but
You know what?
Here we go.
I thought he wanted to play knight. She wanted to play knight g2, knight f4, and then g5. But she saw something.
Well, it's gonna go like this, and after these trades, he wants to take with the knight, and then this pawn will fall as well when jumping in here. I think that's the big idea, which is happening right now. Obviously, he cannot take now. Knight e6 check will happen, and then white will trade themselves. Obviously, I'm totally cool, fine, okay with this. And I hope you are as well. Oh, well, this is madness.
Beautiful, beautiful. I like it. So, white just played e5, e6, and this pawn is a hero. So, if f takes e, we have bishop g6, followed by queen h5. Yeah, this kind of threats.
Yeah.
So if queen goes away, queen. It happened in the game. Queen e7.
F take e6 is what happened.
Okay.
Well, let's say queen e7. Still taking f7?
I don't know.
Do we
How
just take
about
on
bishop g6? Bishop g6, f takes g6, and queen c2. Oh no, rook f5.
Rook f5. There we go, stopping everything. Good move. We can also just very silly just take on here. And well, I think
the
you should
problem
take
of this is queen takes, yeah, and g6
Yeah.
is not hanging for the moment. Queen
You're
is
right.
under attack and so on.
Take
But you
your
know what?
a4,
Nothing
maybe?
is hanging so far for white as well. White has some time.
Or maybe it's just bishop takes and bishop takes. That's probably it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably it. Okay. So, what happened was f takes, bishop takes, e5, take on c5, and now we're gonna see queen takes h5.
Oh yeah. 94 also wins.
Yeah,
with
this
the
is
idea
also
bishop h6,
detriment.
bishop knight f6. This is just better position for white.
Everything is detrimental to black's mental health. How about that? Do I? Can you agree with that?
Yeah.
I think I'll agree with that.
I agree.
Let's continue with this one. Is this where a5 was weird? I want to see that weird.
Yeah, I just checked this other game where we had completely winning position in the previous round with extra exchange, and then black blundered the rook, and we had knights versus pawns.
Yeah.
That game ended in a draw. In the end, it was only one knight on the board. Yeah, so it's like it was more fireworks there.
Yeah, and this is the plan of the bishop to h6, and here white's just dominating everywhere on the board. So this was apparently not the best move. Why not just?
Yeah. This is just very simple, just to remain the remain the.
Okay. So what white misses after bishop e4, he gets 2 pieces for the rook, which is not good for white. So he missed bishop e4.
It's exchange. It's exchange for. It's exchange, but in that position, if c takes d3, it's an extra piece, so it's more matter. Yeah.
But unfortunately, he missed that. Does black play bishop e4? Black did play bishop e4. This all happened, and now black is actually only an exchange down instead of just down. So
yeah.
Very well played by black, trying to maneuver their way back. Playing very fast, only 23 seconds against 4 minutes, so finding that in time trouble is very impressive. Let's see where we are right now. This one looks pretty over soon, so I'm going to look at it. Where is the mate? It says mate in 7.
Checkmate. It's a checkmate. King h8, knight f7, checkmate. g6, yeah. If g6 and
probably
queen
take. Knight g5.
Knight g5. Queen goes back. Queen f8 and knight f7 checkmate. Or queen g8.
No, this one is better.
Yes, there we go.
Oh, it's still not mate. I want to see if there's like a. I wanted to do something like this.
You could play queen knight h6 to f8. That was a checkmate.
But this doesn't checkmate. Like I'm looking for like a.
Yeah.
Something like this, but it just doesn't work.
Yeah.
All right, so let's see what happens. Oh, it's still queen f5, and black is still thinking, but this should be over momentarily. Let's look at some of the bottom games, the bottom dwellers. There's a 9 on f7. I can already tell you how this happens. It was probably something with some sort of King's Indian, and the knight went from here to here. At a 5, yeah, okay, so this is not too bad.
Yeah, this is amazing. White started with e4 first move, and then he got the position in the King's Indian. He knows what to do there.
Pretty nice. He took here maybe h6 here, so that's also not that great. Maybe you just push. Maybe you push.
The problem is the knight on h5.
Yeah. a nuisance. Maybe just knight f4 then. Yeah, knight f4 here. And the bishop has to go somewhere, or the knight goes to f3, or the rook here goes to f1. Not really some good move here. I'm trying to figure out what you do here for white. What's a bishop f3, I guess? I don't know.
I think knight b3 or rook e1 makes sense here, but I don't like that position for.
Yeah, the thing is that you move your knights away from that pawn, unfortunately.
Yeah, and there is some ideas also, like to push the knight back, and then if knight comes on f3, then e4 pawn will be hanging with the tempo.
Maybe we can do that right away. Well, probably this will happen then. That's not too great. So here I'll probably just snatch this one off. Then h6 is too bad. I don't mind these kind of positions at all, trying to win this pawn back. Let's see what happens in the game. This is what happens. And we suddenly have a knight f7. This isn't too bad for black. Like it looks very annoying, but it's not that.
It might be trapped there.
Sorry?
Yeah, it might be trapped there.
Yeah.
It looks really nice piece, but white should be careful.
Well, something else happens. Queen e8 was played. e7 was played, opening up this
nice
covered attack. And black was like, sure, go for it. Here where we are right now, and this is loose. This is lost.
It's lost. Yeah, it's lost. Bishop f8, bishop f7, bishop e7, bishop d6. That's it.
Yeah, this is. We're gonna go in as well with the rooks. This is completely over for those. What else do we have?
Yeah, it's actually one knight for a queen. It's not enough.
Yeah,
one knight.
That is shame to your family. That's a little bit much. That's unfortunate. But look at this one. This is Tan Tu Tran versus Jun Hyok Lee. Hayok, howdy. I'm not sure how to pronounce it, but I did my best.
Hayok.
Black is up. Black is not up. It's an exchange down, but it has a lot of pawns, and white deciding to go with the rook here. I'm not sure what white. Maybe I was looking at maybe rook takes d5 and then queen here, but that's probably not it. Where is it?
Queen c4 starts checks.
Okay, but I don't really care. Point being is that if you go back here and I go check, you don't have this, the rook to g8. So black has to give perpetual.
Yeah, black has to take checks here. Queen d4. I think it's fine.
Okay. So I'm not an idiot. This was a decent move. Now.
So black can take the pawn. Bishop e4. Oh, bishop e4 makes sense. Bishop e4 opens up the queen. So queen c4 next is a check, and that's not going to be perpetual anymore because bishop and the queen are helping each other.
It's over. Let's see. The king goes here. Where do we?
Queen c1 check.
Well, we go back.
f3.
f3.
King f2.
I could always win material.
Okay, yeah, we're materialistic people. So
This is good enough, but maybe there's something more.
Yeah, definitely there is something more. Yeah. Oh yeah, it was queen checks, and then bishop check.
Anyway, this is good enough for black. See what happens. Queen c2 was played. Queen e1 was played. f3 was played. This is on the board right now. And this is actually black. One here, white resigned. So, well played. Nice. Our predictions came to fruition. Love to see it.
It happened in the game?
Yeah, it happened in the game. And they resigned.
We should earn money with that prediction.
We do, yeah. We should make like predictions, mods. I'm only gonna do it for the top division. But I like trolling the mods since they troll me. Queen goes to f5. Do we take that? My first instinct says yes. Take it. Oh!
Um,
Look at that. Not sure. I'm not sure what to
Yeah.
think of that. Maybe rook e1 now?
yeah. King is exposed. King is exposed. Maybe it's better to keep the queens. And if you capture the queen, then two pass pawns are helping each other, and it's easier to win.
Yeah. And here we're just gonna go to e4.
Exactly.
And I'm not too worried about this, because I probably am able to play rook
D1,
e1
yeah.
towards this. So, see what we got. See what we got. Rook e1 was played, and this is what's in the position right now. Look at this! Where is our money? Where is our money?
Money. Yeah, we should do that. We need cards and candles
Yes. I agree.
to look through fortune tellers. King e4 here. This makes sense.
Yeah, this one is pretty interesting. Let's see. This is an interesting one. White is desperately trying to trade off the pawns. And wrong color.
Wrong color, why black captured that? Okay, king f6 is only move. Otherwise, if black allows f5, that's a dead draw. So
Yeah,
king
and after
f6.
king f3, you have king f5.
Oh yeah, it's still winning. Now bishop comes on a5, bishop e1 to attack g3, and when king comes in on f3 to guard it, then king f5 and king g4. Yeah.
So this is like the only try. If this happens, boom, we trade off. We don't care about the pawns. Gonna chill in this corner.
Yeah, h5 next move.
King f3, king f5. He's trying to get some sort of zugzwang in, but obviously that's not gonna be the case. But he's just gonna try to move around here. I'll probably just play something like bishop b6 and then bishop c5. Just so you need to move back. Then I'll jump here, and then this bishop will go here and snug up some pawns, and going to be over quickly. Yeah.
There's also bishop f4 sacrifice, bishop f4 gf, and you can capture f4, come back on h4, and win with two pass pawns.
Yeah, but I think bishop a5 here is the easy move. Just to make sure that this.
Okay, let's see what happens. Let's see what
happens. Bishop b6 was played. Bishop c5 was played. Bishop f2 is played. So. Oh, this one's also very nicely looking. Black is trying the queen, but white is trying to mate. Rook takes e7, I think, is enough. What do you think?
Yeah, it's enough.
You can checkmate. You can't run out of it. No need to make anything weird. Baby. Okay, so you saw the two checks. Yeah, this is very nicely played. Nothing to do here. I like this. I like this mating pattern. Good stuff. Coming down to close. Here we have a knight for 3 pawns. So the engine says 0.00, but I like this more for white. Do you agree?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a. So how would you play this as white? Talk me through us. You're the title player here. I'm just a nobody. How do you push here for a win?
Oh, what? Okay, so we are going to push the pawns better with some threats. For instance, now rook a6 makes sense to pin this and then to push f4, f5, f4 with a threat f5. And slowly white pushes these pawns and squeezes black's pieces on the back rank. There will be additionally some more ideas of checkmate.
Yeah.
Too.
For
now, knight is already pinned.
Yeah.
And f4 makes sense, but it starts with e4.
Yeah, I don't like that she moved her rook back here. I think this was where it was. I think it was. This is fine.
This rook a6, I think, pins the rook forever there.
Yeah, because there are 2 pins now. Yeah, exactly. So I really like this pin more and then start pushing than pin here, but anyway, that didn't happen. 4 plate. They're gonna try to shuffle around. We have an interesting end game Marino here. All right, some rooks are traded.
Black can try to get 2 pawns for the knight, and there will be draw in the rook end game.
Yeah, correct. We're gonna see how it's gonna pan out. We're gonna stay on this for a while. I kind of like this kind of idea. The king should not be off like that. Could you? Okay, I don't think you can. But could you play? No, I don't think you can. I was looking at rook here because you have a double attack, but you could just play knight f here.
Oh
Doesn't
no,
work.
rook g2, and that's winning with rook 2 against
Also.
2 pawns.
Also, try to make something fancy work, but it's
Yeah.
unfortunate. Yeah, just get the king in, start pushing pawns. I don't know, I hate this as Varo Black. I feel like I could slowly just pushed out. Even though theoretically it should be a draw. I feel like I'd slowly get pushed out by White's piece. So. We're gonna see how that works.
Black should play king f7 here. King f7. There you go. Try not king f7, rook f7.
Rook f7. Okay, I was like,
rook f7. Just try to trade the rooks.
yeah, okay. Okay.
I'll chase that rook g5, rook g7.
Yeah, that's a good move.
Point
I
is
like
that
move.
you cannot guard your eve pawn anymore.
Yeah, both pawns will be under attack then by the knight. That was a good idea. White be chilling. White be trying their best.
I think white has more chances to win here.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the final game, by the way, so we're gonna keep staying on this one. Doing the thing. I am in awe. Yeah, I don't know. How do you defend this with black? Is there like a way to defend this, or?
Well, black should do something active, of course.
This is active.
This is active.
Very active move. But you know, not gonna be the best. But it looks dope. What has been played? No, king f3 was the final move. Yeah, black needs to get the king up and running.
You know what? I think if black trades the rooks, it's fine. It can be draw.
Yeah.
For instance, knight g3 here, rook g5 and rook g7.
Let's say.
Ooh, it's not a draw.
Wait, that's not gonna be a draw. 96 plates? Or is that still no? King e3 is still 20 seconds. Okay. Oh, it doesn't update anymore. Unfortunately, we like this. All right, so we got it back. King to g7. This is the current position. 20 seconds against 7 seconds. And
Yeah, time is very important in this game.
Yeah, king f7, f5. I don't know. They're creeping up. Maybe just rook here and just start giving checks. Idea.
Yeah, but the white already pushed so far. King e4 here. Oh,
all right,
no.
so king's cut off. That's a good start.
Yeah.
And this pawn is gonna fall. Okay. There we have it. Oh.
What's
Well.
that? What's that? Rook g7 check?
Probably rook g7. Yeah. Yeah. So what should you have played? This? That? No, that's also bad.
Rook g6. Yeah.
What should you have played? Just king e8.
King f8. King f8 was a move.
King e8 or king f8.
Yeah.
Crazy.
But what happens after king e7? Rook g7, king f8.
Probably just check here. No, that's a draw.
Oh my god. That's
a draw. You
horrible.
can just go away. F6 first? Yeah, just F6 first. Let's see what happens. Sorry, let's see what happens. I want to see on the board. This is what happened. Can you just take this is the question.
It can be a draw.
That should be a draw, yeah. Okay. White played is very smart. Rook to h7.
So it's double attack. Knight is hanging, also rook h8 checkmate is hanging. So if knight goes backwards on g8, then we have f7 and rook h8 pin, and that's winning.
Yeah.
Ah, there was a chance. There was a chance, but not
There
really.
was a chance. Yeah, and it is black to move. The time isn't running, so I think they resigned. They did resign, so it is over. And that means it's going to be over for us now as well, because we're going to jump onto a break. That was a very nice game there at the end. I told you White's going to win this one, and a lot of our predictions came to fruition. Keti, let's chill a little bit. Let's hang over, chill, and I'll be back in a few minutes with the final round of Pool A, and the first round of Pool B will start as well. Pool B7 is going to start, and round 9 of Pool A. We're going to see who's going to go through round 9. We'll be back in a bit. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more of the Online Olympiad 2021 brought to you by chess.com and FIDE Chess. We'll be back. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We are back. Hi, I'm back. My name is Dad. I don't know, I'm trying to get a dad joke in there, but anyway, we are back. My name is Wouter Bik. I'm the esport producer for chess.com, also known as Bikfoot. And I'm joined by Keti Tsatsalashvili, and we have been the power duo of the online Olympiad. If I say so myself, we've been crushing it. And we are now going into the final round of Pool A, which will have our top 3 winners. So, Kelly, let's look at the results of last round, and then you can tell us what's about to go down in Pool A afterwards.
All right, let's take a look at the results. IPCA again won the match. They are winning the matches. And here in this round, they won against Nepal with 4-2. Another 4-2 happened between Malaysia and Thailand. And we have Sri Lanka with 6-0 against Fiji. Chinese Taipei won with a small difference against New Zealand, 3-2, half to 2.5. And here we have Japan won over South Korea. So things are changing in here. Let's take a look also at the standings. So in Pool A, we have an absolute leader here, Malaysia, with 14 points, but we have new leaders coming up with second place. This is Chinese Taipei. They have 12 points, and Sri Lanka, South Korea, IPCA are sharing third place. So, there's going to be a lot of fight. Let's take a look at the pairings right now. We need to know who they are playing with. So in the round 9, we have Sri Lanka and Nepal. New Zealand against Fiji. I was looking forward for this matchup here against New Zealand and Fiji. Let's see how they're gonna play. Then we have Japan against Chinese Taipei. This is also quite interesting matchup. Malaysia and South Korea as well is very interesting. And here we have IPCA against Thailand. In this match, IPCA is a favorite. Thailand for the moment has only 8 points, but we will see. The things are still hitting up here at the Olympiad. Is that the last? No, we have 11 rounds, right?
No, we have 9 rounds. This is the final round. It's a 10 players in the pool, or 10 teams in the pool, and every weekend they play 3 rounds. So we're gonna see how that's going to be panning out. Look at standings. Yeah, this is huge. Sri Lanka, South Korea, and IPCA, they all have 11 points. Malaysia's already placed. So congratulations to them. Doesn't matter if they
Malaysia got there already.
Yeah, and now it's all about IPCA, South Korea, Sri Lanka, and Chinese Taipei to be working out for that as well. So the games will be starting very soon. We're not there quite yet. Do you wanna tell people about the structure again real quick while I send a quick message, and then we'll get starting soon.
Sure. So we are right now in the Division 3. We have done already Division 4 in the previous week. And now in Division 3, we have 50 teams in 5 pools. 15 teams are from Division 4. That means that those 15 teams got qualified to this division, and another 50 team will qualify to Division 2, and then stronger and stronger teams will join in that division. So in total, next week, we're going to have 50 teams fighting for qualification to top division. And in top division, we're going to have only 40 teams. So things are getting more and more exciting. And I think we already have the first moves in the games.
Yeah. Where is Poland placed? Where's Georgia placed? Do you know? Are they
Georgia will join in September. The last
top division.
Top division. Because they are top 5, I think, in world by rating. So
okay, well that's pretty okay rating, I would say. Pretty decent rating. Yeah, I don't think Anish or Jordan will be playing for the Netherlands, but we still be top division. So see how that's going to spread out. Here we have Sri Lanka versus Nepal. Let's look at the first game. It started from a scotch. which you both know anything about it because we're not e4 players, and this is the
Spot
position right now. Why h4? Oh, just to get bishop in. So let's say weird move, bishop here. Then white's idea is to play bishop g5, and then f6 is a little bit awkward. But still entirely possible. So I'm not too worried about that. Anyway.
Yeah, I like h4 because clearly black is going to develop the bishop from g7. This is the only way because the queen already covered that's diagonal for the bishop. And after g6, this will be next will be h5, and white will put up some pressure. But no, they choose your move.
You're so disappointed. Oh
yes,
no, they got your move. Yeah, they got my move. You got a problem with that, Keti? Huh?
No, I like that move. I like that move that exposes dark squares of black. Okay. And let's say if queen e6, then what happens after that?
I'm almost inclined to play g3 to get bishop h3 in, but there's probably something.
Okay. There can be also something like I don't know if it's correct, but h4. Yes.
I like c4 and then bishop 6 is an idea. That is very strong. You don't want to have this, obviously.
Then a3 can be also next move. Knight c3, g3 like with development.
A little intermezzo. Now we play this. Just really, really bad. So I like that. Let's see. Queen c5 happens. We'll see. Work. Possible.
Yeah, possible. Why not?
4, knight b4, still a3. It doesn't like that we go here. Go to e7 then? Oh, okay. There's something else we need to do. Maybe h6? Ah, h6 probably. That's the little intermezzo that we need. If we take this, we can't even take back because of the pin. And this is just plain awful. So now we have to push our bishop back to, let's say, 2. And now the knight has free reign and there's no bishop f6. Okay. That's the idea that we have right now. After queen c5, c4, h6 will be the next move. We solved it. Let's do it.
Yeah. Yep. So can I play bishop f6 here and allow you to capture that bishop, but black will lose the right for a castle? It's not.
I think the main problem is queen b4 next. Maybe queen b4, queen d. Put the fc. Okay. So if I take, go here, I run away. Why is this so good? Black.
Yeah, the thing is that, for instance, yeah, exactly, like knight c3 or knight e2, you can play with black. Bishop h6, there's not a checkmate on e7, and then you play rook e8. White has also trouble with the king. King is in the center, and none of the sides are developed, so white cannot really quickly castle the king. And in the end of the day, black will have double pair of bishop and not so bad pawn structure as well.
Yeah, this is pretty good. So knight f6 not a move. h5 has been the move. We've only been on this game, so we're gonna move forward. But it's been an interesting one. Good stuff. I had like a really cute one, which is like ooh kind of cute, kind of ooh. Which is this one. The pawn pushing on the king side, going very rough. This is like a kind of a Najdorf kind of idea with pawns on d6 and e5.
Yeah, white was very fast to push the pawns on the king side.
Yeah.
This looks pretty much
okay.
like theory.
I don't like this because of rook c8 and b4.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. It's gonna jump in quickly.
Yeah, I like this. Before now the threat. A3 might be met by
what was a5? Can take because of the
a5 possible. I was also thinking something like d5 sacrifices, but a5 is just straightforward and easier to
I'm a very straightforward, easy move kind of person. You do your little sacrifice. Yeah, this is pretty.
Some dramas.
Big some dramas. I do love
Yeah.
that. Now, I like your idea of like d5. Let's say you want to do something like this, or you want to push b5 immediately, or what was the idea after taking with the pawn?
Yeah, something like that.
Before it's
Yeah.
got to be a good move.
A5 is better move. I have to admit that.
Well, here we go. The pawns are ready to set. We're gonna wait for white to move. I don't know what to do here for white, so I'm glad I'm not white in this position. Here we have an interesting one. Checkmate. Oh, nearly
Yeah,
checkmate.
96 looks really tempting. Just to lose, take that right from black to castle, just like that, and then come back again.
Then come back again. I actually like knight takes more because of bishop h6. So taking away black's right to castle, and this bishop is now kind of stuck. You don't think you want to take here because of this Blayoon attack?
How about knight e6 instead?
Here, knight e6?
Knight e6.
Okay. Sure.
D5, maybe knight d4, just to activate the knight.
Yeah, this is really. I'm just gonna.
Yeah, maybe knight f3 is the correct one. And here the pawn on d4 is not hanging because of the double attack. In the end, is it double attack? White's pawn is not hanging.
Well, if you take with the bishop, I'm gonna take and play queen 5. And if you take with the knight, then take. I thought I had this, but this is all defended. I don't know, maybe just castle.
You know what? Oh, okay.
I'm gonna go all in for your king in the center.
Nice. You could castle short side as well,
Yeah, but I like to live the danger. I am danger. Yeah, but this is probably better. But I like my version more. Anyway, 96 check has been played, and knight went back, as you said. Just a little tickle. And we're going to continue playing tickle in other positions. Which game did you play a lot when you were younger, Keti? What was your favorite game to play? Like outside? Outside, you're playing with your little friends when you were like, I don't know, 7 years old, 8 years old. Do you have any games? I always played hide and seek. Was my two.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, I love to do that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like every Friday night and Saturday morning was free time for me. So in our neighborhood, we were a lot of kids, like 15, 20 kids, because it's a very big building, and all of us were like in the same age, more or less, and we're playing a lot of games, and I love that.
Look at that. Yeah, I used to play hide and seek. It was like to climb trees, so that was my thing.
Yeah. There in our neighborhood, there were like twin sisters. And I think they were cheating because we could never get them, because they were saying, when we were saying one name, and they were saying, no, I'm not that, I'm that one. So you can't really know it's right or not. So we're always losing to that twins.
All right, let's see if black's cheating here with the amount of preparation. No, I'm trying to make something bad of it, and now I'm like implying that they're cheating. They're not cheating. I'm just trying to get build off of Keti's story. This is the position that we have right now. And it looks scary, but what are you?
Okay, first of all, with white, you don't need to allow black to be so active. Like 95 f4 was an option there. But as we have already this position,
Maybe it's 95 still.
It's 95 still, but now the black has some moves, right? Like it can be some like take on e3. That's a weakness already. And then try to develop the bishop e6.
Yeah, I agree. Pretty okay for black. Nothing too great for white.
Yeah, you have 95, I have 94, and additionally you have this pawn on e3.
Pretty equal. Yeah, no, you're correct. I'm gonna be bold. What if I just take?
Queen takes.
And then I'm gonna go 95.
Okay. I'm sure you see some moves already.
No. It's nothing. I just want to.
Come on.
At some point, I want to rook lift. I just want to take the center. I can also just take here. If I take with the knight, if you take with the pawn, I'm gonna have a
pawn.
mezzo.
And king goes on h8.
And this is not scary. You're fearless.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Knight c5. I block that.
Okay. Fine.
I'm scared. I'm scared for white because if I get bishop h3 at the right time, they're gonna be game over. Okay, you still want to do that nasty things. So if you want like a very, very, very quick wake up, like not cold shower, but commentate would be. That's it. Queen f5. Queen f5.
Queen f5 defends everything.
There we go.
All right. Okay, then I'm gonna trade everything. Get my rook in on a 7. That's where I'm gonna be happy. So
yeah.
Anyway, we're going a little bit too far on our way. Let's see if this is not longer. Let's show this real quick. This is no longer an opening. We do have our chess.com/events. This has still been played on a few moves, and this is 97 was a novelty. We do no longer have any games in this. Actually, now we have a game back after some moves around, but we do see. Okay, Rocky 1 was played, by the way. But you can make your moves, you can turn on the engine if you'd like to. People are voting who's going to win, and you can actually see the opening. And once it goes to the end game, it's actually an integrated table base. This is free for everyone. chess.com/events, your way to go.
Yeah, this is a very good tool because for those who don't have coach, and there are I think many people who don't have coach and they still want to practice chess, then this is something really good that gives you some kind of directions, and you can follow. Like you can choose the moves which is mostly played, so it means that it's good, and you can also see who they are playing or not. No, you can see that.
Correct.
But anyway, you can choose the one which is mostly played, so it's the correct one.
Let's jump to the next one. We have Chingan versus Yuki Misawa. This is Chinese Taipei versus Japan, obviously. Instant position. We have some stuff ongoing. White is better. Let's see. Why is white this much better?
Extra piece.
Extra piece. One.
Yeah.
That's the one. Okay. Because I was like, black can come in.
Looks
like
so peaceful position. Can we see where the piece went in the heaven? Like,
yeah.
Where is the piece?
Where is the piece? Let's see what happened. It is the light square bishop, so we need to keep an eye on this baby. Nothing too crazy. We've seen this position 1,000 times. Okay, those were traded off. So we're missing. Ooh. Oh, that is. Yeah, I'm sorry. That's just not good.
Yeah, Black wanted to find some ideas, and
exactly.
Black found this battery, but wrong timing. Yeah, c5.
Did you play c5, or is that pretty doom? I think this is like a more of a normal kind of idea.
Yeah, you can also take back this knight first, and then try to do the same thing.
Yeah.
If you don't want to open the center.
First. Anyway, that's unfortunate. That's really unfortunate. Let's dive deeper into the rabbit hole. We have a kingside attack against a queenside expansion. I like black here more. Can I sacrifice? No. Those are always my first words. Can I just sacrifice? Not even there. Queen g5. Apparently there's something here that I'm missing.
Knight comes on f3 really, really naughty and covers everything on the king side.
But it's like -9. But there has to be something. Maybe 92 check
first. 92.
Then we're gonna go king here. queen here. Oh, and then here. Oh, I got too excited.
No. Why h3? Knight can come on f3. No.
Knight f3. We probably
You're winning.
take here first. Do I have?
No. Rook is hanging on.
Oh, rook is hanging. That's the one. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Oh, that's why. Oh, that's why this works. Okay, the rook is hanging here, in all these things. Nice. Okay, let's see what happens. None of it happens. Unlucky. And now this doesn't work.
Knight 4 was winning for black.
Yeah.
Wow.
This was winning, but it didn't work out. Obviously, we couldn't know either. They couldn't know either. Like, we have the engine bar, but that was a very trippy idea. But fun. Look at this king side.
Some people can really fault it. I think you're feeling that.
Well, I felt like, can I do it? But I didn't like see the entire thing. I completely missed this little intermezzo of the rook hanging. But anyway, let's go on to the next one. This one just caught my eye because look at this king side. What a mess.
It is a mess.
It's
a
sexy mess.
Position.
Look
the bishop is beautifully open on the light squares, and h4 is always there. Knight a7 is not the most active piece, but I think that's the tragedy of this position.
I agree.
But how black is going to proceed this one?
Well, h4 is going to be the move to play.
Let's play g4. And then what's the follow-up?
I thought maybe knight g3 at some cases.
Maybe h4, g4, knight h6, h3, knight g4.
Like this kind of idea.
Oh yeah, it can be too. Yeah.
But apparently this is good enough defense. It doesn't work.
Really?
So apparently this is good for white. So the h4 isn't best move then there, but let's say after rook d1, what do we actually? Rook d1 is a terrible move. I just need to make like a waiting move for white here that doesn't mess things up. Queen f2. I don't know. It's like every move I make with white, it gets worse. What do I do here, Keti? You're smart.
Waiting move.
Yeah, a waiting move for white here.
b3. Yeah.
Still drops down, but okay, we'll take this.
I think every move will drop down.
Yeah, it drops down.
Right has position. I have to admit that.
Where do we punch? The queen d5.
That we can simply just develop the queen side like castle and try to double the rooks on h5 and then to sacrifice.
Not a big fan of queen d5, but I was a fan. Maybe just queen d7. And like you said, just castle and then start pushing the envelope. Knight h3 was played. Apparently this was the move. That makes it all good. a5. And I think these two are gonna play scared for a while like this. So let's keep this one as it is. Let's keep it going, keep it steady. Look at some interesting stuff. This one looks pretty interesting, and this one also looks pretty over. What do you think?
Yeah, white has an extra piece, and now the threat is knight h6 to get another material. King is quite exposed, and yeah, I think white is just having a winning position here. Black doesn't have much of the counterplay.
Yeah. I agree, this should be a lot better. Knight h6 is coming in. Huge attack. And black doesn't have any counter options, so we're gonna leave that goodbye. This one already has a few moves further. Knight went all the way from g1 to g5 to e4. Making a name for themselves. And this knight's gonna probably go to d5.
And then
to d3. Have they traded any pieces yet?
Oh yeah, that's a good question.
They haven't.
Pieces are on the board and pawns are on the board. No, it's move what, 20 something?
19.
19.
Wow. Okay, so we're Let's do it from the start. Now I can see that no pieces were traded or exchanged in this game. We do see this knight going to d5 to e3, which I like. Which I like a lot.
Yeah. I like that too. Just to get another piece there. Trying to get the last square bishop and then push h4. Black can also develop the queen, castle, and get the other rook to the king side. I think Black has a lot of ideas. Meanwhile, white should not be sitting just like that. And not b3, no.
Closing the position.
I was thinking about c3, because if
Let's
b3,
go.
that is game only one flank where Black is better.
Oh, a lot of arrows. Yeah, b3 kind of helps Black. Trying to, when you get screwed on one side, you're attacking on the other side.
Yeah, you open the center. In this case, the center is closed, but you have to start contemplate on the other side to, get some of the forces of your opponents to that side. But after, I was thinking about c3 at some point, but after b3, that's clearly Black is going to long castle here. King is safe there on the queen side, and there will be full attack on the king side.
All right, when do you think a piece will be captured in this? On which move do you think
it's
a
moved
piece will
20
be captured?
already, right?
It's moved 20 now.
I think about 25?
25, I think earlier. I think it'll be earlier. What do you guys think in chat? I think this will be the perfect prediction, because it's just fast and fun. When will be the first capture? Will be before move 25 or after move 25?
Okay, we can also bet. Like, if it happens before 25, I'll admit that you are the best. But if it happens after 25, you have to admit the same.
But I'm the best? Sure. No problem. I'll do the same. Don't worry about it.
It's a win-win situation for you.
Okay. We already covered this one. This one is going to be over. This one is fairly interesting. We have 5 pawns against 4 pawns. So Black is up material, but, it looks a little bit dicey. It will be looking a little bit scary. Where is White going to punch through? It's going to be hard.
Yeah, g6 is a weakness, but also we have to take into the consideration that the king on f2 is not the safest king in the world. True. And if Black tries to trade some of the pieces, for instance, now rooks can be off the board, and then another piece like queen or rook, that will be really safe position for Black, as the knight already blocked the d4 pawn. And Black has a lot of material on the king side, and Black will try to create a pass pawn there.
Yeah, no, you're right. Do you hear a ding, by the way?
Practice.
Sorry?
How we're doing it in the game, like.
Well, rook dd2 has been played, but how do we?
I like f5, knight f6, knight e4 idea. Yes,
I love this, because I'm also eyeballing queen h3, but my knight is obviously not that strong at the moment. I am thinking about maybe queen d3 now, trying to get this done. f5 has to.
Still. f5 maybe.
Yeah, f5, g4 doesn't work because of knight f4. Yeah, no, you're right. I want this pawn to be gone so I can start checking.
Rook e5 then.
5. I like that move. Trying to double up. And Black.
Now we can go knight f6 really quickly.
Yeah, no, I like your idea of.
Yeah, knight g4 is also on the board.
Yeah. I think I'll have to. No. Terrible.
Yeah, knight g4 is hanging with a check.
Yeah. No, this is terrible. No. Black is just cruising here. I love the idea. f5 and knight f6. Let's see what happens. King g2. Trade, and the knight went to c7 ? Watch out, queen b7 is coming, and suddenly White is turning tables, so better watch out.
Queen b7 pins the queen so badly. Pins the knight.
Maybe queen or I don't see.
The rook is hanging. Maybe first we trade
Oh, the rook is
rook.
hanging. Okay.
Yeah.
So let's do that first. Then maybe either queen here. I think this one's better.
A queen g4, knight f4 is a bit.
Let's take that, right?
tricky. Oh yeah. Okay.
Let's see.
Is
That's
it-
the issue. I think the issue is there's going to be like a lot of checks. Real
Queen
quick.
c2, king h3, and knight g5.
Yeah. Oh, that's a beauty. There. Still not there.
You're ruining
There we
it.
go. Here's the idea.
g5.
Have there been trades yet?
Oh no. Which is this? Which move is this?
It is now. Oh wait, -5.5. Wow, this is move 22, rook e2.
Oh no. Gonna be some changes now.
H3. There's gonna be some. Ooh la la.
First capture is knight c2. No, it's not a trade. It's a capture.
I told. No, come on. I said when's the next capture going to fall?
You said next trade.
You can't pull out, young lady. Yeah, I'm gonna stay here. I'm gonna sit here and wait for you to tell me that I'm awesome, that I'm the best.
Wait, we have to ask the chat because I don't remember. It was a first trade or first capture?
It's the same thing. It's whenever pieces are being getting off. You know what I meant, young lady. Don't give me that look. Come on, knight c2. Knight c2. Now you can play knight f1 for all I care. I don't care what you do. I just want
This
some.
knight is perfect. I would play knight d5. I would not capture knight on c2. Knight
Of
d5,
course.
increasing more pressure. Queen d7, long castle, and then capture that pawn. If it's
Exactly.
behind.
Take your time. Take your time. Come on, black. Let's see.
Come on, Black is thinking. If Black saw that, Black would capture already. Black doesn't want to give up that perfect knight for what? For a rook, which is not playing anyway?
Or maybe the move was played 20 seconds ago, but the relay hasn't come through yet. So that's also an issue. Not issue. A possibility. Or maybe Black is thinking, yeah, maybe I'll keep... Maybe they want to win a game without ever capturing a piece.
Yeah.
It could also be something.
So 95, I would play 95 here.
Would you really?
Knight
Oh! No, f5 was played. Bringing it to 0-0, and now... What? Okay, I'm very confused.
You're
Anyway,
so shocked. I cannot say you are the best. Come on, don't be so
okay,
shocked.
I'll bring full screen. We're waiting. All right. What was that you were going to say, Keti?
Well, it was move what? 24?
Move 24, correct.
Okay, Bigfoot, you are the best. You predict better than me. Okay, it's
Thank
too
you.
much. I had to only I had to say that you're best.
This one. I'm amazed. I'm amazed. Clip that, please. So I can,
Can we come
I
back
can put
and
it in
see
all my
YF5?
social media posts.
You don't even have social media, okay?
You don't know that. I have LinkedIn.
I know that.
I have
wanted
Discord.
to tag you, but I couldn't find it. It's like, okay, whatever. But
I don't have
can
a
we
laptop.
come back and see why F5 was so bad move?
Well, because it just trades, and now white has an extra tempo to defend, probably. Just rook c1, maybe? Okay, no. Maybe you could just
I
take
was
on the
thinking
e3.
about just to capture, yeah.
Yeah, you can just capture it.
Maybe even with the with the rook, just to give an exchange for a pawn, and then c5 is also hanging.
Why do you always want to exchange stuff when you can just take it the normal way? This happens all the time with you, Keti. You have a thing for exchanging with the rook, but you can take it the normal way. That's true, though. Okay. We could do that. I think this happened in the game, actually, that white took with the rook. So they were following
I
you.
predict very well.
So you predict as well. Alright, knight takes c5 here, probably?
Knight c5, I like that one.
Oh yeah, this is the
knight
issue.
g5 maybe instead.
Gonna have to go away, play king g1 at some point. Maybe even bishop f6 with this being the next move, but obviously e6 is a little bit weak.
Maybe bishop
So-
g5 instead.
Well, I could just win the pawn here.
Yeah, I'm
enough.
forced to take with.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, take that.
No,
pawn.
I'm not gonna. You're forced to take with the pawn, yeah. And now
Yeah.
it's not that easy. Probably just bishop d5 trying to defend.
Maybe king f queen d5. Why not queen d5?
Queen e5.
Yeah.
I like queen e5, yeah. Queen e5 is good. Alright, let's see what happened in the game. f5 was the final move, or f5 was the final move, and now white is thinking a lot. Go back to the top board. Oh, right, pool B also started. We'll look at that in a bit. I need to switch over for there. I forgot that pool B also started. Well, actually, let's talk a little bit about pool B while I pick it up. Talk a little bit about the standings. How is pool B doing right now?
Okay, in pool B, we have Ireland being a sole leader with 11 points, but Iraq is so close to catch up. And then we have two teams, Lebanon and Jordan, with 8 points, and they have both equal chances to get in top 3. But I think the game will go, the whole action will go between these 4 teams, as they are the better situation than rest of the teams. But only 3 spots are available in this section and in all the sections. So it's going to be a lot of times here, and I'm looking forward to see the games there as well. We can take a look at the standings, maybe at the pairings.
Yeah, let's look at the pairings. Like I said, Scotland, Angola, Botswana, and Wales are the top teams. Cape Verde play against Syria, or I'm sorry, Ireland, Iraq, Lebanon, Jordan are the top teams. We see Cape Verde playing against Syria. They're both bottom dwellers. Ethiopia versus Tunisia. Isn't that interesting of a battle? Jordan against Kenya. That's the number 4 against the number 5. That's a very interesting one. Ireland against Mozambique. Ireland is crushing through, so they won't mind it. But the big fight of this round is Lebanon, Iraq, where Lebanon is 3rd place and Iraq be 2nd place. So let's actually jump into Pool B and let's see if I can find some of those games. I don't know which...
and lots of actions will go to Lebanon and Iraq. These 2 teams are quite strong.
There we go.
Oh no, no, Tata, you don't do that, please. He just clipped.
Of course he did. Of course he did. He knows. He knows what the important stuff is. There you go. There you go. Let's put it on my...
I'll fight back to get one of those clips for myself.
I mean, you know, I have an Instagram, by the way, which I never use. I just use it to talk to people. But this will be my first post that I'll post that Keti says that I'm amazing. You're welcome, by the way. And I'll tag you. I'll make a nice story out of it. I don't know how that all works, but you know, I'll make sure I do that. You're welcome. Here we go.
Thank you. Okay, so the situation here is the material is equal, but they have less than 1 minute on the clock, both players, and it means that maybe there will be some really ugly mistakes because they had no time at all.
Yeah.
But somehow I like Black's position more because the Black's pieces on the queen side are quite active. They might cause some mistakes for white. Bishop c4 was playing, queen is hanging, queen has to come on d2, either on c2 to guard b2 pawn. And what do you think about king side? Do you think Black is safe on the king side?
Yeah, I think Black's absolutely safe. If the dark square bishop where white is missing it, I don't think it's very safe now. I hate this move, but maybe it's okay. I was thinking about why couldn't just take this pawn, because I want to get my bishop out. The bishop is kind of stuck here. I want to get my bishop out this way, but I guess that this is just good for white in some aspects. But I thought we'd just take the pawn on a4, but didn't happen. This is now
no, don't take the pawns on the side. You are so weak. This will give white a lot of chances now.
Yeah, white's very happy with whatever happened here. I think maybe even queen h6 here. Trying to grab the pawn on h5 now.
Yeah, queen h6 I like, with the idea knight c4, knight e4, and winning the piece on the spot.
And if you don't do anything about it...
Oh, bishop e5 is a blunder. Bishop e5.
Oh, bishop e5 is the... Yeah, okay. Queen d1, okay. Same idea.
Yeah, I like that one. I like in h5.
Yeah. And, you know, I have to be careful that bishop f5 doesn't come. Let's make 2 weird moves. I take your pawn. Suddenly, we're getting in there. You know, you have 96 to defend, but it looks very very scary. All right. Would you play King G2, Queen H1? Get the battery out there. Bit too much. Maybe a bit too much.
That looks good. How about Bishop F5 first to stop this knight on G6?
Absolutely. Are you knight? You can always go knight F8 even if that happens. So.
Yeah, can be.
King H.
I was thinking about capture D5 pawn. Ooh, lots of things are happening.
Well, it happened. You're a beast. You're an absolute beast. D5 has been captured, and I don't know what to do now. Knight F6 is coming. Yeah, they are blitzing it out, so the game will shift a little bit, but we can see that white here is in the driver's seat. So let's see what happens as Keti spams the Twitch chat. We're gonna go on to another game. I'm trying to find Iraq Lebanon games. No offense to all the other players. Not a lot of games are going. This is one of the last ones. This is an interesting rook end game. This should be a draw. What's the way to draw this position with black?
With f-pawn, you have to cut the king from the 6th rank. So I really expect black to play rook c6 next move, just to cut the king from the 6th rank. Yeah. Now, there we go. Rook should be there on the 6th rank. And the moment when white will obviously push the... there is another technique to keep the rook on the back of the pawn, and then to try to get on the long side. So here we have two sides, long side and the short side. Short side is GH, which we keep the king there, and long side is for the rook, A3, B3, A file, B file. That's where we keep the rook, because it's more comfortable to give some checks from that side. We are not afraid if the king gets on the back rank. In that case, we need to stick with the f pawn. And then when white pushes f pawn up to the f6, we're starting to give checks from back rank.
Yeah, let's just show that real quick. Check here. Let's say this is the position we're talking about. This looks very scary.
And now we're going to check.
Yeah, black has infinite checks to go to. If you move too far, you're gonna lose a pawn. Let's say move all the way to the rook.
To f1.
Who's gonna snatch the best pawn? That is what it is.
And if king gets in front of the f pawn, in that case, we have to remember to keep the king on the short side.
The short side. Oh yeah, you have to convert the king on the short side.
To cut the rook from the 6th rank. This is the easiest technique. You really don't need to complicate so much.
They like to complicate stuff. You know that.
Wow. This is draw. King f6, rook, king is carried, and then rook f8. Okay, this is interesting.
Take it. Take end or misery. Just take it. Can white win here?
No.
No, right? I can just stay on the dark squares and put my king on the... I mean... But it's going to go on for a long time. It's very interesting, but
your knights.
Yeah.
No, it's not possible to win.
No, this should be over. And here we see white having the attack. He's actually down a pawn, which I didn't realize. Maybe that was earlier. Maybe that's over there. But
white lost the pawn.
I think, wow, this one's.
It's the same game. There was a pawn on d4 and d5. White captured d5 and had d4 pawn, but seems like white lost that one.
Yeah. I played d6 here. Okay. So now I'm just thinking, where's mate? The queen e8. The knight here. Do I have... Well, I just have rook g5 check. Yeah, this is mate, right?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, so I went back here. Okay. We went to f6. Ah, and he lost the pawn this way. Interesting. So instead of going for the mate, or even here, this should also be very annoying.
Yeah, I think it's winning. Queen G8, check. Rook F5 next move.
5,
And
6.
Queen E8.
That is rook takes F7 or knight takes F7.
Okay.
You take here, I'm gonna check you and win your. All right. Well, none of that happened, and like you said, oh well, never mind. It's checkmate. Never mind. It's over.
Yeah, this game is daily puzzles material.
A lot happened there. Interesting endgame. We have 4 pawns on both on the king side and 1 pawn on the queen side. The rook is behind the pawn, so this should be a draw. Just rook a7. Keep her in check.
You don't need to play that. King G3, King G2. That's a draw. If black pushes G6, then you can give a check.
Yeah. Okay, that's true.
Yeah. But this is also, yeah, king can't really get active. King G8, King F7, King E6.
Yeah,
because you're not allowing, yeah.
Yeah. And whenever, yeah, no, this is completely over. Should be a draw. Oh, he's gonna go for a walk. You lose G7 then. All right, let's go for that. Go for that. What's black's way to push this and get the rook behind? You can't.
You can't, yeah, that's a problem. Yeah, but for instance, after a4, if white gets really greedy, it might lose like rook h7.
Yeah, now suddenly this is
better position. Yeah.
Now you have to go. You have to go like this. Oh. Ah! Oh my god, mouse! I swear. Yeah, this is not good. So, but I should keep it like this.
Ooh.
I'm getting a little bit greedy, but this is completely drawn. Okay. I believe this is a draw. Oh!
No, let's see now the technique. Let's see the technique.
Where's the knight?
White is thinking, I wish to remember how to checkmate here.
Just put knight b1 here. That is sad. So now move 98 is the first move. And we're gonna...
50 moves, right?
50 move rule. Yeah, it's gonna be done.
So we have to do double here. W, not double.
Well, this is the correct corner.
Yeah, it
needs to be in this corner.
We need the other corner.
So knight c4. Okay. I think king c3, king e3.
King e3, because after king f1, if white tries to run away, black cannot run away. So there we go.
Knight b2.
No, knight b2, take away the one square.
But it has to be in this corner, right? Or do you need to be in this corner?
It could be in the other corner, but I just stalemated it.
Oh, okay. Look at that. What a beast, Keti. Okay, let's see what happens. This is the current position. It's white to move. And this will go on for a while.
How many moves they have to make? Nice.
The last capture was on b1, so that was a move 99. So I need to go like 149.
It's 50 moves rule, right?
Yeah. So they still need 38 moves to go.
And what's the rule? They have to stop the clock, or
they just spam draw. If you hit draw on move 50, it will draw. If you don't automatically do it, it will claim a draw at 75 moves automatically. But you need to manually draw.
Yeah.
Okay, well this one's gonna be a fun ride. Obviously there's a mate here, but we need to get the king at this corner, I've been told. So let's do that.
Yeah.
Let's go here.
They're repeating the moves?
No, I don't think they're repeating the moves. I think they're just in.
We should get king on e1 and bishop c2 to get the d1 square out of the king. We're getting
king on e1. Bishop c2. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. King c3, d1.
King c3 looks good. King here.
Bishop d3. I take an e2 square.
There we go. King 4 probably. This is your only move. Don't ask me how to do this. Or I don't even know how to mate with two bishops.
Annoying. So annoying. King a1. This is not the right corner.
No, it's the correct. But this is a good start.
Correct?
The correct one is to start being annoying. Okay, let's go bishop e4. Let's go up.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Let's go up.
Now knight d2.
Knight d2.
I said d2, but okay.
Oh, you mean d2? Sorry. I'm still gonna go here.
Knight b3.
3 check. Go here.
Bishop moves somewhere.
With 3 or something. 3. Bishop b1. Probably.
Yes.
Goes here.
Knight d.
4. Yeah.
Wait. No.
I think knight d4.
Damn it. We need to.
It's so difficult. Alright, it's gonna be a draw.
It's stalemate?
No, it's not stalemate.
How many moves they have to play? 100 and what?
Here, I'll show you. See. So 127 now. I need to go need 20 more moves. 20 more moves to mate.
Oh my god. King
Yeah,
is
I need
already
to-
on the board. It's impossible.
We need to practice this again.
How king got so far? King d2, king e3. Oh. Yeah, I think white cannot draw now. It's not enough 20 moves here.
Yeah,
When the
unfortunate. I would show you the correct way to do it, chat. But I kind of feel tired, so I'm not really into it. Right, Keti? Let's do it for another time.
How the king got on e1 now? It was on g5.
Now,
That's weird.
No, I think this is the correct. Wait, what? Okay, it went to like draw because it sees that
Yeah, it's nice.
there's no way to mate within 9 moves, so it's gonna be a draw. You need to start with the opposite color bishop square, and then you can force them to the correct square. There is a sequence where you can force them to the correct one. I don't know exactly how.
But it's not so easy. There is bishop has to take the square, but I don't remember how.
Yeah, it's 5 more moves and it's a draw, so this is not gonna be it. And in pool A, there's also no more games left. So you know what it means, Katie?
That's quite a tragic end of this round. But we have to end this. We have to end this and get ready for the next one.
Yeah, it means that we're having drama, we're experiencing drama, which you like. We're gonna go back in just a bit. We're gonna take a short break. When we go back, we'll show you the results of Pool A, which is gonna be fascinating. Who will be the top 3 going on to Division 2, and we'll be back with Pool B, Round 8. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back. And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. It was an interesting last game that we were looking at, but it is one that came to fruition. We had a conclusive draw in that game. We didn't know how to end, but Ken and I will be looking at how we could win that position. So, first of all, let's look at the results of a round of not Pool B. You want to see that too? I'm more interested in Pool A. What happened?
In Pool A, in Pool A, round 7, we have Sri Lanka 1-0 against Nepal with 4-2. We have New Zealand. New Zealand won against Fiji, and they got their first point. Then we have Japan against Chinese Taipei. Chinese Taipei won the match with quite a big difference. And then we have Malaysia won against South Korea with 3.5 to 2.5, and IPCA won over Thailand 4-2.
So what that means for the standings, ladies and gentlemen, is that Malaysia was already winning. They went on for the next round. Chinese Taipei clinching second place. Very strong. They came from the middle and now they're at the top. And it is Sri Lanka over IPCA with 5 more points, which means that Sri Lanka will be the ones going on to the next stage. So congratulations to those 3. IPCA, South Korea, Japan, they really fell down really hard. So unfortunately, it's over for all these teams. And looking at Pool B, Ireland won. Lebanon, it seems like it's in good shape. Iraq is going in good shape. So I'm going to ask you again, a little bit different. Who will be the winner of this pool? Which 3 of Pool B will go on to the next round?
I think Ireland, Lebanon, and Iraq. Just like we have the leaders right now.
Is those 3? Okay. Let's say that Jordan might be overtaking Iraq because they have a pretty decent team and they might just take you with surprise. But let's look at the pairings for this round. Gotta make sure that this is all good, nice and dandy, which it is. Round 7 saw that Cape Verde lost against Syria, Ethiopia lost against Tunisia, Jordan won by the smallest margins against Kenya, Ireland destroyed Mozambique, and the most important match, Lebanon-Iraq, as I said, Lebanon just absolutely stomped Iraq 5-1, and I think Iraq is in the downward spiral, and that could be a little bit more. But first, Keti, please, senpai, how do I win?
In this position? Okay. Let's get the king on A1 because it was already in the corner, and from this moment it's white to move, right?
Correct.
So we play knight D2. We were here, knight D2, king A2, yes, knight B3. We're taking A1 square from King goes here, and now we need bishop to come on B1. So bishop A4, which B4.
Right, it needs to go to which B1? Okay.
Yeah, bishop E4, king A2, and bishop goes somewhere. Yeah. Now bishop comes on B1, and after king A4, that's where we freaked, and it's okay to freak. Knight D4 plays, takes B5 square, and you think that king A5 will run away, but in fact, it's not really run away because we can stop it. King C4, knight B5 here, taking C7 square, and king B7, bishop F5 will, king after this bishop F5 anyway. Bishop F5.
F5, there we go.
We're cutting this king in the cage. King goes back on B6. And now bishop E4. We're again cutting this king. King A4, A5, let's say.
Yeah.
Now we have king C5. And now bishop D5.
D5.
And you see we have the same position. Bishop comes on B3.
Yep. Just like the same position in the corner. And now we're going to go here.
Yeah, exactly. You're going to do the same. So king goes on A7. Now we have bishop C4. We're taking that square. King B8 and king B6. So king is already at the right corner. Now it's light square. It's perfect. King C7.
King C7 here.
And now knight c8.
Okay, check.
And it's checkmate.
Checkmate. Easy. Took us 20 moves. Yeah, 18 moves to get there. So it's a nice little one.
If you have already this position, it's better not to allow king to run away. Otherwise, you can't make it.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Woo! Well, this was pool B. Actually, the games have started in this pool as well. Let me jump over this one and let you handle this while I send a message real quick.
Sure.
What do you feel about this position?
Yeah, here we have, it is, I think, English opening. It's English opening, and here it's quite an interesting game. White is trying to get some space on the queen side. We see b5 pawn already there, and black side is to push f5 and start to attack on the king side. It's up to the taste. Like, it depends what kind of positions do you like. I like here to play with black. I don't know which side would you choose? What are you posting?
I was not listening at all. I'll tell you, I was tuned out. I had to drive missing. All right, so what's the question?
Which side would you choose here, with white or with black?
Which color would I choose? I like my King's-Indian setups, so I do like that. I like my English setups as well. I do like that. I think white, because I like the pawn push that's already going on. I don't think black has anything manifested in the center that much for it to be worried too much. So I think, e3, simple move here. I'm gonna push d4, c5 at some point. Yeah, I like white more.
You like white? I like black.
You like black? Well, do you like black as well in this position? Yeah, I kind of do.
No, because this is so nice attack already on the king side, and I don't like h5 pawn to be pushed that much.
Yeah, it's a bit. It's not too bad. I've seen this position before a lot with black, and there's not too much going on this side. Like, it looks scary, but there's actually
not too much.
nothing.
But how about taking on c5 pawn first?
Now that is an issue. That I will say is an issue. I don't think with which one.
Both possible. Let's say knight.
I think rook d8 is the move, trying to mine here.
All right.
Let's say here, trade this off. Now we can start pushing here on the side. But yeah, I don't like the last moves that black played. I think bishop e6 here is a lot stronger. It's threatening more, and I might just scoop this one off now. And then go here and then start pushing pawns. Yeah, I think this is a lot better than what black did. Black gave life to this knight, and now it is on c5. I'm expecting rook d8, but we don't know where this is going to get going.
Yep. Looking for some interesting game?
Well, I saw this, and my real question is, where are the pawns? Where are the pawns, Keti? Good question, right? Yeah, so from the start. c4, e3, a3, d4. White is only playing...
The bishop was trapped.
Wow. Okay. And well, that's where the pawns went. And then you also lost the rook.
Pawns went on a work.
This is just sad.
They paid off.
This is a big sag. Yikes. Okay. Anyway, that what I was looking at. That's where I was, scratching my head. F4 played here. Who would you prefer in this position?
F4 looks like white is attacking, but it's not so dangerous attack as there are not too much pieces on the king side. I think I like black's position more. Black is so active on the queen side. There can be some breakthroughs, a3, b3. And if you say like, oh, but what about f5 and some attack on this side, f6 will hold the position, and there is no dark square bishop, so I'm not afraid with black to play that position.
Yeah, no, you're right. We do see quicker on e5, which I hate. I hate this idea because it just gives like all kinds of attacks now with f5 on their own. The bishop is kind of falling. I'm not too worried about this at all. I don't know, I'm just not a fan here. Not a big fan. 92 seems easy. Bishop e6. We're putting a lot of defense in attack. I don't know. I like black here, but
you like white?
I like black here.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah.
Absolutely love black, especially with all these pawns pushed up. The bishop is coming 6 at some point.
Perfect piece on e5.
Yeah, this knight is perfect. We're gonna play f6.
Black managed. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, yeah, we're gonna play f6 at some point, and this knight, like you say, is perfect.
Yeah, if black managed to trade the light square bishop to 9, that's just one side playing for the result. But light square bishop for black is also quite strong. F6, bishop e6, and then b3 or a3. That is why black's plan. Perfect game.
Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
We have poll running right now in the chat, and our viewers can take place there. The question is which team will place higher than the other, and the question is Lebanon or Iraq in this poll. That's a good question. You guys can answer. What do you think, Lebanon or Iraq?
I can't predict because I'm living in the Netherlands and they have the gambling stuff, so I'm allowed, unfortunately. I think so. What's the question? Which team will place higher than the other one, Lebanon or Iraq? Well, thinking that Lebanon just destroyed Iraq with 5-1, Lebanon will 145% be above Iraq. So, there we go. What is? Called VPN. I'm also a mod, and mods also cannot do it. So. Anything is going wrong. Look at this star. I just want to go to the star real quick. I'm a bit confused at how everything got traded off. Okay, never mind. Oh, he lost f7 this way. Traded it off there, and now we have a bunch of stuff. These are the kind of positions that I hate to play because it's so dull. How do you feel about playing these positions? Do you like them?
I don't play this kind of positions, but it's fine. I think for black it's fine. I like here black's position because there is some time for black to play king e7, rook d8, or rook f8, and black has to find a way to develop the knight and then the rook. Yeah, it makes sense that it looks dull. I'm not so much of weaknesses and it's not so much ideas, but I think black is happy with that.
Yeah, I think 93 here. Let's go to c4. Let's look at this pawn here.
Yeah, you can do that, but there's 92, right?
Then really an issue?
And take the bishop. That's going to be bishop e6, bishop versus knight in very open position. I'm happy.
Oh, I'll win with the pawn, right, or not?
Yeah, you can capture that knight.
That's true. Now we have this. Still gonna get your pawn.
Stop it.
I think I don't really hate the idea of king e7, king f6 or something. Bringing it to defend this pawn, and we're good. This doesn't really work that much. Maybe it does. It's all defended right now, so it's. The more I look at it, the more interesting I get. So maybe I don't hate it that much. I do dislike this move to king one. Let's go.
Yeah, white wants to play knight d2 and develop this knight with the help of the king.
Yeah.
So king e7 here makes sense. And after knight d2, black is the first to control d file.
That's control. That's true. Yeah, that's absolutely true. All right, so let's keep an eye on this position for sure. We only have one round right now, b7, and after this, this is b8. I apologize. So be the round 8 of pool B, and after this round 9 of pool B will be there, and round 7 of pool C will start, and that's also going to be our final hour. Keti, do you know who's going to be taking us over, by the way?
No, but I'm dying to know that.
It's gonna be Women Grandmaster Jennifer Shahade and Grandmaster Irina Krush.
Ooh, nice.
So
Nice,
it's
nice.
absolutely beautiful commentary teams taking each other over. Let us know who your favorite commentary team is. I'll give you a hint. It's me and Keti.
Yeti and Bikfoot.
Pound it. Pound it.
What? Ah, yeah, okay.
Do up. Leave me hanging. Go up. Okay, never mind. Anyway.
Okay, we are team Bigfoot and the Yeti Beast team.
Team Yeti, yes. The Beast. The Beauty and the Beast. Chat can decide who's the Beauty and who's the Beast. Let's go to this game. There's a pawn on d6, which I thought was interesting for sure. d5 and d6 early.
Nice.
Very nice, yeah. Cannot play knight.
Do we have some ugly knight b5 ideas? Knight b5, knight a6, knight c7. Oh, we don't have it.
Fortunately not. No, I was looking at it, but that's no...
Yeah, I just wanted to show beautiful move there. If something can go wrong, it can be knight b5, knight a6, knight c7, knight takes c7, d takes c7, queen e7, and bishop d6 trap. You would like it.
Yeah. Look at that.
Yeah.
There we go. We got it under control. Beautiful. All right. Didn't happen. I would have a very strong pawn here on d6, which I do prefer.
I like that pawn too. And white's idea is very simple: to start kingside attack h4, h5, bishop h6 to trade this dark square bishop long castle and checkmate the opponent.
Yeah, it's just that easy, chat. Just do everything Keti just said. And it's over. Yeah, we're gonna win. Wait, did you commentate with Roland yet?
Roland?
Yeah.
Not at this event, but other events, yes.
Okay.
Whoa.
People were asking that you two were your favorite commentary duo, but you haven't even commentated yet together.
Yeah. We did commentary for other events, not for all.
Okay, that's fine. I'm not jealous. Commentate with whatever, you know. Thought it was your favorite, but you know, commentate with anyone. Fine.
I want you to be jealous.
Okay, let's go in. Yeah, that's coming from me trying to replace you yesterday for someone else.
Don't even remind me that I get over of it.
Listen,
finally.
Okay, them and I are bait.
Heavily and finally.
I was looking at this position. This is very interesting. Look at this double pawn on the f-files. Look very ugly.
Oh yeah. Knight h5. Knight wants to take bishop first, and then queen d4, queen f4 to get another to get this pawn back. And in the end, if that happens, then c8 bishop will be very, very bad looking. And the king side will be quite weak. So for these reasons, Black decided to save the pawn on f4 and save the bishop as well.
Yeah. Very nice move. Very educated guess of going there. Still going for f4. Can we defend it?
Queen g5.
5 is definitely one of those moves that we like. We're going to continue the assault.
Can't do that. I was thinking knight a4, but now I don't really understand what I was thinking. Yeah, knight e4, knight e4. I want to play knight d2 as well.
Okay. So I kind of have to take this, right?
If you take, I take.
Oh, hold on. That's
and winning the knight on h5.
That's the one. Okay, I missed that. Okay, so I'm gonna play this. What's up?
Right. Then in this case,
I think you're just gonna take b2, right?
Yeah,
and then
I can take that one.
Great. Yeah, I mean, it's not great for black, but it's also not terrible.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right. See what happens. Queen f3. Still, black is thinking. Going. What about knight e4 immediately? Instead of queen g5 first. After this, and this. Change anything?
Oh yeah, there is some desperate barking coming from.
Yeah, there is some distant barking. I might have to let you take the wheel for a second while I have a look. But I think she's gonna calm down if we just ignore her.
Oi, oi, oi.
Okay, definitely does. Okay. Let me put on a new fresh.
Dog becomes a wolf.
Yeah, the dog is she's seeing people outside, so let me have a quick look while you look at this position.
Sure. Yeah, we have to have this look of Bik walking away like a model. We have to have this every day. Why not? So above this position, White just played d3. White just played d3, and it's okay. It's okay, but I don't like the bishop on f4 because it's sort of stuck there. If Black managed to play like bishop e7 and then develop all the pieces, in the end, White should be careful for g5 moves. Bishop, yeah. And the question is where Black is going to castle. I think castle on the long side makes sense.
All right, don't worry,
Bishop
guys.
7.
I snapped her neck. We won't be hearing from her again, so we're good now. I agree with everything you just said. I don't know what you said, but I do agree.
You just said that you snapped the neck of the dog?
Yeah, I snapped her neck. We're good now. We don't hear her anymore. It's over. And why are you laughing about that, Keti? I know I'm messed up, but you're more messed up for laughing about that. Who's the real monster here now, huh? Exactly. See, we're going. This one does have some interesting, but I really want to look like the top board. Mariano from Cape Verde. Cape Verde is at the bottom at the moment because they have a very strong IM, and the rest of the team is okay. Let's see how Mariano is doing. How do you feel about this position?
You like this with for White, right?
100%, yeah.
Yeah, because look at this bishop and knight, just stopping all the play in the center. King is in the center for White, but for the moment it's safe because there's nothing open over there. What is the follow-up for White? How White is going to attack?
Yeah, I was gonna ask you that because I have no idea.
Okay.
The long route is like Queen G6 and then Rook H4, Rook G4. That's the long route. But I don't think that's gonna happen.
Yeah. Another thing is that I think Rook should take that, not the pawn. Because if pawn takes Queen b4 and Black has some counterplay, so Rook d4 still keeps the position at this level. I think in the end, White should try to break through on the queen side, because now Black's all the pieces are concentrated on the king side in defense, and it makes sense to open up the queen side. For instance, king f2, king g2, king h2, and then b3.
All the way here and then b3. Okay.
Okay. The last move, Rook f5, just pointed that h5 is a weakness, so it's not that easy to start king f2, king g2, because queen f7 will win that pawn over.
Maybe just very simple queen g6 and g4, g5, or queen h3,
queen
g4,
g6.
g5?
I'll wait a bit, and then after g4, bishop
yeah,
e8.
you go to bishop e8. Okay, so I'm gonna go queen h3, g4, g5.
Right. So rook e8 now. I'm calling for d4, g4. You will play.
Yeah.
Sorry, not rook. Bishop e8. Bishop e8.
Bishop e8. Okay.
G4. And
rook f7.
Do we have some sacrifices or not?
Sure. Go ahead. I don't think that will work. No. I think even this. I'll just make sure I'll get e6 at some point.
If Black gets bishop and the pawn, that's fine. But wow.
Yeah. So you're gonna go back, I presume.
Yeah.
And now, do I need more pieces? Play g5 immediately. Like rook g. It's either rook g2 or g5 immediately.
That can be, yeah. Rook g2. Rook g2 first, just to prepare for it and allow your opponents to make some mistakes.
Yeah.
g5 h6 just opens the files. Yeah.
So let's make a random move. 5. We're gonna go to Krush. Yeah, I love this. Okay. Well, it's difficult, but it's definitely possible. Queen h3, last move. And they are still thinking for the rest. Let's keep it going, keep her steady. Hey. Ah, that song stuck in my head. Lucky.
What is it? That trap?
No, hey yeah. That hey yeah. Do. Another one? From Outkast? Shake it like a Polaroid picture. Actually, when that song came out, ladies and gentlemen, a little bit of pop culture reference, music history. When that song came out and they were singing that "Shake It Like a Polaroid Picture," actually, the Polaroid company sent out a memo and a message saying, "Don't shake it, don't shake your pictures. It might mess up with the ink, it might mess up with the frame. Don't do it. Don't listen to the song. It's not correct. So, do not shake your Polaroid pictures." That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
What we should shake is this position, because there's a queen on h7.
Oh yeah, rook is hanging right now. Black might think of bishop f, rook f2, sacrifice, knight f2, and then queen f6.
Something like this. Yeah. Gonna be difficult.
Peter hates that because after
Yeah,
rook
probably
f1,
rook
it
f1.
parts
Yeah.
everything and pins f5. Yeah, okay.
What is there? So the rook is under attack. We gotta move it. But I'm also looking at this queen. Do we trap it?
Yeah.
Do we just trap the queen?
Yeah. 96.
96. Ah, they got this going. Okay, so we gotta take that. And bishop takes.
Knight g5 better. Knight g5 better.
That's better. I'm gonna take the same idea. But now rook h6 and I'm trapping your queen. So 96 was good. 96 was good. Yeah, just to show everyone. Take here, rook h6. The queen is yet again trapped. We're gonna go knight d6. We're gonna take. And now black is just, cruising. This is falling. I can almost play this. I think I can sacrifice on f2 here and then make something happen. Maybe 97. There's the pressure on the lad.
And what happens after king g1?
I'm just on material, right? And your queen is still trapped.
That's
yeah,
only
I'm
one pawn. That's only one pawn. Okay, yeah. See
what happens. d6, knight's here. Bishop takes, yeah. And I'm expecting to take an f2, but this is pretty okay for black.
Yeah, I like this move. If not this move, then white will continue developing, and it's not so easy to play with so exposed king. But bishop takes f2, forces white to play king f2, and white king is also exposed.
Yeah.
No one knows who is worse. Ooh, 97.
97 first. Also really good.
Feels
I don't see an issue with that as well. Sorry?
Feels like there is something.
Well, the engine says there's something, because now it's 0.00.
Bishop f4. Bishop f4. The idea is after queen takes f4, rook e7, king e7. Oh my god, it's not working. Queen g7. Rook e1.
Work.
There's extra rook, and the thing is, if you take this rook back, then after queen f2, you're losing another rook, and that's
that's the thing, baby.
It's not happy.
Actually, we should be free. Take it. I'll take back, and I'll win your queen. And if you take with the pawn, I think we'll either take here or here. Bishop is also hanging.
Queen f5.
Yeah, queen f5. Look at that. You're going sicko mode.
Beautiful.
I do like it. I do like your. But there's something here. So it's not bishop f4. Also, while I'm thinking about it, why don't we start with bishop takes f2?
Because king can go on h1.
Now this doesn't work anymore because he wants squares covered. And this is still
What's the white's position there? Because the engine says that it's equal after 90.
Yeah, there should be a move here, but it's not bishop f4. What is it then?
g4?
4 also very made in 6. Oh, queen g3. Wow.
Nice.
Okay, there's something here. Okay, I'm not leaving this until I find it. You know what? I'm just gonna turn on the engine.
Bishop h6. Don't do it.
I did it. I have the answer.
You have the answer?
I have the answer. So rook takes e7. Queen takes e7. Bishop g5.
This is insane.
Because if you take, you're almost getting mated.
Oh wow, after taking, then it's queen h5.
Okay, I'm not finding that. I'll tell you that. I'm not finding that. The idea is, chat, that if you take... Bless you.
I agree.
That this is a
queen.
perpetual. Do this. Still a... Wow.
Wow. Do you think that white can find it?
No. No. 0 chance. 0 chance. I will bet my left nipple that it doesn't work. They don't find it. I also saw the next move, so I know they didn't play it. Bishop c2 has been played. And now this is wide open. Bishop takes f2, we win a rook. And c6.
Oh, no.
We got it. Wow. What a beauty.
Yeah, something went wrong for white. Seems like white managed to get the queen on h7. It was really good, but yeah, you need always to follow up.
We're down a queen, but we're up in spirits.
Yeah, true. That's true. But hold on, there is a 3 pieces for a queen. That's enough. That's enough to have some counterplay.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not enough to get advantage, but for some counterplay, it's enough. So how about rook d6? It is black to move? Okay, it is black to move.
Yeah, well, we can play rook d6 if you want.
No. I thought it was white's move. Thank you very much.
Black to move. Let's see. What can we do? White is like... all the pieces are very cohesive. That's very hard to break through.
Yeah, so queen equals 9 pawns, right? And 3 pieces equals also 9 pawns.
Yeah.
And for that perspective, it's equal, but queen is way stronger piece if these pieces are light pieces are not connected. But in this case, I think they are pretty much connected.
Yeah, they're really well. Okay, so what's white threatening? Not even rook d6. It's also just grabbing this pawn. So I was gonna say h5. Okay, I'm gonna play things easy, make some space for king.
In that case, you will lose a pawn because white can play bishop e4, bishop f4.
Ah, yeah.
And knight h5 takes with
Okay, so I need to go here and meet then, or I need to take this. That's even worse, right?
Yeah. Then will be rook and 2 pieces, and rook will get on d6. I don't know.
Yeah, but this is also just power. Oh, let me just take this. Okay. Take here. Now that we have this all out of the way, I can start getting my queen in. Maybe some places. I don't know.
It's so hard, to be honest. Like
difficult.
c5
yeah,
can block your idea.
White is killing. Okay, let's see what happens. Rook takes d1, rook takes d1, queen to b6. Same idea. Let's get the queen in. But how do we... You take on g4. You could play b4.
b4.
Play b4. It's a beautiful game by white. Can we... Do you mind if I quickly go...
what happened, where the queen went.
I want to see where it went wrong. So, King's Indian attack. Popular these days. So there's 1, there's 2, There's 3.
What happened? Knight d3 was
Knight d3 was played.
Ah.
And here we have a double unit attack. Traded off. But
and Black forget about this knight c5 move.
I don't think they forgot about it. I don't think this is terrible for black anyway. But this is just very white's plus 10. Where's the mate?
Yeah, we have to get the rook d7 here.
Ah, rook d7 is very nice.
Oh no, bishop e4 98. Bishop e4 98. Game over.
Ah, so I have to take.
Okay, knight takes.
Now, yeah, this is really strong for white. Wow.
Yeah.
Beautiful play. Beautiful play from white. Bishop f1 instead. Trying to go for d3, I guess. Oh, it's gonna go king g7 anyway.
Better even. Yeah.
Yeah, it's better because she can't force the rooks off.
Beautiful.
Wow. Beautiful play by Samir. This was interesting. We have Rula versus Abdullah Asifadouba. Zainab Asifadouba. I don't know how to correctly pronounce it, but I think it's Syria versus Iraq.
Alfad Zainab Asri Abdullah.
Okay.
And this is Saudi Arabia, is it? No.
No, it's Iraq versus Syria.
All right.
This should be a draw, but yeah, black is just gonna pick up this pawn, and whenever this pawn moves, we're snatching it off. I'll take it. That's the idea. I'll take it. That's the idea, and I think that's a pretty decent idea. What do you think? Yeah. And this happened, and I'm just gonna take this one off, and it's gonna be all she wrote. Yeah. There we go. Okay. Top board. This is the Mariano game. The engine says it's a draw, but it seems very scary for black. Told you this looks very scary for black. Where did it go wrong? Queen g6 here, maybe?
Maybe queen d3. Trade the queens.
Yeah. Could be a draw here somewhere, but there are a lot of pawns here.
White will create a pass pawn on the queen side. It's not.
So g6 has been played, check, and now this is
bishop h7 is impossible. It's not
because of
the check, and then queen f8 check, and then white is winning. So I think the idea was to keep the queen open for this diagonal, and when queen comes on h4, just to have move queen h7.
I don't know where. So let's keep the bishop here, so there's no backroom baits. What's wrong with queen g6?
You can take it in king c5. There are a lot of weaknesses.
Okay. In that case, I'm gonna play queen h5. So there's no back rank ideas. And I keep the queens on the board.
King c5 still.
So king c5. Okay, now I'm gonna go queen f7. Try to barrage you here.
Yeah, no, it's not.
Very difficult.
Yeah.
But maybe this is it. Still, there's like. Okay, I'm just checkmating myself.
Queen a7, yeah.
Yeah, this is probably.
Oopsie.
Okay. Anyway, I think queen f7 was probably the way to go. But now this is checkmate. Well done.
Yep.
Well done. Let's see what else we got. We're gonna end game here. 3 pawns against 3 pawns. Should be a draw. Which side do you like?
Black.
Why?
Because white's pawns are not connected, they are quite weak. And there is a bishop which controls the whole board. And for instance, black can go for some pawns on the king side and then sacrifice the bishop at the right time.
Yeah.
And the king is cut it. also from the second rank. Looks okay for white. Like, I think white can hold it, but I would definitely prefer here to be black.
Well, black only has 20 seconds against 4 minutes of white, so that is a big difference between these two.
Yeah, bishop b8 should be next move of black.
Yeah.
That's why rook comes on b4 to control that square. Now maybe bishop f2 makes sense.
Still bishop f2?
Bishop f2 makes sense. King can come and guard this pawn because there's a discovery check.
Yeah, and this is where the time control really hurts black. Sure. All right. Let's see if we got some other interesting endgames. There's only a few games left. This is an interesting one. We have a bishop and a knight versus two knights. 1 to 3-4, 1 to 3-4. White has better winning chances, but it's probably going to be a draw.
White has a pass pawn on the will create a pass pawn on the king side, and black has already pass pawn on the queen side. I think black is the one who's pushing here. C4, C3 idea. After C4, if knight comes on B5 or on B4, then knight A4 with the same idea, C3, and slowly this pawn will get on C2.
Yeah.
And then we'll
I do think the king should be closer, so just play G6 and start running the king down the board.
Yeah, that could be just ideal, but oh yeah, white is coming also with the king.
I'm running, baby. All right, so this is happening. Very interesting, by the way. This is ongoing. Here another interesting one where black is up a pawn, is up. Yeah, I really like the centralized king. I like the tight grip it has on white's position. Can we get a win here?
I think black has very good chances to win her because rook is on the 7th rank in defense. Because oh yeah, I thought it was a blunder. Because otherwise it's a checkmate. I'm not sure about this trade of the bishops. That's good for white indeed.
Did he have a choice?
You always have a choice.
Or
bishop somewhere, bishop d6, bishop e7. Like, I mean, if you keep pieces on the board, you have more chances to win.
Actually, white could have just played knight g5 check to get this going.
Nice. Bishop. Oh yeah, nice.
They don't have rook b2 check because of this. I saw you eyeballing it, but it's no one. All right.
Yeah,
so...
I want to say rook b2, but I said bishop and.
Yeah. I think white will hold this to a draw. Actually, let's go to a game which only has a few pieces left. And now you can see here that we have a table base ready, which just shows that whenever so black's gonna win this one all the times, and if they play. So what a table base is, it's a database of every position with already the result of how to win. So that's always an interesting
table
one.
Base and database. So database is the games and table base are the moves, possible moves, and the results.
Yeah. So win, draw, or loss. Here you have it. King d2 is going to lose because there's going to be a queen.
Yeah.
All right. And I think they resigned. I just wanted to show that real quick. I think that's a very neat little feature. This is the final game. Let's see how this one will get out of here. 2 minute pieces for a database, unfortunately, but we're going to see how it's going to work out. What do you think the outcome will be, Keti?
Draw.
I think so too. It seems like a very drawish position. Especially because this knight can just jump on f4 and stay there for 30.
Yeah, the thing is that if black tries to checkmate the king, it's not a checkmate actually. Knight f3, knight h3 doesn't create a checkmate, right?
Yeah.
His king has always a spot on either on h2 or f2. So
Yeah, I like to just plunge this one here and then be done with it. Oh, we gotta watch out for this one though. But let's give a check. Another check. He's giving a few checks. Black is doing the best.
95, knight c3. Oh, king e5, knight c3, but he wants for...
Knight c3. Oh, I love that one.
Maybe it's bad. Maybe it's bad because rook goes somewhere and then...
Yeah, probably. Black is happy with this.
Yeah.
Oh, and I went to f1, defending g3. Still very annoying. Very annoying. We're gonna stay this weird for a while, ladies and gentlemen. This is round 8 of Pool B of the online Olympiad. After this, we'll have round 9 of Pool B and round 7 of Pool C. While this game is going on, let's have a quick look at Pool C and who is playing there, what's going on. Pool C, Scotland is at first, Angola second, Botswana is third, and Wales is fourth. Those seems like most capable. I think Angola and Scotland are going to be the winners. That seems very, very plausible. I don't even think they can get out of kicked out anymore. So, even if Wales wins all their games and Scotland loses all their games, I think they already played and they won. So I think Scotland can lose everything and still make it to the next round. So I don't think there should be too much of a hassle there. And this position, it's 30 seconds against 20 seconds. We have Norris Sabah against OJ. And not OJ Simpsons, it's OJ Rezuk. And white is kind of fire, but I do like this setup. If this rook goes to a3, we have the pawn double protected. And this is a nice little draw. We don't know for sure.
Okay, there is some tricks with like knight g3, f4 if rook is on e2, attacks the knight and threatens f3, but why it's not happening. King got already on the 3rd rank. That looks scary.
Yeah, the black is definitely pushing here, and definitely shouldn't be underestimated. I would keep this knight here at all times and just move the rook only. Especially if you can just give checks.
Yeah, knight h2 says that I don't have much of the move, so I have only one legal square, so let me get in there.
Yeah, check. I don't like what white's doing here.
That king pushes the king backwards. Rook e2, king g1.
King 1. Probably rook a2 then.
Rook a2, take, and king f2.
This one's gonna take go on for a while. We're not gonna go on for a while. I'm working 14-hour days, so I know when to take a break. What's it gonna be now? This was the final game of round B Pool 8. We'll get you the results when we go back from this small break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a bit with the online Olympiad brought to you by chess.com. This is Division 3, round 7 to 9 for all the pools, and we'll be back in just a bit.
Welcome back, team Bikfoot and Yeti. Welcomes you at the final part of this part of the online chess Olympiad organized by FIDE and chess.com. Here we have the very, very last game starting in a few seconds. But before that, let's take a look at the pairings for the next round and also at the results at the previous round.
Absolutely, so, yeah. It seems like I thought it was my part. Since you did my part,
go.
I'm not gonna do your part. I'm gonna claim the result parts. We see that Syria and Iraq battled it out. Iraq did win. Mozambique against Lebanon. Lebanon destroyed is the correct word for that. Ireland won against Kenya. Jordan, who was talking as an underdog, won against Tunisia. And Cape Verde has only 1 point against Ethiopia. I think we can all see who that 1 point is. It's probably the 2500 AM on board 1. And the rest of the team sadly didn't help. So what does that mean for the standings, Keti? It means that Ireland, Lebanon, and Iraq are now still in the lead. Kenya and Jordan, not a lot of changed actually, because everyone who was winning won, and everyone who didn't win, everyone who was losing lost. If that makes sense. So
but it's interesting what we have next. Like, let's see the pairings of the next round. Maybe we have something interesting here. For instance, we have Lebanon and Kenya playing against each other. Lebanon for the moment is at the second positions, and the Kenya is one of those teams who wants to cringe on the top 3. Then we have Ethiopia against Syria. Jordan will face Cape Verde. And we have Ireland against Tunisia. And the last match is Iraq against Mozambique.
Yep. And that's Pool B, the final round. So who's gonna, top 3 will go. We can already see that Ireland will go through no matter what. And then Tunisia, Syria, Jordan, Kenya, Iraq, and Lebanon are still all in the race. They can all reach 10 points. I think Lebanon is through no matter what, but we're going to see how that's going to pan out. It's going to be an interesting one. Nonetheless, we'll see. Also started, Scotland is the main victor there, and Angola. I think both of them are already nearly qualified. So those aren't the ones that we should be looking at. It's all about the 3rd place. Who's going to clinch the 3rd place? Who do you think?
I don't think it's going to be any changes, to be honest, from the standings.
Any changes? Okay.
What do you think? You still think Jordan can make it?
No, I mean for Pool C, I think that I know Scotland and Angola are already going to come through, but 3rd place.
Yeah, okay, I think it's still top 3 will just push it.
Okay, I'm gonna go for Wales. So the Scottish and the Wales going together hand in hand, you know, might as well give them that goodness. The games have started. Let's just jump into it. We have Pool B, round 9. For those who are wondering, the game that we left, Black did win that end game, so very nice, very well played. On their end, and we do have a start of this round. And I'm going to give the words to Keti, who's going to explain to me, do we see another d6 here for white?
Do we see what? Knight?
Now, I wanted to have another d6 here.
D6.
Like this.
Yeah.
Like last game.
Yeah. But here we have this setup. Looks like Black can push next move b5 really fast. And we have seen those games where Black managed b5. That's very good for Black.
Yeah.
It can be now or it can be later after g6, bishop g7. But obviously the idea here for Black is to start before b5, queenside attack, get some advantage on the queenside, activate g7 bishop, and then to dominate the board. So my suggestion here is b5 for Black.
Yeah, no, I love b5 as well. I think it's a pretty strong move here. You can either play b5 or you're gonna go e6. That's the other idea. You want to have this bishop going in here. If they take, you take with the bishop, and now suddenly b5 can come afterwards. But it's a very strong center. Your knight can now jump to c6. That's the idea. If you just leave it here, and I'm gonna just develop with, I don't know, throwing in a 92. You can take and get these kind of positions for now. The bishop goes to f5, but it's all these kind of, what kind of playing style do I want? And personally, I like the b5 idea. That's my my jam.
Personally, I also like b5 and to develop the bishop from g7 rather than from e7. Ooh. What?
Back.
Yeah, he just said no to all of our ideas. I think what he wants to do is he wants to push e pawn, and for that reason, d6 pawn needs to be guarded, and
well, the bishop already guards it.
And the queen also attacks. That's the point. Like e6, d takes e, bishop takes e, and now e6 pawn.
Yeah, okay, that's a good point. So
I think otherwise b5 was the most logical move.
Well, also the queen of c7 is a very natural place because you stop the push of e5, which happens a lot of these purge, modern, King's Indian kind of scenarios. Talk about rating wise, it's the rapid rating. So this sir could have a rapid rating of 1500, but a classical rating of 2500. We're gonna see who it is. All right, let's continue. I saw some juice. Juicy.
At the beginning. I wanted to introduce you Bikfoot, and I was like, Bigfoot or big feet?
I do have big feet. Do you know how big my feet are, Keti?
How should I know that?
Oh, I mean,
I can guess.
Yeah, you want to guess? What do you think?
Yeah, I don't know. 40 plus.
It's definitely 40 plus. You got that right. But how much? What number?
Need help, John? 46. Oh, no, 46.
I've got size 50.5.
No, you're kidding.
No, I'm not kidding.
Show us right now.
You want to get my shoe so you can see it? You can see the stamp?
No, come on.
No, I have size 50.5. I'm 196 tall. And that's your boy Bik. That's why they call me Bigfoot. My last name is Bik. There, you have my handle. There you go, chat.
But you said 46 and a half?
50.5. I'm 196 meter tall.
Oh wow. Okay, sure.
I'm just the big boy. Where do we go next? C9 f5. I know you like knights in f5. Does that make you happy?
I like knight e5. You like knights f5. Do you? No, I think Irina likes knight f5.
I know Irina specifically said it, but I know you like knights in f5 as well. Line?
Having too much girls around? I like knight e5.
I mean, just look at me. Just look at me. You get that problem a lot. No, I know Irina
okay,
said
knight on e5 is a perfect piece. Attacks g7. 7 is a weakness. Now, for instance, queen g3 makes a threat immediately there.
Yeah,
there's also additional threats like bishop h6. If black tries to cover that mess over there with knight g6, it will be under h4, h5 moves. So that not so easy.
Yeah.
And yeah, overall it's just very, very nice knight on f5. After knight g6, there's also idea of bishop g5 to pin the knight. And you know, it's just
it's really good. Maybe knight h5 here is better alternative. You cannot attack this knight anywhere. You have to pull back.
Sure.
You agree?
Yeah. Time to
kind of like. Usually it's not that great. Knight on the rim. But I think it might work here. And I think after, let's say, well, you only have one move actually. I didn't even realize that, but queen free is your own move. I want to make g5 happen so I can jump with my knight here on f4, but that's maybe a little bit too much.
That's a madness. It's a madness to play g5 here.
Of course it's madness.
Because the king is weak.
Yeah, but your king is going to be weak as well. So we're going to...
You know what? Knight e7, queen e7, queen g5. Are we done?
Fine. Let's see what happened in the game. Queen g3, knight g6. And everything what you talked about happened. And white is in a pretty good position. +2 for white. So we know stuff's going on here. But look at this position.
Ooh, knight e7. Okay.
Sorry, I switched because I was in awe.
I saw it.
This is no good for black.
The bishop on e7 is trapped, and it's this hopeless position for black, to be honest.
Hopeless position. Yeah.
Yeah.
You have to be where. So in a lot of games where the bishop's here on g7 and you pull back, you actually have like mating threats when the knight comes e7 and the dark square bishop is still on h8. I see this a lot during my game. So funny position. Absolutely destroyed, unfortunately, but you know it's a good learning experience, the Olympiad. So
yeah,
that's for sure. What else do we have that makes me tinkle? Oh, this one's interesting. Like white has a nice attack here.
Oh yeah. There, look at the time difference. White has 11 minutes and black has 12, or it's 12 seconds, 12 minutes, right?
12 minutes, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Let's
So can I capture this one? Sorry?
You want to see it from the start?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So it starts from e4. It's a 4-knight variation with the bishop to 5. Hey! Grandma! Give me my money. So took an f2. And ooh, yeah, this is horrible for white, for black.
Yeah, I like this bishop g5, little details that forces black to push f6, that weakens the king. And now here we have this situation.
Yeah, beautiful. Beautiful. Now, how do we really just jam it in there? I think I play e6. My reason is that if I play bishop... My reason is that if I play bishop d3 right now, just have like bishop f5, and then, you know, it kind of fiddles out.
How about knight e4 instead?
94, okay.
Mm-hmm.
94 is good. Don't know why the engine hates it.
Knight f5. Kicks the queen. And knight d4.
Ah, you just take on d4.
Or pawn d5. Pawn d5 is winning.
Yeah, even better. So let's say I go to d2.
Mm-hmm. Pawn d5.
Oh, you play d5. Ah, okay. So yeah. So there is a big threat here. Do that. Okay. So yeah, I like e6 here. The engine doesn't really agree with me, but I like this d5. Sorry?
Can we capture with a bishop?
Now, the point being, if you capture with the bishop, we're gonna trade everything.
Mm-hmm.
And then I thought, well, I'm just gonna have a way in, or maybe d5 first. No, maybe e6 is a little bit too rushed then.
Yeah,
maybe
yeah.
rook e1.
Rook e1 looks nice. Rook e1 or rook f1 looks really nice there.
Yeah, really just slowly building up the pace. Good stuff. All right. Well, that was the one that caught my attention. Give me a number between 1 and 30.
25.
I'm just gonna go all the way to the end. 25. All right, we have a perch. e4, d6. We can talk a little bit about this. I don't know about this. I think he just blundered a pawn.
That looks something like they're playing bullet game and white blundered the pawn on second.
I think he just blundered the pawn here. That is tragic. Okay, hold on. This is the current position. And oh well, d4, and you win even more. What is going on? Why rook e3? Oh, this is Akiane. This is I think from Cape Verde. She's not that good. Probably like very young, 600 rated. So don't laugh too much about it. But it's good to learn. Good learning experience for sure. I think it's a pawn somewhere on 6. Made me happy, but is this the same game? Look at the knight on f5. What a beast.
Same game, you mean?
The knight at g6.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, it's this. this happened, bishop f8. Straight. And now it's winning a pawn. Yeah, this is a beautiful play by white. Very well done.
Yeah, nice. White has an extra pawn. Black has double pawns on a file. Rook d1 next move, and slowly white will just manage to win this one. Rook e7 now is only move to guard both pawns, and after rook d1, the idea is to play knight f5, double the rooks on d file, f3, king f2, and slowly just get into the winning position.
Yeah, slowly just grinding it out. Right. Do you have any other grind scenarios? Because I know you like those. This is interesting. Keti, why is it -5.5 for black?
Because black has an extra piece.
Okay, that's a good reason. That is a reason.
Extra piece. Black is winning a queen. Not exactly. Black is winning something huge. After queen b2, there is knight a2, or knight e4, or knight anywhere else. The queen is
yeah, this is not fun.
Yeah, take on
not fun at all, for sure. Yeah. Rook here, and then I'll go back. I can't play rook c8.
Yeah.
Sag. Queen is Sag. All right, look at this one. This one's pretty interesting. We have a bishop on a1, eyeballing the g7 square. But it gives black a huge advantage. Are we down with two? No, it's just... Why is the material advantage so big, you're getting?
There's something coming connected with a c4, I guess, and black is winning a material after that. Yeah, now rook is hanging. If white captures the knight, bishop captures the knight, or pawn. Yeah, let's say bishop takes. Now rook is hanging. Rook has to come back, and now c4.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, in that case, you capture.
Yeah, there's a lot of ideas here for black to really put it in there. So these pieces are so incohesive altogether. Look at these.
Yeah, very bad placed.
He literally cannot jam his bishop here because every piece, every dark square already has a piece on it. So that's double Sag now. That's no good. No bueno. We have another knight on f4 position here. This one seems very crazy. What are your thoughts here?
I like the knight on f5 in this position, and seems like white has built up already some attack. Okay.
Sorry, I have to point out the knight on f5.
Once in a while, you have to do that. Yeah.
Sometimes I have to let my creative side out. All right, so it's been traded off. And
there have been some sacrifices on g5, surely, at the right moment.
You can also win a. All right, you don't win a pawn here. Oh, we won a pawn
here. How about just to capture this? Yeah, let's capture it with the bishop.
Okay.
I'll defend. And now we need to rook lift. That's your favorite maneuvering. That's not work.
It's gonna take a while. Only problem is gonna take a while.
Yeah. And also black has this defensive moves like knight h7 and guards everything.
Yeah, knight h7. I can even bring this knight in and stuff. But I like the idea. But we have to prepare it. Okay, we're a little bit too fast.
Prepared, yeah.
Okay, you're nervous. You're a little bit too fast. What I get as well. So how do we prepare it here? What's white's idea?
The idea can be to push h4 and call more weaknesses. Like if if black pushes g4, then it weakens h6 pawn. We just simply play knight h2.
Yep.
And here the idea can be something like knight f1, knight g1. I see the bar doesn't dislike this move.
Why? What's better? Is there now a sacrifice kind of idea?
Oh, you're so smart. Yeah, bishop takes h6.
I wasn't looking at that actually. I was looking at just taking here. But let's do this first. Okay.
So the idea
Let's
is
say
that we want to play Queen G5 now. Bishop G7 is impossible, and we're also getting F6 knight.
there we take.
In this case, we're taking, yeah.
And now I need to defend this somehow, but yeah, this is pretty killing. Yeah, this is very strong.
Maybe Queen G5, Knight H2, and take on G4.
Yeah, pretty good. Well, the rook does get in here, which is kind of kind of scary, Terry. But yeah, that's very strong. Bishop. I was looking at just since the knight is here, can I just take here? Now it's attacked plenty of times, and if I do this, I thought I had bishop f4, but I'm a little bit too excited.
Yeah.
But what if we take here and I had something here? Maybe you're correct. Maybe bishop h6 is the way to go. I like that. Nice. Okay, so h4. Well, we see it. Rook to e3. Hate it. Knight to h2. Hate it. I feel like really consolidated here. What do you think?
Yeah. Like now black is okay. Now black is okay. Black wants to play bishop d6. H2, knight is hanging, and knight h5, knight f4. Bishop f4 also coming there. I don't understand about rook being on e3. And when black controls the center and the king side, then look at the pawn structure on the queen side. That's clearly black is better than. A5, b4, that will create so much weaknesses on the queen side. And black is better.
Well, I'm gonna try to make it to work for what? You gonna play bishop d6?
Hold on, I'm not falling for that. You have some ideas.
Do it. Do it.
Okay, yeah.
Sure. Right, bishop d6. Good move. Good move. That's okay. Do you take with the rook or with the bishop? I thought bishop takes. Take here. I might just take here on f6 first.
I take on h2 and bishop.
Okay. Let's not do that. Here.
Yeah, you have to take there and
This.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna go like knight g. So I think rook g3 has some method to the madness, but you don't have to play bishop d6. There's probably some other stuff that
knight h7.
Knight h7 obsolete it. Yeah, that seems good enough. See what happened. Knight g4. There was a trade, and black really pummeled down. And queen e1. Oh, he wants to play f3, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not a fan of what happened here on the king side. Not at all. So black can just start pushing a5, b4, like you mentioned earlier.
Yeah, only thing that black has to be careful is f3. In the end, rook on e8 is hanging. So if black avoids that, which is very easy, then it should be fine. Let's say king f7 or queen c6. Queen c6.
Let's go queen c6. Like that one more. 3.
We'll
we can take. And I guess we'll. I don't know.
Yeah, G takes f3 is the move, but in that case, we can trade the rooks on e-file.
Oh, not this way. Queen takes, I think.
Rook e8 got control over e-file.
Yeah. Then a bishop f6, and you have a nice as well. Yeah, this is tough. Tough. Queen e7 isn't played. Or he's gonna go like semi-elegant gun here with rook to e1, so we're gonna see. Rook to h3, okay. The interesting game, we're gonna keep moving, however, because we looked at this game, and it's now in this stage. For black as, well actually, it says black's better, but I wouldn't see that from this position. What's going on?
Okay, let me quickly take a look what's going on. The
I
queen
have
is
one
hanging.
idea, by the way, real quick.
You have an idea?
Sorry?
What? Yeah, sure.
I want knight f1,
Okay.
take, and maybe I had rook takes g2. Ugh. Right. I make. Oh, it's pinned. Never mind. Okay, never mind. That doesn't work. But I can take the rook now. But it also works. I really wanted to get rook g8. I was really happy. Okay, so knight f1. We're dislodging this rook, and then we can take here.
Yeah.
Were you a fan? We're a fan here. Very difficult position. Wow. Like everything's in.
There is something connected with these ideas. Knight f1 is there, rooks are there too. How about queen g5 to pin this rook?
5. Yeah, I cannot just take this one, obviously. Oh, I went back to the... There's something here, but I need to... Is it just rook to g... Yeah, rook to g... No, it is bishop something.
Knight f1.
It seemed very brilliant.
Yeah.
But it's not it.
How about queen h6 then?
Queen h6. Same idea? Oh, now you can take... Yeah, now you can take this one, maybe? Yeah, I think
Knight
this
f1?
Knight f1. Also good, yeah. Oh, yeah, I'm undefended as well. That's cute. So I think no, but I'm gonna go king.
Now queen takes the rook f8.
Yeah.
And after rook g8, we have queen takes g8.
And then you take here. Okay, so I can't even take that back. I need to... Wow. Brilliant line. Knight 6. Cool. See what happens. Queen g5 happens. But does this... This works, right? Because you cannot take here because it's pinned.
Yeah. Knight f1 is not working here, right?
Well, I could take with the... I can't take... Yeah, I can take with the bishop, I think. Queen takes, it's mate.
Yeah. Now, yeah, in that line, we had queen f8 move. We're saving us.
Yeah. Wow. I'm not gonna lie, I feel really brilliant for finding these things. I'm feeling really good today. And this is the current position, and white is just up material. Wow. Amazing. Amazing.
It shouldn't be hard now.
No, this should be over.
Piece and the pawn
go.
on the side, another piece will be down as well. So it's gonna be a game over.
Tragic tragedy has unfolded on the chessboard. If you play something cute like queen g5, I'm not gonna take your bishop. I'm just gonna mate you.
Right, you can do.
The mate, almost mate. Made enough for me. All right. Other positions. We have a rook here on f6 and knight on d3. What's going on?
So the idea is if white captures the knight on d3, then bishop g2, queen g2, queen g2, king g2, and in the end, black is going to take the rook on f6 and it's extra rook for black. Otherwise, the rook is hanging. If this rook moves around somewhere, then queen takes f6, pawn takes f6, and knight f2 wins a queen.
Let's say we take here.
Yeah.
Knight f2. Let's say we capture here. Take this.
Oh, no.
Bishop
G2. Bishop G2.
Sorry?
Bishop G2.
Oh. 2. If you take these off. Then we win the rook. That is beautiful. Wow. Beautiful move by for black here.
Yeah, and rook f6 looks really nice, but it's not working. Exactly. What else can white do? Like, I mean, if rook f1, still you can do the same business, like bishop g2.
Yeah. Great stuff. Wow, what do you do here with white? Time. GG, yo. That's what you do. GG, yo. You're gonna be 2 minor pieces down.
Yeah.
Already was a minor piece down. Okay, it was
I
already.
think it was, practical chances to take the knight on d3 and after bishop g2 just to play king g1. But that is not enough. Like
No, but it is.
You can
It's
simply
cute.
play something like bishop d5 back. Oh, the queen is hanging. Sorry, queen.
Yeah, probably something like queen b7 or something.
Yeah.
Cool. Cool. On to the other pool. Let's look at pool C, where we have some GMs battling it out. Are they done already? I've forgotten that GM here, but we've seen Alan Tate here on the top board. And I like White's position. E7 is very weak, but there's a knight defending it quite nicely. What do you prefer in this position?
I think white is good here.
Yeah, absolutely. But how the capitalize over
I liked e-file for white, but no, there is no e-file. So what's the idea here? How we're doing it? Yeah, it's not so bad for black. Yeah.
We have almost a check and take here, but bishop e6 will stop that.
Yeah.
I don't really know.
Queen e6 here if black wants to draw to trade the queens.
Yeah, this is a pretty dry position. This pool just started, so we still have a lot of games going on. We'll be here all day, chat. Enough for this game. This game is going to be over soon. Will we see stalemate?
No.
Fortunately for black, I also think we will not a mate that stills. Where does the word stalemate come from?
Stalemate.
What does still mean? Let me search the definition of still.
Sure.
Still.
It was stolen. The mate was stolen. I don't know.
Make or become still. Food, no longer fresh or pleasant to eat. Okay. So whenever you stalemate, the king is no longer fresh or pleasant to eat. It's mushy or dry. Let me get some other stuff. I'm committed to finding out what's happening here. Used to describe someone who has lost interest in what they were doing because of being bored or working too hard. Okay, I can put that there. I've been working too hard. It doesn't work. You get bored. I really see 3 queens on the board, by the way?
Oh my god.
Are we gonna see?
Why are you doing that? Don't never do that. That's your style, right? You're doing this.
That's my style. Yeah, absolutely. I'll say, why don't you resign? Don't you respect me? I won't respect you either. I'll get 12 queens. But I do that in over the board. I do that like in online blitz, but I would never do that over the board. I'm professional then. So I'm kind of...
Okay, we will see checkmate here in one move, or we will see another queen.
No, I think it's gonna be checkmate this way. Or checkmate now.
Checkmate in one move.
Yeah.
I mean, there's queen f3 also checkmate in one move.
Yep.
Queen d2.
There we have it. Nice. Little queen. Let's go here. Middle English still is probably from Anglo-French still, which means stand still. Okay. I like my version better. I don't want to eat the king anymore. Let's look at this here. White has a nice bishop on d4, but is it going to be enough, Keti?
No, I don't think so. Like black has an extra pawn, right, on f5. So the idea can be to play up bishop c5 at some point, trade these bishops, and then push the pawns on the king side.
Yeah. Actually happened right now, bishop c5.
Bishop c5, g5, f4 ideas. Open up
Yeah.
the files for the rook, and then we can come and start to collect the pawns. a4 pawn is a weakness. c3 is also a weakness, and white's rook is not active.
Yeah.
And you are not taking now this bishop because c takes d, and this pawn becomes a better pawn. So white to rush, but instead g5 here, not
Also,
to allow.
Also, only 20 seconds for white here, so that's not fun to play. I saw a very interesting endgame. I'm going to switch to this endgame. What are your thoughts here? Look at this bishop,
yeah.
completely trapped, by the way.
Yeah, bishop is trapped there, but somehow the pawns are on the dark square, and even if white wins that bishop, it's not winning for white.
This is kind of scary, though. You're giving up this pawn.
Why before? Oh, before it was a blunder.
Is it though? Like what can you do? I'm just gonna move this around the entire time, and if you try to go through here, I'll play king d7 first. Probably the best I can do. Let's play it out a little bit. So here, here,
you just
here,
move your bishop.
play here, and now. Trying to get the c5 pawn. I need to dislodge this bishop. Here and here. I can't really move this bishop. It's kind of stuck to this pawn.
Yeah.
And now my king is stuck. I can't go back. Literally, my king is stuck here now. That's so funny. Black's bishop is stuck. But white's king is stuck now.
Yeah. That is a draw. Beautiful.
And yeah, you've been caged. Port in the little cage, and this is a draw. Here. 4 pawns against 4 pawns. Black has an active king. The pawn islands are 2. Yeah, so tell me a little bit about pawn islands, Keti. What are they good to have many, or are they bad?
When you have a low number of pawn islands, it's better because it means that your pawns are supporting each other. And what pawn island means that there is only one pawn and it doesn't have side pawns. So the pawns are not supporting. For instance, white has four pawn islands and black has only 2 pawn islands. So in this sense, white will lose these pawns one by one.
Yeah. Now there are 3 pawn islands because we're losing a pawn. And soon it will be 2 pawn islands because these pawns are going to be lost as well. So it's going to be detrimental for our health. This one. This one gets us going. Look at this. The king is exposed and open. This one is a little bit more well protected. Black's up a pawn, but there is all kinds of fire on the board.
Yeah, I like this position. Still, many things are happening and you don't know what's going on. Right now is a check. Bishop c5 and bishop e4. Huh? So black is counting on what? Bishop takes?
Huh?
Wait,
okay.
Wait, what?
I think there's something wrong with the relay, so we're gonna we gotta quickly move on. Something happened there.
Okay.
That was weird. I was like,
Okay. This should be enough to make a draw, I guess.
Draw? I'm gonna win. Mate me. I dare.
There's a mate in 1 move. Okay.
You're probably are gonna make me.
So black has to make a draw here.
Okay, so it's just this is just a draw. Just move here. I can also just go queen here.
You know what? You can collect some pawns with the checks and then to play bishop g7.
Ah. Nah, I'll go for the draw here. I also only have a minute left. I have to think a little bit, but if you go here and you go king g1, then suddenly my bishop comes in. So you only have these moves. I don't think you can run away here because I'm still gonna chase you down. So let's see what black does. This should be a draw. Let's quickly go back to the other game. this is what happened on this one, and we see black here being destroying, and this one's over. Not a lot of games left. This one is pretty interesting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pawns against 5 pawns. Black being down a pawn, but very active. Bishop was the same color. Should this be a win for white, Keti?
Looks like it's not so dangerous for black because rook is active and black's king is quite safe. And here there is some counterplay. We can start to play rook e1, rook h1, and create these weaknesses. However, I would like to play here with white, of course, because my bishop is white's bishop is more active.
Yeah, I agree.
But it seems like not enough. Now white has to guard f3, and rook e3 is quite passive. And after rook e3, there is rook f2.
Yeah, now there we go. And this should, well, h3 has to be played.
h3 should be played, and after that move, how about rook a2, king b3, and rook d2?
I love it. 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 And it will be a draw probably. Could something like this, but I don't see how that helps white getting the bishop out, and now suddenly I'm the one that needs to defend on h3. So
that should be okay.
Let's not do that.
At some point, black can also play h4 just to fix this pawn on light square.
Yeah.
And
there's a little bit different.
King a7, I don't like. The king is too far.
Yeah.
It's too far.
Probably trying to push b6.
B6 will create a pass pawn for white.
Yeah. There's no bueno. But then I don't know why a7 is being played. So.
Yeah, king a7 is a weird move. Maybe h4 was better one. Now it's black has to do that.
Yeah. Like probably will push here. This is also fine. Let's continue with another interesting endgame here. 4 pawns against 3 pawns. They're all on the king side, so this should be a draw until the appearance of connected
That's
pass
a pawn, right? Will be connected also. So that makes black to be very passive. White. So black can do something like let's say rook b8 here.
Yeah.
The idea is to play rook b2, push this pawn forward, and then to top with the king h6, king h5, king g4, and collect it.
I love it. So just to show, you go h3, we're gonna go one further, h4, and now I'm gonna start running down the board, and it's gonna be very scary. If you're ever gonna play this, which makes sense.
You can play rook g2 here and collect g3.
Yeah,
you can do this, or you can simply guard first king g7 and then do the same later on.
This is very strong, and we're gonna see this happening. The king being cut off this way is even worse, and now this king can just make a march like a band, down a band. We can even go like rook d3. Really winning for black.
Yeah, after h4, black I think should take the pawn. Either pawn, just to create another weaknesses, additional 2 weaknesses, and then your idea rook d2, rook d3.
Well, look at this, Keti. The pawn is of the wrong color, so this is a draw. Or isn't it?
Okay, g2 is a draw. G2 is a draw.
G2, do it. Do for the fine.
If black plays bishop somewhere, bishop g5, that's gonna be game over.
Yeah.
G2.
Oh, bishop e3. Do it. Do it. Now, obviously, this is. I don't know what black is doing exactly, but here and here, this is completely over. It's actually a mate in 2 this way, so that also works out pretty nicely. G2 mate, you love to see it. And this is, I only have 2 games left in this side. Go to the other pool, let's see what we have left. We have this game between Abimbola versus Alan. Scotland versus Nigeria, I believe, And white is ready to pounce.
Oh yeah.
So we need like a perpetual here.
Knight h5 guards.
Knight h5. Ah, we can defend it. Nice.
Yeah.
What an amazing mate. Always gonna go for perpetual this way.
Yeah, it makes sense to go for a draw.
We're here.
Ooh.
Ooh, this one. Twice here
Queen
about a second.
Two.
Oh!
Knight f1,
Knight
queen
f1. It's gonna get mated.
Oh my god. Knight f1, queen f. Oh, queen f4. Yeah.
Queen
oh my
f4
god.
is, I think, the way to go.
Very well.
There it is. Only one move. Oh, queen f3. Yeah, then you have queen e3 mate. So here we have this mate, and here we just go, boom, baby. And I think, yeah, here, knight g3 mate. Wow. Ring around the rosy. No! Oh my god, dude. Take a 4. This is tragic. Absolutely tragic. Okay, come on. Still a draw.
White's a draw. Black is getting this bishop, and the king is exposed.
Yeah, it's even better. Wow.
Oh,
Alright, so this could have ended earlier, but we
okay, so queen takes, and then black will try to collect some pawns. There are plenty of pawns for white that will save white definitely.
Yeah, this one will go on for a while for sure. Alright, so let's leave this game and see if we have some other in this pool. See, we have this game where it seems like we have black has a knight and 2 pawns for a rook. Which side would you prefer?
Black. I would prefer black because not anymore. No, not anymore because it's 2 pawns, 3 pawns. Oh god, 3 pawns is too much.
That's a lot of pawns.
Yeah.
Do you have g5 here, by the way?
Queen f6 is fine.
Yeah, queen f6.
So the plan for white is to push h4, h5, creates the weakness on the king side, and then to try to do some checks and trade the queens. If white gets into oh, what? Not like that. There was a horrible blunder. White had such a good chances to win.
I still prefer white here. Okay. Well, I mean, there's time trouble, guys. It is what it is.
Horrible moment. That's a horrible moment.
I hate to see it. I hate to see it, but it does happen. Let's look at the other. I'm just gonna walk over it. I don't want to mention it anymore.
It was not the first time. We saw something like this earlier. In that case, a player was lucky because the opponents did not saw that blunder.
It was with a king on g7 and a rook on a1, and white played queen b2, doing a double check, picking up the rook. And we had like a battery here of a knight on g1 and a king on h1. I remember that game.
Yeah.
Are we building a bridge?
This is winning. This is winning because king is at the right side. We were talking about king being on the short side. So the short side is G and H in case of F pawn. And now we just
that also works, yeah.
I thought check first and then king F2 or F2, but this is also winning.
This is also probably check here.
Yeah, check there and king G2. And then we're gonna see the technique of bridge.
Or just rook e1. Does rook e1 work?
Yeah.
Yeah, rook e1 works. Then you go king h4.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. All right, so this one is over. And that is the final one of Pool B. The final game of Pool B, and we see that black is going to win this one. Might be very important for Jordan. Who knows? We'll see after the break. Let's go back to this game. A lot happened. Where this is now the position. 30 seconds against 14 seconds. It's also the last game in this one. And I think it's going to go to a draw because, yeah. Going to pick up this. Yeah, and that's a draw. Nice. Okay. Still have to be careful with black. You got to play this correctly. What's the best way to play this, Eddie?
Yeah, just to bring the king closer, or just make some checks right now. Knight f4.
Yeah. Right here, if g3, g6, you have knight e7 check with the double. If king e5, I'm just gonna go 7.
Yeah, easiest one.
Then I'm still going to win your pawn. Or if you not want to win your pawn, still drawing position. So there we go. Final game. Those were the games.
What a tragic game! What a tragic game! This one, it was checkmate for black.
Yeah.
And in the end, black had to control these pawns and made a draw.
Here it was. Knight f1. Played queen f2, but queen f4. You have a checkmate in 2.
Yeah.
Unfortunate. All right, Keti. That's it for us. That's it for you. I'll still here. I'll be behind the scenes. We're going to have a new commentary team. It's going to be Women Grandmaster Jennifer Shahade and Grandmaster Irina Krush. They are both going to crush it. And that's going to be it for us for this week, Keti. How did you feel?
I'm feeling fine. It was really nice week of the chess. Beautiful games. We had a lot of sets, a lot of beautiful tactics. I enjoyed a lot. And you know what? We're getting closer and closer to the phase where we're going to have top teams coming into the business. And we know what happens when they are playing chess, and all these countries around the world, they will present the best team they can for this Olympiad, because this is one of the best chess events, which is not happening every year. But here we have this opportunity in online to have this tournament every year, and we enjoy the games. Thank you very much for being awesome co-host.
You're amazing.
Thank you, Chad, as well for being nice here. And yeah, see you soon.
I really enjoyed it for sure. The commentary is gonna be ongoing. We're gonna have an hour break, and then we're gonna have a new commentary team. I think the Pool B standings have been updated. And we see that Ireland, Lebanon, and Iraq are the ones going through to the final, to Division 2. So we did guess that correctly. It is going to be the top 3 there. I thought Jordan might surpass Iraq. I got close, but not close enough, unfortunately. So, awesome. Keti, thank you so much, everyone. For Keti Tsatsalashvili, my name is Wouter Bik. And I want to thank you guys for being here. Stay tuned. We'll be back in an hour with a lot more chess. We'll be here for another 6 hours, so don't worry about that. We're going to keep the love going. We're going to keep the chess rolling. But for now, we're going to say goodbye and enjoy these videos. Bye-bye, guys.
Bye.
What would my next 3 to 5 moves be, combined with learning how to swim with the river? I'm going to leave and get some water, because I've been talking way too much. I'll be right back. And I want to see what kind of plan you might come up with that, okay?
Okay,
All right.
got it.
Got it.
Oh my god, this is a lot.
Got a minute. Come on, Benji.
Oh, and he's not streaming, so we can't see. Oh no. It's going to be the zigzag checkmate. It's going to be the checkmate. Here it comes. Sardo sees it. No question. He's going to do this, mate. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, he blundered the queen!
Oh my gosh!
Oh my gosh, he blundered the queen!
Does Benji see it? Benji, do you see this? Oh, he has to see it. Look at Benji's face. He's in shock.
Oh, he took the queen, and Sardosh loses the queen.
Benji is so confused.
He's smiling.
Oh, Sardosh, no! No, the tragedy!
Not the queen!
Oh
my gosh.
Benji is smiling. Sardosh is melting. He's melting. Oh no!
Sardosh played a great game. He was playing so well. And on one turn, doesn't see the queen on the opposite side of the board. Full board awareness. Needs to see these things. And unfortunately for Sardosh, he loses queen.
He is laughing at himself. At least he's not crying.
Well, it's a Botez gambit for the ages. And Benji Fishy wins the group.
I just got a shot into Bobby Hall's outfit. He's dressed like
Oh
Dwight.
wow. Isn't that looks like something right out of the 1970s?
But he's dressed like Dwight from The Office.
True, that's true.
I literally,
yeah,
dude,
coloring,
look, I
exactly.
literally
yeah,
have the yellow tie mug right here, and he,
yeah, exactly, yeah, the
Bobby
yellow shirt,
texted
yep.
me last night and said, "Wait till you see my outfit," but I had no idea this was what he was gonna do. This is hilarious. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Defending. He's slow. Actual dog water. Take. Attacking. Can you guys take me off? Can you take me off chess.com? Can you take me off the website? Take me off the website! Get me off!
Congratulations, you are making it to the semifinals. Critical. Oh. Are you inspired, Rain, by Critical's hair?
Yeah, that's probably what that is. Yeah. I am the new chess Jesus.
CA, she will never bring it too close. She knows that when the king is in the corner, a night shadow is needed of distance.
Tables.
She knows it.
Tables, Pokemon. Tables.
I don't want to stalemate, you know?
Déjate aquí.
Night
No lo
shadow,
toques,
there we
Pokemon.
go
No
with
lo
the
toques.
night shadow.
Tables.
Wow.
Tables.
Unbelievable technique.
Tables.
Pokemon. She gives him the
What a roller coaster!
I'm gonna try.
Oh no! Where is she hovering over the? Ah! Why did she want her T8?
No! Misclick. Damn it! God damn it, misclick! Misclick! No! Misclick! That's so unfair!
Right, is that better?
Not me.
Very well played.
Yes! Yes! 6-0! Undefeated! Yes, baby! Did it, boys!
Another master check. 10 minutes. So there's gonna
It's
be
over.
room for both.
Boom. He goes here.
Don't go that way.
It's not over. Oh, it's over.
Yeah, maybe we should take a look at Tubbo. Let's see what he's thinking since he finally has the upper hand in this game. He has to be a little bit careful though because his knight is under attack. Don't be scared. I think he's giving himself a pep talk, but Tubbo, you don't have that much time.
How's your chess beyond that? Like, how much chess have you played? Because you were amazing. I mean, we don't know much about you, so.
I'm amazing. And I started playing like 3 months ago or something like that. Like, and it was also not because of Queen's Gambit, but it was because the previous PogChamps where XQC failed in 6 moves. After that, I began watching more chess streams, and it was thanks to XQC and Hikaru. So yeah.
That's sweet. I don't remember that. 6 moves? I don't know what he's talking about.
He's just looking still at the computer. He feels the pressure. Oh no! His queen is going to be trapped after the knight moves. Even knight e2, a simple move like that, the queen cannot move. If Ludwig sees it, I think this is his game, and he sees it. This is brutal.
That will be a pinned queen, and there's actually no way for black to get out of that pin.
He should try bishop takes
I
f3
just
in
know.
case
Oh, I didn't
Ludwig
even notice
takes.
it was a pin.
But
Holy
he moves too.
Whoops.
Yeah, even after bishop takes f3, you can play queen takes f3.
Not the best move, but I mean, again.
Whoa!
Oh! Queen takes what? Queen takes queen? What?
She doesn't even see it. She's only looking at her rook under attack. Oh, I think she spotted it. She took, it's game on.
Oh, what happened? See, I told you, Michelle. Oh.
Oh no!
Over. Like
and
oh, and he's queen up 2. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Queen
There's
F2.
no way Logic misses it. Queen F2. Oh no.
Oh, he won!
Oh, he missed it!
And now he's mated!
Ludwig has mate. Ludwig has a force mate in 2.
And now he's mated!
What a throw! King E8 and then Queen C8, and there's actually a staircase checkmate. Oh man. Logic through.
Oh, Queen D7's mate. Mate. Rook D6, Queen D7.
Queen D7. There are 3 mates here for white. Oh my gosh. Oh, what a huge throw.
Let's go!
The question is, does Ludwig realize that he was mated in 2? That's actually the big question.
Victory!
Charlie's gone off the deep end, but frankly, Jimmy's got 15 seconds.
I hope he
10.
will not flag. F3.
Ball takes. He on mate.
F3 last D takes C2 and now
He hung the house. Oh, it's done.
mate. It's not just hanging the rook, it's mate.
Oh. Oh. Can we cut to Charlie?
Gotcha.
Can we cut to
Close call.
Pikachu? No gifted subs? Oh, okay. Well, that was far less dramatic than I thought. That was, I mean, okay. All right.
But next week, I mean, I don't. No point in looking ahead. We've got a crazy day here today, and you know what's hilarious? Something just fell from the roof of this building and hit my camera. I'm gonna scoot
Oh my
over.
god,
so
I was
everyone
like,
sees it. Hi,
why
everybody.
is Danny going out of frame? I know you want me
Alright,
to,
I told
be
you
the
to fix
main
the- fix
host,
the
but Danny,
hanging
you don't need
bats and
to.
the
You don't need to do
rafters. There
this
you go.
much. What is
It
going
was
on?
soundproofing from the ceiling. So the new studio we have here is actually not complete yet. We've been doing all kinds of stuff, and what you just saw, you can't fake. Hey, buddy, are you gonna? Don't shake your head at me like this is on me, buddy.
I feel so bad.
But now the rook is hanging down. He is hanging his rook, but Rubius doesn't see it. He doesn't have time.
Oh, are we gonna get Queen E4, Knight H4, Queen A8 mate? Is Rubius gonna see this? Oh, Rubius! No, Rubius!
The back rank checkmate. Levy, have I told you about the G6 pawn earlier?
Anna, you were right.
I didn't want to be right. I didn't want to be right.
My heart is broken. Our clips can only be a minute long. Oh, Queen C6.
The clip's gonna only be a minute long, so do
Come
it
on, Rain.
Rain. Oh, that's it! Oh my god!
Draw. Oh.
Oh man, I don't know.
Too predictable.
I really should learn how to do that end game.
No way.
Oh my god. This is insane.
Hey, Jimmy can't lose on time.
Okay, no stalemate.
Oh my gosh, he just resigned.
he ran out of time?
Oh my god.
No, he resigned.
Why did he resign?
I
You
don't know.
resigned.
I literally just went over Rook King endgame.
We're headed toward mate on a 7.
Oh,
Sheboygan, Wisconsin. Take the queen and don't look back, Nico. Yes, send us to overtime.
Whatever. Oh! And that's why you pay more attention.
I feel like obviously playing on oh no, the bishop. No, the bishop.
Botis Gambit. This
Oh my
was a different type of Botis Gambit.
And Logic's bishop in the corner. The difference maker.
Long range piece. It was hiding. It was hiding on the A2
God
square.
damn it.
Oh my god. Oh my god. No! 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 Oh no! I don't even.
Damn it!
Yeah, C3 here is very strong, I think. C3 and Knight G5, but Knight D5. Oh no, he blundered.
Oh, wow. Does Rain see it? Knight D5.
Rain is getting low on time. 1 minute on the clock.
He found it.
Oh,
this is his
boy.
last chance. It's going to come down to the wire.
But now King.
Oh, he put 92 made one. Oh my god! Oh no! Oh!
Let's go! Yes!
Yeah! Oh no! Oh.
What's going on, guys? National Master James Keti III here with chess.com, and today we have game of the day. With the white pieces, we have Daniil Dubov, and with the black pieces, we have Sergey Karyakin. This is the Russian Super Finals, and if Karyakin is able to win this game, he takes sole first of the Russian Super Finals, guys. He's the champ. Now, of course, Dubov is not going to let that happen. He's going to play his best and say, you're going to have to get through me, says Dubov. And here we are, e4, e5, knight f3 and knight to c6, bishop c4 and bishop c5. Very easy game. Could be an Evans Gambit, could be a Gioco Piano, something like that, Italian game type stuff. But after bishop c5, there's c3 from Dubov, and then knight f6. Going smooth so far, stuff that they've seen before. Nothing spectacular. d4 is the usual move here. Intending after e takes d4, we're going to see c takes d4, you know, kind of an easy game. Sometimes you can play d3 here. But what happens is e takes d4, usual move. And here, guys, what would you actually play? There are a few alternatives. e5, castling be a move, and c takes d4, right? These are the usual moves here. But this is what Daniil Dubov played here. He played something completely different, and the highest rated player to play this move right here, guys. Can you find the move that was played right here? Here we go, guys. This is the move. b4. Can you believe it? b4? I've never actually seen this myself. So this is definitely some home cooking, some prep that he's done to throw Sergey Karyakin off here. I mean, this was amazing to play b4. Now let's watch the follow-ups here. Now after b4, there is bishop to b6, and then e5 is played now instead of earlier, which is usually played here. The best defense is offense, and just because I'm attacked, it doesn't mean I have to move my piece. So after e5, actually d5 is the most thematic way to play. Sergey did not do d5 here, and let's actually take a look at what happens if d5 happens. F takes e takes f6 is the best way to play. D takes c4, then queen e2 and bishop e6. And then after b5, making a threat on the knight, knight moves out of the way. F takes g7, rook g8, we take on d4. Queen d7, and this is supposed to be what the position would look like if they went down that road, with black being slightly better and actually preparing to castle queen side. But that's actually not what happened at all. It was actually knight to e4 by Sergey Karyakin here. Now after knight e4, there's a bunch of ways to play, guys. You have castle, c takes d4. Do we play b5? Like, what are we playing here? What's the move? Like, what do we actually do here? Well, let's let Daniel to tell you guys what he did here, Daniil. Bishop to d5, actually. Bishop d5, this is the most aggressive way to play here. It's going to get pretty fun. Now let's see what happens here. He must capture the second pawn here. He has to go into this line because there's really nothing else to do here. Now, after bishop to d5, knight takes c3 from Karyakin. Knight takes c3, d takes c3, and here we go, guys. When you're on the attack, when you gambit something, when you're down material or you sacrifice something for rapid development, gambits and things like that, you need to keep the attack up. So what would you do to keep the attack up in this move, guys? Would you castle? Would you play like b5? Would you play a4? What would you actually play in this moment? Here we go, guys. Here's the move. Bishop g5, and this is also a novelty here. Now, it seems like Bishop g5, just an easy move to make. I mean, I would play this too because, like, we're attacking a queen. It's a good move. But he keeps attacking. If Dubov waits for black to castle here, then queen e8 could be a move. So you want to get bishop g5 in easily. Now black must allow this pin to happen. And then knight e7. This seems very cramped for white here. Not the most fun position. And here we go. After knight e7, there's castles. Then there's h6 because he says, look, this pin has to go. I am tired of this pin. So the bishop backs up and says, not today. And if you want to get rid of this pin, you're going to have to play g5. And we're going to get very live after g5, and no, it's going to be messed up over here, especially if you're trying to castle on this side of the board. So after bishop h4, we have castles. Very natural move, but now white loves the attack here. Or the engines love white's attack after these next few moves. After castles, there's rook to e8, guys. Just putting some pressure on the file, maybe even some rook lifts. Maybe e6 could be in the future. You never know. It's always good to put a rook on e8 here. But the development for black is not there. It's non-existing. A little bit for white too on this side, but we have the bishop swiping the board here. This knight can come into play eventually, maybe through e5, and maybe we can have some type of queen play. Let's see what happens. After rook e8, there is queen to e8. He says, you know what, I am tired of this pin, and Daniil plays bishop to b3, backing it all the way up. Maybe bishop to c2. This could happen too as well. White is definitely in the driver's seat here, guys. Now watch this. a5 happens and says, look, we need to make something happen. Let's make some trades. Let's do something. I need to get my pieces out. Now, white to move, guys. Make sure you're on your attacking brain today. Hopefully you did your tactics and puzzle rush on chess.com. Now, check this out. What would you play as white right here? I'm going to give you a few seconds to figure this one out. What would you play as white right now? Here we go, guys. a5. After a5, white plays this move right here. Bishop to f6. Can you believe that move right there? Bishop f6 is on the board against Sergei Karyakin. Imagine if you are Sergei Karyakin right now. How do you feel pressure-wise that I have to win this game to be champ? And I'm now getting Bishop f6 played on me on the board. Bishop f6 is a scary move. It's a very, very scary move here, guys. And of course, the idea here is after pawn takes, and this is pin, and not only is the king side busted open now, but you have problems, and also I'm getting my piece back with some interest here. So bishop f6, great attacking idea. Now after bishop f6, there's a4 on the board here, which was not the best move. They said that knight f5 actually was an entry, something to do here, but he plays a4 honestly because this is a scary position to be in. After a4, there's bishop to c4. Now myself, I would have probably played bishop to c2 and play queen d3 and go in this fashion, but bishop c4 keeps the pin here is what he wanted to do. Bishop c4, then you see knight to g6 and queen to d3, guys. We're attacking this knight. This bishop is pinning the pawn. Your pieces don't exist, says Dubov. Queen to d3 actually, and after queen d3, there's d5. I have to do something here. And if this is the best move to make, you might be in some trouble here. Now, after d5, here we go. E takes d6. Your queen is hanging. Oh, and your knight is hanging. Oh, and you need something else to do. This bishop is hanging as well. Watch this, guys. Bishop to e6 is on the board. Are you ready for today? I hope you came ready to watch this video today. Now, I want you to stop the video right now and tell me what you would play if you were Dubov in this position. Hope you guys are ready. Here it is. Here it is, guys. This is the move of the day, move of the year, guys. Watch this combination. Here it is. If you said queen takes g6, bam, oh my goodness, there it is. And Sergei Karyakin, you could probably see him sweating immediately after this move. Maybe flew back in his chair like in the Matrix or something. Queen takes g6 happened on the board, and it was a loud clatter. After clapping the piece there, it was amazing. Queen takes g6 is on the board, and he just stood up and looked at Karyakin. Probably did in his head. He didn't really do that, but I'm sure he probably wanted to. Queen takes g6 is on the board, sacrificing the queen, guys. And after f takes g6, rook takes e6 to follow right after here. We have all of this eyeing him. I mean, this is very scary right now. Now we got our material back. We have discoveries against the king. Well, now he has 2 pieces for the queen, says Dubov. And we have an attack. Let's see what happens. Queen f7, he just kind of gets out of the way here. There's discoveries everywhere. So he just kind of blocks the discovery here and says, okay, cool. Yeah, you have a little bit of material. We're not going to give you everything. And here's what white does, guys. Watch the follow-up here. When you sacrifice and you do things like this, you want to wait and you want to actually look and see what's your follow-up. And you need to know beforehand before you actually get to this position and be wrong. So you want to have your follow-up ahead of time. And this is what he does here, guys. Bishop takes c3. There is no need to hurry. Black can't move the queen and the king off the a2 g8 diagonal. It's just very hard to do this. So bishop takes c3. He just gets out of the way here. No need to hurry. And then king h8, he says, look, I have to get off of this as quickly as possible. But then here we go, rook e4. Now we defend the queen here. And if you look at the compensation here, guys, compensation is very, very important. One of the hardest things to explain in chess is compensation. Yeah, I'm losing my queen. I've sacrificed it for a little bit of material. But I mean, we have our minor pieces. We have 2 bishops and a knight. And we have 2 rooks and an attack against the black king here. This should be enough compensation here, guys, especially as strong as Daniil is playing Sergei Karyakin. It could be wild here, and of course Daniil is known for these type of positions and attacking an aggressive play. So let's see what happens. Rook to e4, queen f5, attacking the rook here. You got to keep the attacks up, as white does the same thing. You keep attacking, I'm going to keep attacking too as well, says Daniil. Rook e7 hitting g7, guys. This is very scary. The bishops and the rook work together brilliantly. Now after rook to e7, here it is. Rook g8, because he kind of has to. I mean, you have to defend g7. There's all kind of attacks, mating threats, mating ideas. So he says, okay, cool, you're going to give me the rook. I'm going to take it. Now we have 2 rooks and 2 pieces and maybe even a passed pawn here versus these pieces here, which doesn't look that good, guys. It doesn't look that good. D takes c7. Now I have almost a queen here, and I have some pieces. All I have to do is trade probably one of the rooks or a bishop, and we're definitely in the driver's seat here. After D takes c7, he plays queen to c2 here, just keeping some threats on the board because this is not looking that good for Sergei Karyakin. He understands that. So now bishop to e5, we defend the c7 pawn with aspirations of queening later on. Now after bishop e5, bishop takes f2. He just takes the pawn because it's with check. You need to do something. And then the king just steps over. King to h1 and bishop back to b6. So now after bishop b6, we have h3 on the board. King h7 and rook e1, guys, activating the last piece. Now the rooks are doubled on the file here. This is usually what you want to do when you have rooks against the queen here. And then we have some attacks. Maybe we're going for rook to e2, removing the bishop from somewhere, moving it somewhere, maybe even bishop f6, and also playing rook to e7. So there's many moves to go here, but let's see what happens. a3 was played. What he's trying to do now is take on a2 and try to have his own pass pawn of his own, because this is not looking that good. This rook is only a defensive piece on g7. The bishop's still doing the same thing defensive-wise, trying to keep an eye on this. And the queen is, I mean, all the pieces that black has here, Karyakin is only on defense at this point. What a queen sacrifice by Dubov. King to h2, and then we have g5 on the board here. Just trying to make some holes for the king and do something here. Maybe queen back to g6, but we're running out of moves. We are running out of moves. When on the other hand, white's actually getting closer to the king. Knight to d4, followed by knight to f5 or e6, putting more pressure on the g7 pawn. Queen to c4. Then we have knight f5, threatening g7. Queen takes b4, hitting this rook. This rook is completely defended here. What he plays is rook to c1. Hey, we're about to queen. Okay, this compensation is beautiful. If you watch how all the pieces play together, it's hard to play against all of these pieces when you don't have enough material. Even having a queen is not enough sometimes. And that's exactly the case here in this game. Rook to c1, king to g6. He's out of the way. And here it is, guys. Dubov says, look, it's time to cash in this advantage. Okay, it's time to show everybody this queen sack did work. And after king to g6, rook takes g7 check. So now forcing a rook takes here. I mean, of course, if king takes f5, which actually did happen. But if rook takes g7, we just queen anyway. So Karyakin says, okay, you know what? I have to take the knight. And then rook takes g8. Not only are we about to queen now we have two rooks versus a queen. And he only has a queen and a bishop. That's nothing. Bishop takes c7 and bishop takes c7. Now, after the dust settles here, there's two rooks and a bishop versus a queen. This is more than enough for the win, actually, for white. Let's find a few more moves here. Queen to b2, attacking the rook. Rook to c5 check. His king is getting very, very short on spaces. He goes king to e4, and then rook to d8. And then Karyakin looked up. He looked around. He took a sip of water. He put it back down. He looked at Dubov, looked down at the position, and then black resigned right here. Black resigns right here because there was really nothing else to do. A sample line would be something like queen takes a2, and then after rook e5 check, king to f4, rook to d4 is checkmate. So there's really kind of no way out of these things, and there's other variations that can happen here. But he realized where he was. I don't have enough. My king's looking crazy in the middle of the street. I have nothing around my king. I'm probably going to be mated with the two rooks and the bishop, or if not, losing some decisive material, meaning the queen here at the end, guys. So really, really nasty game here. Let's actually go back and with the key critical moment. By the way, anyone that does play the Joko piano, even myself, because I love playing the Scotch Gambit, I'm going to try this out with this new b4 and see how far we can get here, because Dubov loves giving us something new here. And after b4, e5, knight e4, bishop d5, nice little sacrifice here. Bishop g5, I mean nastiness here. Castles, bishop h4. And let's fast forward, guys. The best move was right here. This was the absolute best move. Was here it is. Queen takes g6. Didn't even care about anything here. I mean, you would probably take here. You would look at this move. You would look at this move. But queen takes g6 is just phenomenal, guys. Queen takes g6. Rook takes e6. And now it's a party. It's a party, guys. It's a party. Look at this. This was awesome. This was absolutely awesome. Dubov put on a show here and stopped Karyakin from winning the Russian Super Final Championship, guys. Now, this was Game of the Day. I'm National Master James Kenti III here with chess.com, and I'll see you guys on the next video.
today's game is an exciting Evans Gambit played between Stockfish and Leela in the Chess.com Computer Chess Championship. Specifically, this game was played in the ECO Mega Match, which featured only Stockfish and Leela playing over 2,000 games in some of the most exciting theoretical opening positions. Now, the Evans Gambit opens with pawn to e4, and then e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop c4, bishop c5, and pawn to b4. This move is the starting position of the Evans Gambit. Now, cowards may retreat and not accept the Gambit, but of course, in this exciting game, we do get the acceptance of the Evans Gambit. Bishop takes b4. White's idea is pawn c3 and then expanding in the center, getting rapid development and open lines to compensate for the sacrificed pawn. Now, the bishop needs to retreat, and the most common retreat is bishop a5 as played. And now, wherever the bishop retreats, whether to a5 or a different square, you should pretty much always play pawn to d4, and after a capture, you should castle. So this happens. Now, in this position, the move pawn takes c3 is played. And this is the end of book for this particular game. It means that the engines are forced to play through this position. Leela would not have played the greediest and most exciting move, pawn takes c3, if it was entirely Leela's choice. Both engines agree that White is now a little bit better after this move, and in practice, White scores really, really well. Black isn't lost, but Black is struggling. So, what would be better if you had full choice? Well, the most popular move here is pawn to d6. Now, this move is one that is really unclear. Both players get their share of wins and losses here. Really exciting stuff. Now, maybe the best move is the third most popular move, knight g to e7, and here Black significantly outscores White. So if you get this position, maybe play knight g to e7. But in this game, we're looking at pawn takes c3. Now, Stockfish plays queen b3, tickling this pawn right here, and that pawn needs to be defended. Queen f6, good move, but of course, the queen can be a target when it develops early, so bishop g5. The queen needs to move and also defend this pawn, so queen g6 and knight takes c3. This captures, of course, the pawn on c3, and probably more importantly, it develops the knight. Now, the next move by Leela is maybe one that might surprise humans a little bit. It is bishop takes c3. You're giving up your dark squared bishop here for the knight, but of course, you're also down in development and you want to get some pieces off of the board, especially some of the active pieces that might attack you. For example, if knight g to e7, developing, getting ready to castle, knight d5 is a dangerous idea from White here. Leaping in, and if you trade here on d5, then White has the ability to open the e-file. This can recall a famous game, Fischer versus Fine, where Bobby Fischer won in 18 moves. So you don't want to lose in 18 moves, and neither does Leela, so Leela trades off the knight on c3. Queen takes c3, and if knight f6, then pawn e5 is a little bit dangerous, so Leela tries knight g to e7, getting ready to castle and just get out of danger as much as possible. So now bishop takes e7, giving up the dark squared bishop and allowing more trades when you've already sacrificed 2 pawns in this position. But if knight takes e7, then knight e5 is a fork, hitting the queen and also hitting the pawn on f7, and White has a winning attack here. So the king needs to recapture. King takes e7. Now, the king is obviously not happy to be on e7, but also White did just trade off the dark squared bishop that would be probably the most important minor piece to help get at this king on e7. So it's not like White is going to force mate anytime soon. Black is able to get the king out of the center of the board, but that costs time, and there's a lot of pieces that need development. The next move I think is a really good one, and I'm going to try to highlight as many of the building moves as possible that Stockfish plays. The great attacking master Spielman once said of Alyekin that he can find the same combinations as Alyekin, but he can't get the same positions. So pay a lot of attention to how Stockfish builds up this position and eventually gets a combination. Stockfish starts with pawn e5, great move. This move helps get some control of the dark squares and makes moves like d6 much harder to achieve, which means that developing these pieces is also very difficult. Rook e8, of course, very natural, developing the rook to the only half-open file available to Black, and the king is getting ready to pull back here to f8. Rook AE1, I like this move a lot. I also think this is really instructive. The 2 rooks are placed in the center. Now in the game, they're going to double on the E file, which of course makes sense. But I think there are also some lines where you could imagine this knight moving and then the pawns rolling like this, and they could be very, very effective here. I think a lot of humans wouldn't play Rook AE1 because it kind of locks in this rook here on F1, but you can see Stockfish likes the move. So the king now steps back, King F8, and Bishop D3 hitting the queen, and of course the queen doesn't want to give up the pawn on H7, so Queen H6. Now another nice instructive attacking move, Rook E4. This move threatens Rook H4, which will hit the queen and also hit the pawn on H7. So there's an immediate idea to win material, and we have a bit of a crisis here for black. Now, at this point, Stockfish thinks that the best move is pawn to F5. Now, a human probably doesn't want to play a move like this that opens up a lot of squares against your king and also really softens the light squares. But it does seem to be the last good try for black. After pawn F5, of course, you could consider Rook H4, which is very tempting, dangerous, and might even be the best move, but Stockfish's best line, the one that it thought was best at least when it was playing the game, is pawn takes F6. Opening more lines, it makes a lot of sense, of course. Now, after Rook takes E4, Bishop takes E4, Queen takes F6, offering a queen trade. Of course, you don't want to trade queens, you want to keep the queens on the board and try to attack. Black needs to defend this H7 pawn, so pawn H6, and Stockfish's best move is pawn to H3, not a very human move, but there we go. And now you really need to develop, so pawn D5, and then after pawn D5, you have queen takes D5, and you go for a queen trade with queen E6. And Stockfish thinks this is a little better for white. So this is a long and complicated line, but at least it doesn't seem like there's a forced win for white. Instead, Leela played the move pawn to G6, accepting a very, very passive position. And immediately Stockfish goes from thinking, hey, maybe I'm a little better to, hey, I think I'm a lot better and I might be winning. So after pawn G6, Stockfish continues with Rook FE1 here. I love bringing out the rook, the last piece that wasn't contributing. The queen pulls back to G7. She feels very buried here, but there's an immediate idea of pawn D6 to try to make some exchanges and utilize this pin right here, which is why Stockfish pulls back and doesn't allow that with queen C1. If pawn D6 had been played, then there was pawn takes D6, and after a trade on E4, the bishop recaptures, and this is a problem, and this is a problem, and white's position is just overwhelming. So after queen C1, we see king over to G8. Doesn't really accomplish anything, but it's very hard to accomplish anything. Pawn H4, another great instructive move that helps build the attack. You have the idea of pawn H5 and maybe even pawn H6. And these moves are often utilized by neural network engines to really clamp in on the opponent's position and provoke weaknesses. Pawn H6, trying to make sure that this pawn doesn't get to H6 and lines are not opened. So you're getting ready to meet pawn H5 with pawn to G5 for black. Now, I think this is maybe the best attacking move in the game. Rook 1 to E3. This rook suddenly lifts, and it doesn't seem like it should have any potential here along the third rank. But as we will see in the game, it definitely does have potential. In this position, it seems like there's only one move that might not be losing. That's King F8, which is Stockfish's preference, and it definitely thinks it's much, much better here, which of course makes sense. Black can barely move anything in this position, and King F8 may avoid some of the immediate threats in the position, but it certainly doesn't give black a desirable position. However, there's at least no clear forced win that Stockfish saw after King F8. Instead, though, King H8 is played here. Now, pawn to H5, and the idea of taking here and opening things is really unbearable, so we see pawn G5, which again was the point of pawn H6, trying to keep things closed. And now, knight takes G5. Absolutely brilliant from Stockfish and definitely winning. It's only now that Leela realizes it's much, much worse. Stockfish is saying, hey, I'm basically winning here, and Leela's going, oh, I'm definitely worse in this position. Now, after knight takes G5, you can capture with the queen or the pawn. Both are losing. I'm not going to dive too deep into all of the possibilities after queen takes g5, but here's the basic idea. Queen c3 threatening pawn e6, so that pawn needs to be stopped with rook e6. But then rook g3 hitting the queen, which can go back to a few different squares. And after queen e7, you can double here. This is very strong. And you're soon going to follow up with the idea of bishop b1 and then queen c2 or queen d3, making a battery. Total control of the g-file, total control of the light squared diagonal, and it's just overwhelming. There's no way to defend against all the threats that white quickly sets up. So in the game after knight takes g5, we see h takes g5 and pawn to h6. Of course, the queen cannot capture because rook h3 pins and wins the queen right here. So after h6, we see queen back to f8. Rook g3 just getting ready to go over and win the g5 pawn and finish off your crushing attack. Here, an interesting move is pawn f5 when we can capture en passant, and after rook takes e4, this move is good and should win, but the strongest move is queen takes g5. And here, queen g7 check, making a pass pawn on the 7th rank and forcing it through in multiple different ways is absolutely crushing. So a beautiful position here that would have been completely overwhelming. In the game, after rook g3, we see knight takes e5 here, and now queen takes g5 and pawn f5, hitting this rook right here. In this position, Leela was expecting rook takes e5 when white is a lot better, but maybe white is not winning. Instead though, Stockfish played rook h4. And it's only after rook h4 is on the board that Leela goes from thinking, oh, this is a bad position, but not necessarily lost, to Leela's acknowledging, oh, I am definitely lost. And again, Stockfish has been thinking that Leela is definitely lost for a while. It clearly calculated better in this line with rook h4. So this move threatens queen g7 check. Even a move like rook e7 to add defense to the g7 square doesn't really help because you still go queen g7 check. And if rook takes g7 here, pawn takes g7 with double check, you get a check from both the rook and the pawn. And the only way to get out of double check is to move the king. Here we have king g8 and then there's rook h8. Your next turn is to capture and promote a queen with check. And obviously you're completely winning here with the white pieces. So the only try here, and evidently what Leela miscalculated, is knight g4. And the idea here is, of course, rook e1 check, and also just to clog the g-file, which is the basis of white's attack. But after knight g4, Stockfish just clears things out. Rook h takes g4, and now pawn takes g4, and you might be thinking about capturing this pawn right here. That's enough compensation for being a full rook down, but it does not win the game. Instead, the critical move is rook e3. This move just threatens rook takes e8 and then queen to g7 and checkmate. So this is a huge problem and there's really no defense. You can also consider rook d8 here and then just rook e7, threatening rook h7 mate. Among other things, there's no defense. After rook e3, we do see rook takes e3 and now queen takes e3. Black is up a full rook here, although of course these pieces are completely out of the game, so it's hard to count them as full pieces. This position is simply winning because there's no way to stop a check on the dark square diagonal here, and then after the king moves over, you simply have h7 check and then h8 equals queen. So in this position with all of the extra material and the ability to make the move in this position, there's no way for Leela to save the game. White simply executes the idea. Pawn d6 is played, queen d4 check, king g8, h7 check. Of course, the bishop is defending, and then king over, and we make our protected queen. From here, of course, it's just a simple process to checkmate. But in the Computer Chess Championship, we do play out to checkmate, so this is how the game concludes. Of course, the technique is always nice, and the queen and bishop work perfectly well together in finishing the game off. So, final position here sees the queen come into d7 and checkmate. So I hope you've enjoyed this great game, and I hope it inspires some of you to play more Evans Gambits. The chess world needs more Evans Gambits.
What would my next 3 to 5 moves be, combined with learning how to swim with the river? I'm going to leave and get some water because I've been talking way too much. I'll be right back. And I want to see what kind of plan you might come up with that, okay?
Okay.
All right.
Got it.
Got it.
Oh my god, this is a lot.
Got a minute. Come on, Benji.
Oh, and he's not streaming, so we can't see. Oh no. It's gonna be the zigzag checkmate. It's gonna be the checkmate. Here it comes. Sardosh sees it. No question. He's going to do this, mate. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh, he blundered the queen!
Oh my gosh!
Oh my gosh, he blundered the queen!
Does Benji see it? Does Benji see it? Benji, do you see this? Oh, he has to see it. Look at Benji's face. He's in shock.
Oh, he took the queen, and Sardosh loses the queen.
Benji is so confused.
He's smiling.
Oh, Sardosh, no! No, the tragedy!
Not the queen!
Oh
my gosh.
Benji is smiling. Sardosh is melting. He is melting. Oh no!
Sardosh played a great game. He was playing so well. And on one turn, doesn't see the queen on the opposite side of the board. Full board awareness. Needs to see these things. And unfortunately for Sardosh, he loses queen.
He is laughing at himself. He is laughing at himself. At least he's not crying.
Well, it's a Botez gambit for the ages. And Benji Fishy wins the group.
I just got a shot into Bobby Hall's outfit. He's dressed like
Oh wow. Isn't that looks like something right out of the 1970s?
But he's dressed like Dwight from The Office.
True, that's true.
I literally,
the coloring,
I literally have the yellow tie mug right here.
Yeah.
And he,
exactly.
Bobby
the
texted
shirt,
me last night and said, wait till you see my outfit. But I had no idea this was what he was going to do. This is hilarious. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Defending. He's slow. Actual dog water. Take. Attacking. Can you guys take me off? Can you take me off chess.com? Can you take me off the website? Take me off the website! Get me off!
Congratulations, you are making it to the semifinals. Critical. Are you inspired, Rain, by Critical's hair?
Yeah, that's probably what that is. Yeah. I am the
new chess Jesus.
She will never bring it too close. She knows that when the king is in the corner, a night shadow is needed of distance.
Tables.
She knows it.
Tables, Pokemon. Tables.
I don't want to stalemate, you know?
Night shadow, there we go with the night shadow.
Tables.
Wow.
Tables.
Unbelievable technique.
Tables.
Pokemon.
Yay!
She gives him the
What a roller coaster.
I'm gonna try.
Oh no! Where is she hovering over the? Why does she want rotate?
No! Misclick. Damn it! God damn it, misclick! Misclick! No! Misclick! That's so unfair!
Right, is that better?
Not me.
Very well played.
Yes! 6-0! Undefeated! Yes, baby! Did it, boys!
Another master check. 10 minutes. So there's gonna
It's
be
over.
remote.
Boom. He goes here.
go
No,
that way.
it's not over. Oh, it's over.
Yeah, maybe we should take a look at Tubbo. Let's see what he's thinking since he finally has the upper hand in this game. He has to be a little bit careful though because his knight is under attack.
Don't be scared.
I think he's giving himself a pep talk, but Tubbo, you don't have that much time.
How's your chess beyond that? Like, how much chess have you played? Because you were amazing. I mean, we don't know much about you, so.
I'm amazing. Nah, I started playing like 3 months ago or something like that. Like, And it was also not because of Queen's Gambit, but it was because the previous PogChamps where XQC failed in 6 moves. After that, I began watching more chess streams, and it was thanks to XQC and Hikaru. So yeah.
That's sweet. I don't remember that. 6 moves? I don't know what he's talking about.
Just looking still at the computer. He feels the pressure. Oh no! His queen is going to be trapped after the knight moves. Even knight e2, a simple move like that, the queen cannot move. If Ludwig sees it, I think this is his game, and he sees it. This is brutal.
That will be a pinned queen, and there's actually no way for black to get out of that pin.
He should try.
Oh,
Bishop takes
I just know. Oh, I didn't even notice it was a pin.
But
Holy sh**. Whoops.
Yeah, even after bishop takes f3, you can play queen takes f3.
Not the best move, but I mean, again. Whoa! Oh! Queen takes what? Queen takes queen? What?
She doesn't even see it. She's only looking at her rook under attack. Oh, I think she spotted it. She took, it's game on.
Oh, what happened? See, I told you, Michelle. Oh.
Oh no.
Over. Like,
and
oh, and he's
queen up 2. Oh no, oh no, oh no.
Queen
There's
F2.
no way logic misses it. Queen F2. Oh no.
Oh, he won!
Oh, he missed it!
And now he's mated!
Ludwig has a force maiden too.
And now he's mated!
What a throw! King E8 and then Queen C8, and there's actually a staircase checkmate. Oh man. Logic through.
Oh, Queen D7's mate. Mate. Rook D6,
Rook
Queen D7.
Queen D7. There are 3 mates here for white. Oh my gosh. Oh, what a huge throw.
Let's go!
The question is, does Ludwig realize that he was mated in shoot? That's actually the big question.
Victory!
Charlie's gone off the deep end, but frankly, Jimmy's got 15 seconds.
I hope he
10.
will not flag. F3.
Pawn takes. He hung mate.
F3 lost D takes C2, and now
He hung the house. Oh, it's done.
Mate. It's not just hanging the rook, it's mate.
Oh. Can we cut to Charlie?
Gotcha.
Can we cut to
Close call.
Pikachu? No gifted subs? Oh, okay. Well, that was far less dramatic than I thought. That was, I mean, okay. All right.
But next week, I mean, I don't. No point in looking ahead. We've got a crazy day here today, and you know what's hilarious? Something just fell from the roof of this building and hit my camera. I'm gonna scoot over.
Oh my gosh, I was like,
hi everybody.
Why is Danny going out of frame? I know you want me
Lauren, I
to
told
be
you
the
to fix
main
the
host, but Danny, you don't need to do
There
this
you go.
much. What is
It
going
was
on?
soundproofing from the ceiling. So the new studio we have here is actually not complete yet. We've been doing all kinds of stuff, and what you just saw, you can't fake. Hey buddy, are you gonna? Don't shake your head at me like this is on me, buddy.
I feel so bad.
But now the rook is hanging down. He is hanging his rook, but Rubius doesn't see it. He doesn't have time.
Oh, are we gonna get Queen E4, Knight H4, Queen A8 mate? Is Rubius gonna see this? Oh, Rubius! No, Rubius!
The back rank checkmate. Levy, have I told you about the G6 pawn earlier?
Anna, you were right.
I didn't want to be right. I didn't want to be right.
My heart is broken. The clips can only be a minute long. Oh, Queen C6.
The clips can only be a minute long, so do it.
Come on, Rain.
Rain. Oh! That's it! Oh my god!
Draw. Oh.
Oh man. I don't know.
Too predictable.
I really should learn how to do that end game.
No way.
Oh my god. This is insane.
Jimmy can't lose on time.
Okay, no stalemate.
Oh my gosh. He just resigned.
he ran out of time?
Oh my god.
No, he resigned.
Why did he resign?
I
You
don't know.
resigned.
I literally just went over Rook King in game.
We're headed toward mate on a 7.
Oh,
Sheboygan, Wisconsin. Take the queen and don't look back, Nico. Yes, send us to overtime.
Whatever. Oh!
And that's why you pay more attention.
I feel like obviously playing on oh no, the bishop. The bishop. No, the bishop.
Bottas Gambit. This
Oh
was.
my
This
God!
was a different type of Bottas Gambit.
And Logic's bishop in the corner. The difference maker.
Long range piece. It was hiding. It was hiding on the A2
God
square.
damn it.
Oh my god. Oh my god. No! 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 Oh no! I don't even.
Damn it!
Yeah, C3 here is very strong, I think. C3 and knight G5, but knight D5. Oh no, he blundered.
Oh, wow. Does Rain see it? Knight D5.
Rain is getting low on time. 1 minute on the clock.
He found it.
Oh,
this is
boy.
his last chance. It's going to come down to the wire.
But now King.
Oh, he put 92 made one. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh. Let's go. Yes. Yeah. Oh no. Oh.
What's going on, guys? National Master James Keti III here with chess.com, and today we have game of the day. With the white pieces, we have Daniil Dubov, and with the black pieces, we have Sergey Karyakin. This is the Russian Super Finals, and if Karyakin is able to win this game, he takes Seoul first of the Russian Super Finals, guys. He's the champ. Now, of course, Dubov is not going to let that happen. He's going to play his best and say, you're going to have to get through me, says Dubov. And here we are, e4, e5, knight f3 and knight to c6, bishop c4 and bishop c5. Very easy game. Could be an Evans Gambit, could be a Joko Piano, something like that, Italian game type stuff. But after bishop c5, there's c3 from Dubov, and then knight f6. Going smooth so far, stuff that they've seen before. Nothing spectacular. d4 is the usual move here. Intending after e takes d4, we're going to see c takes d4, you know, kind of an easy game. Sometimes you can play d3 here. But what happens is e takes d4, usual move. And here, guys, what would you actually play? There are a few alternatives. e5, castling be a move, and c takes d4, right? These are the usual moves here. But this is what Daniil Dubov played here. He played something completely different, and the highest rated player to play this move right here, guys. Can you find the move that was played right here? Here we go, guys. This is the move. b4. Can you believe it? b4? I've never actually seen this myself. So this is definitely some home cooking, some prep that he's done to throw Sergei Karyakin off here. I mean, this was amazing to play b4. Now let's watch the follow-ups here. Now after b4, there is bishop to b6, and then e5 is played now instead of earlier, which is usually played here. The best defense is offense, and just because I'm attacked, it doesn't mean I have to move my piece. So after e5, actually d5 is the most thematic way to play. Sergei did not do d5 here, and let's actually take a look at what happens if d5 happens. F takes G, E takes f6 is the best way to play. D takes c4, then queen e2 and bishop e6. And then after b5, making a threat on the knight, knight moves out of the way. F takes g7, rook g8, we take on d4. Queen d7, and this is supposed to be what the position would look like if they went down that road, with black being slightly better and actually preparing to castle queen side. But that's actually not what happened at all. It was actually knight to e4 by Sergei Karyakin here. Now after knight e4, there's a bunch of ways to play, guys. You have castle, c takes d4. Do we play b5? Like, what are we playing here? What's the move? Like, what do we actually do here? Well, let's let Daniel to tell you guys what he did here, Daniel. Bishop to d5, actually. Bishop d5, this is the most aggressive way to play here. It's going to get pretty fun. Now let's see what happens here. He must capture the second pawn here. He has to go into this line because there's really nothing else to do here. Now, after bishop to d5, knight takes c3 from Karyakin. Knight takes c3, d takes c3, and here we go, guys. When you're on the attack, when you gambit something, when you're down material or you sacrifice something for rapid development, gambits and things like that, you need to keep the attack up. So what would you do to keep the attack up in this move, guys? Would you castle? Would you play like b5? Would you play a4? What would you actually play in this moment? Here we go, guys. Here's the move. Bishop g5, and this is also a novelty here. Now, it seems like Bishop g5, just an easy move to make. I mean, I would play this too because, like, we're attacking the queen. It's a good move. But he keeps attacking. If Dubov waits for black to castle here, then queen e8 could be a move. So you want to get bishop g5 in easily. Now black must allow this pin to happen. And then knight e7. This seems very cramped for white here. Not the most fun position. And here we go. After knight e7, there's castles. Then there's h6 because he says, look, this pin has to go. I am tired of this pin. So the bishop backs up and says, not today. And if you want to get rid of this pin, you're going to have to play g5. And we're going to get very live after g5, and no, it's going to be messed up over here, especially if you're trying to castle on this side of the board. So after bishop h4, we have castles. Very natural move, but now white loves the attack here. Or the engines love white's attack after these next few moves. After castles, there's rook to e8, guys. Just putting some pressure on the file, maybe even some rook lifts. Maybe e6 could be in the future. You never know. It's always good to put a rook on e8 here. But the development for black is not there. It's non-existing. A little bit for white too on this side, but we have the bishop swiping the board here. This knight can come into play eventually, maybe through e5, and maybe we can have some type of queen play. Let's see what happens. After rook e8, there is queen to e8. He says, you know what, I am tired of this pin, and Daniil plays bishop to b3, backing it all the way up. Maybe bishop to c2. This could happen too as well. White is definitely in the driver's seat here, guys. Now watch this. a5 happens and says, look, we need to make something happen. Let's make some trades. Let's do something. I need to get my pieces out. Now, white to move, guys. Make sure you're on your attacking brain today. Hopefully you did your tactics and puzzle rush on chess.com. Now, check this out. What would you play as white right here? I'm going to give you a few seconds to figure this one out. What would you play as white right now? Here we go, guys. a5. After a5, white plays this move right here. Bishop to f6. Can you believe that move right there? Bishop f6 is on the board against Sergei Karyakin. Imagine if you are Sergei Karyakin right now. How do you feel pressure-wise that I have to win this game to be champ? And I'm now getting bishop f6 played on me on the board. Bishop f6 is a scary move. It's a very, very scary move here, guys. And of course, the idea here is after pawn takes, and this is pinned. And not only is the king side busted open now, but you have problems. And also, I'm getting my piece back with some interest here. So bishop f6, great attacking idea. Now, after bishop f6, there's a4 on the board here, which was not the best move. They said that knight f5 actually was an entry, something to do here, but he plays a4 honestly because this is a scary position to be in. After a4, there's bishop to c4. Now myself, I would have probably played bishop to c2 and play queen d3 and go in this fashion, but bishop c4 keeps the pin here is what he wanted to do. Bishop c4, then you see knight to g6 and queen to d3, guys. We're attacking this knight. This bishop is pinning the pawn. Your pieces don't exist, says Dubov. Queen to d3, actually. And after queen d3, there's d5. I have to do something here. And if this is the best move to make, you might be in some trouble here. Now, after d5, here we go. E takes d6. Your queen is hanging. Oh, and your knight is hanging. Oh, and you need something else to do. This bishop is hanging as well. Watch this, guys. Bishop to e6 is on the board. Are you ready for today? I hope you came ready to watch this video today. Now, I want you to stop the video right now and tell me what you would play if you were Dubov in this position. Hope you guys are ready. Here it is. Here it is, guys. This is the move of the day, move of the year, guys. Watch this combination. Here it is. If you said queen takes g6, bam, oh my goodness, there it is. And Sergei Karyakin, you could probably see him sweating immediately after this move. Maybe flew back in his chair like in the Matrix or something. Queen takes g6 happened on the board, and it was a loud clatter. After clapping the piece there, it was amazing. Queen takes g6 is on the board, and he just stood up and looked at Karyakin. Probably did in his head. He didn't really do that, but I'm sure he probably wanted to. Queen takes g6 is on the board, sacrificing the queen, guys. And after f takes g6, rook takes e6 to follow right after here. We have all of this eyeing him. I mean, this is very scary right now. Now we got our material back. We have discoveries against the king. Well, now he has 2 pieces for the queen, says Dubov. And we have an attack. Let's see what happens. Queen f7, he just kind of gets out of the way here. There's discoveries everywhere. So he just kind of blocks the discovery here and says, okay, cool. Yeah, you have a little bit of material. We're not going to give you everything. And here's what white does, guys. Watch the follow-up here. When you sacrifice and you do things like this, you want to wait and you want to actually look and see what's your follow-up. And you need to know beforehand, before you actually get to this position, and be wrong. So you want to have your follow-up ahead of time. And this is what he does here, guys. Bishop takes c3. There is no need to hurry. Black can't move the queen and the king off the a2 g8 diagonal. It's just very hard to do this. So bishop takes c3. He just gets out of the way here. No need to hurry. And then king h8, he says, look, I have to get off of this as quickly as possible. But then here we go, rook e4. Now we defend the queen here. And if you look at the compensation here, guys, compensation is very, very important. One of the hardest things to explain in chess is compensation. Yeah, I'm losing my queen. I've sacrificed it for a little bit of material. But I mean, we have our minor pieces. We have 2 bishops and a knight. And we have 2 rooks and an attack against the black king here. This should be enough compensation here, guys, especially as strong as Daniil is playing Sergei Karyakin. It could be wild here, and of course Daniil is known for these type of positions and attacking an aggressive play. So let's see what happens. Rook to e4, queen f5, attacking the rook here. You got to keep the attacks up, as white does the same thing. You keep attacking, I'm going to keep attacking too as well, says Daniil. Rook e7 hitting g7, guys. This is very scary. The bishops and the rook work together brilliantly. Now after rook to e7, here it is. Rook g8, because he kind of has to. I mean, you have to defend g7. There's all kind of attacks, mating threats, mating ideas. So he says, okay, cool, you're going to give me the rook. I'm going to take it. Now we have 2 rooks and 2 pieces, and maybe even a passed pawn here versus these pieces here, which doesn't look that good, guys. It doesn't look that good. D takes c7. Now I have almost a queen here, and I have some pieces. All I have to do is trade probably one of the rooks or a bishop, and we're definitely in the driver's seat here.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our coverage of the FIDE Online Chess Olympiad. We are in Division 3, and we're at the end of this division. I am Jennifer Shahade, and I am here with my friend, Grandmaster Irina Krush, and we've got a lot of exciting chess for you guys this morning, afternoon, wherever you are. Irina, hello.
Good morning, Jen. Good morning to our audience. Really excited to be here with you. I think we're going to have a fun day.
Absolutely, yes. I love this tournament. I love seeing all the different teams from all over the world compete. It's so exciting. Let's take a look at what we've got so far. As we see, the results are just about in Pool C, and we've got some very exciting matchups for round 9.
Yeah, so Pool C, this is a pool that I was commentating on Friday, so I'm quite familiar with the teams that we're going to see today. And we have Scotland, unsurprisingly, doing really well. They just have I think, the strongest team in Pool C. And it's nice to see Angola in 2nd place. Actually, Angola is a team that qualified from Division 4, and they continue to move up the ranks. And we got Wales in the 3rd position. Now, I think there are some teams that can still theoretically catch Wales. Let me just
like Botswana and Zambia potentially, depending what happens in this final round.
Exactly. So there's two teams, Zambia and Botswana. They can still catch Wales. Nobody can catch Scotland and Angola, though. Those teams are guaranteed to go through into the next division because there's only one more game left for them to play, so they're uncatchable. Zambia and Botswana can still theoretically catch Wales, but the problem is Wales is playing a team that's I think lost all their matches so far. The ICCD team, that is a team of the deaf, and I don't know. Well, have they lost all their matches? No, actually, they haven't lost all their matches. They've won 2 matches, but they're in last place nonetheless. They're tied for last place. So it depends on how they do in this last round game. But if the favorite wins, then Wales is going to go through and get that 3rd spot.
All right. Well, we will keep our eye on all those games as they've just started up. We just have these games beginning in the final round of Pool C. Let's see if it turns out as expected or if there are some surprises. So here we've got an international master, and it looks like a game in which there's a heavy rating discrepancy. Although I don't know about when I've been calling the Olympiad last week, there were a lot of upsets, so anything can happen. But what do you think about this opening choice for white, Irina?
Oh, it's pretty good opening choice. This is called, we call this a Botvinnik pawn structure. This C4, D3, E4 with the bishop fianchetto to G2. I mean, he really popularized these setups with white wanting to play F4 sometime soon. I actually kind of like the way this is going for white because I'm not so sure what is black doing with their pieces. They're not able to play D5. They don't have a knight on D4. They don't have that good control over D4. The funny thing, Jen, is white can even play D4. White's control over the position is so good that they can actually either pawn move.
Well, that's what I was thinking is generally when I'm black in this type of position, I prefer not to have my knight on F6 so I can play for F5 and maybe get some kind of action going, but it's a bit slow. And if I were to play a move like knight E8 or knight H7, at that point, you could seize the moment and try to open up the center. So we'll see how this goes, but looks like a promising position for white. And here we have Andrew Greet versus David Silva. So an international master battle, both players are IMs. And this is a really important matchup, right?
Yeah, right. So this is, it's important in maybe psychological way, Jen, right? Because Angola's in 2nd place and Scotland's in 1st place. So I think actually, can Angola still catch Scotland? I think they cannot, Jen. So even if Angola wins this match, they're still actually going to be behind Scotland. But I think it certainly would make them feel really good to beat the team that's so far beaten everyone in the division. So I think from that point of view, it is quite an important match.
And you're saying that basically in this tournament, the Olympiad and the divisional games and matches, what's really important is getting those top 3 spots. So once you get them, whether you get 2nd or 3rd is not that important. And regardless, it looks like Angola's locked up 2nd anyway.
Exactly. So Angola's locked up 2nd. Like no one's really risking much in this match. So I think they're playing, chess for fun, I think, in this round.
Well, let's look around at some of the other games. Okay, I can't help but take a look at this game, Irina, as we do know that Botswana has an outside chance of, somehow getting one of those top 3 spots. Masaita Bessa is actually part of some of my women's programs at US Chess. She's from Botswana, but she's actually attending a university in Texas right now. So I believe she's perhaps a freshman or maybe even a sophomore. I think maybe in the COVID year, she was doing online learning. So she is playing the black pieces, studying with Alexander Onashuk as her coach.
Oh, well, that's a good coach.
Yes, very good.
I was just seeing some pictures on Facebook, recently from, I think it was Onashuk's wife, and I saw his cool German Shepherd. So I was just recently thinking about Alex Onashuk. Now, I actually like Bessa's position here, Jen. I'm not so convinced by that knight on the side of the board. I really like black center, the D and the E pawns, which could be launched at any moment. I would not be shocked if black decided it was time to move the pawn to E5. Although now if I'm black, I would really be looking at that relationship between the bishop and the rook and the long diagonal and trying to see how can I use it. Now, perhaps there's no winning tactic, although the move knight E4 is certainly very possible and quite strong. And so I think black has a very pleasant choice here between playing like knight E4 or playing E5 as well.
And so she's playing against Ally Dawabshe. And what team is Botswana playing this round?
Palestine.
Okay, so she's playing against a Palestinian squad, which, by the way, I think they were in Division 4 as well and won one of the top 3 spots in Division 4. So another team that managed to qualify for Division 3. Very well done by Palestine. But I agree with you. This position, it just doesn't look like white is going to be able to withstand the black center. And look at this. Besa just immediately went for it with the move knight E4, looking to... Well, okay, after rook b1, let's see, what now? Do you think
I like a6, Jen, maybe. I would think about that. I mean, well, no, actually, do I like a6? Not really. It allows the knight to go to b6. So I think
I actually kind of prefer your other idea, like e5. But this is okay, too, because basically after knight takes d2, I'm sure she's planning to potentially follow it up with the e5 idea.
Yep.
And there it is. Yeah. She's ready to threaten e4 now, which is going to force white to perhaps play e4 themselves. And yes, she has done it right away. Ally has played e4.
So should black go d4 and then just play for f5? I think that's a pretty reasonable idea. That's probably what I would do, Jen. Although, I mean, I have to say there's a lot of attractive options here. And I mean, even taking on e4 can be considered. Maybe even queen e7 here to step back with the queen and prepare f5. I still like black's position, but maybe taking the space in the center and then doing all of that same idea.
Yeah, and notice this knight is just not... White has 2 kind of issues here, this knight on a4 and also the king. So in order to find a position where...
issues, Jen. Do you want me to find another one for you?
A third one.
There's no center, the black e-pawn.
Okay, fair enough. But I could... If you give me enough moves, I'm going to have an equal position. That was what I was trying to say.
Yeah.
You don't want to let me castle play c4 and knight c3. Okay, right. Suddenly it's looking okay. But that's really the problem, that Tempe in this position is not that much in favor for white. Let's look at another game.
How about Zambia? We got Gir Daniel versus Macaulay. That's an interesting one. Zambia is playing Kosovo. And Zambia is another team that has something to play for, because just like Botswana, they could technically catch up to Wales.
Which game again did you want?
Daniel Gir versus Macaulay Purpurim.
Got it. Daniel Gir, international master versus Macaulay Purpurim. And whoa, okay. So why?
I can even guess which opening this was. This was a funny Reti opening, Jen, where white never played d4. There is this kind of line. And I think white is doing really, really well. I love that control over the C file.
Yeah, the c-file control is quite sweet indeed. Now, I would love to regain control, but it's not that easy. Because if I were ever play queen b7 to try to get the c8 square, you would play rook c7. So that's kind of off menu. So what else? Like some kind of move like knight e8 looking very passive. And
black just played a5, Jen, and so they kind of want to create a new open file by playing a4. I think that's their hope, and it's actually not a bad idea at all. Just this idea that if you cannot gain control of one file, you got to create another one for yourself.
Yeah, interesting. And now white just played rook c7, trying to capitalize immediately on the c file. And now one interesting thing is that after bishop d8, rook c5, okay.
I didn't understand anything about that. Why didn't black go bishop d6, Jen? Why?
Yeah, I think they were worried maybe about, let's see.
The repetition is the only thing I You think bishop takes f6 they're worried about? No, I don't think so. Right?
No, I don't think it works here. They're probably worried that next move it will be available. But the thing is, black is potentially a little worse here, so they shouldn't be that upset about this idea, right?
Exactly.
That's what you're saying. Maybe black didn't feel like they're worse.
Oh yeah, well maybe they did, but they still want to play. I mean, maybe that's it.
Yeah, perhaps. I mean, it's not that obvious because there's so many elements in this position. Like black does have this nice center control. White has the two bishops. White has the open C file, but I can understand black wanting to keep the game going. But let's see, did it backfire?
It's the last game that their team is going to play, so you don't really want the chess to end, right?
No, not necessarily. But now let's look what happened. The dynamic has changed as white has played e4, and they're looking like
their advantage, I think, is increasing. I mean, this e4 idea was a big one to try to open up the game, open up the light squared bishop. So I'm quite happy with the position here for white. Although black can now find the d file for their rook, and actually their bishop on b6 is pretty good. I have to say,
this is the moment to take it. Maybe this is the moment to just take this guy and then play for the weakness of the king. What do you think, Irina?
I tell you, it's really funny, Jen, because I have recently used this example in my teaching a lot. It's the game Shankland versus Kuryakin from the last round of the World Cup. And it had this very similar idea where Shankland gave up the bishop pair to double up black's pawns on the king side and then play this move e5, to try to get to the king. He was better. He had a good chance to win. He made one wrong move and then he didn't win. But the point from that, Jen, is that actually, I mean, I think bishop takes f6, gf, it might not be so easy to get to the king because white's bishop isn't that good. Unless you can really play, I don't know, some kind of tactic with e5 immediately, black has a really good chance of getting control of the dark squares. So I would be careful about that. And I would also really watch out for this bishop d4 idea. Because if black can neutralize white's bishop, I think black will actually be okay. White's light squared bishop is not that awesome. So it's kind of an important moment, I think, for white.
It is an important moment because this is a committal decision. If you play this, you can't take it back. That is, and I think what you were trying to say there, Irene, I thought was a great point that, if I just try to do something like this, don't forget, you've got this dark square control now that could end up being not only aggressive, but also a superb defensive potential for black. So I think that I wouldn't want to do something so obvious here like queen b2. But yeah.
Don't you love that dark squared bishop, Jen? Don't you love the dark squared bishop?
It's a great piece. It sure is. I mean, a defender and an attacker at the same time. That's what we love about bishops. That they can do such a good job of doing both at once.
Yeah, and there's no real tactic. I mean, if you play e5, I really can even play, first of all, f5. I mean, you don't have like a winning tactic with with the rook. Although computer seems to like the position, but he likes it positionally. Yeah, he's going to probably take that bishop, take the rook, play rook d1. And actually, yeah, this is the kind of stuff that white can definitely look at.
That's so surprising because, that to me, that's very counterintuitive from a human point of view because this bishop is so strong. And my rook was so strong on c6. I'm just trading everything off. Okay, apparently that wasn't what the computer had in mind, which is relieving to me because it does seem so counterintuitive to me to give my two best pieces up.
Yeah.
But sometimes it's correct. I mean, liquidation sometimes is just so powerful that it's worth what you're getting. Okay, what about something that looks terrible? No, I can't do that.
I mean, maybe, yeah, you know what it is, Jen? It must be something like queen d2.
What about this move g4?
That was interesting.
I was thinking that after pawn takes g4, I might have bishop e4, but I guess you could just play h6 here, right? Or h5. So maybe I need to go in with the queen.
Here, yeah, queen d2, Jen, at some point. That queen is going to come in.
Oh, okay. So h6, queen d2.
She's going to go in for her little visit,
Yeah, that's a great point. And now queen f4 is also a possibility. Yeah, well, that's what happens. That's the thing about this bishop. I said it's a great defensive piece, but only if it can get over here. And unfortunately, right now, that's not going to be very easy to do. So, okay. So very interesting position indeed. Let's see what's going on. And then we'll move on to another game. I mean, white White has a big decision to make. Bishop
Yeah,
takes
this is fascinating.
f6.
So bishop f6 and e5. Well, the funny thing is that's very much like Shanklin's method of play in that
And
game.
g4 too. So it's very concrete, apparently. Like it sounds like, we see the bar here. So we saw that there was something that the computer liked. And it turned out to be this very, very concrete line of just playing e5, g4, just ripping things open, because the longer you wait, if black can consolidate that small weakness, you might not be able to really have anything to show for it. So some really fascinating lines going on here. Okay, shout out to Alarapu Adu, international master from Nigeria. He also has spent a lot of time in the United States, so I've met him several times. And here he is with a very, I'm trying to evaluate the position. It looks like it's completely equal in material. My first impression is that it's like looking quite nice for white, but what's the plan?
Okay, so let's figure this one out. Yeah, it's looking nice for white because white's got a protected pass pawn on d5, black has a backwards pawn on c5, and black has a pretty bad bishop on d6 and obviously less space. They have space on the queen side with that b4 pawn, but white's space in the center is more important. So I think white's ultimate goal, Jen, is probably to prepare the move f4. Well, now that's
okay.
That was black's move now. Okay.
F5. Okay, very, very concrete move. This player, Khalid Khalifa, only 1,500, but I feel like a lot of these players are really underrated because the FIDE rating might be outdated since everybody's been playing during the pandemic. This is a very good opportunistic move, in my opinion. Taking advantage of the moment where this queen is potentially in peril and this pawn is also looking behind to get a little bit of activity. I like it.
Yeah, I like it too. I think black is trying to go f4, so it's very hard for white to just ignore this move. Because if black plays f4, they're really taking space on the king side. Then it's hard to kind of see where white's going to be playing, and their queen is going to be really cut off by herself. So I'm thinking you're going to want to take on f5. Try to give the e4 square to the knight. Of course, black might take with the bishop not letting the knight go there, or they might take with the rook attacking the queen. But still, intuitively, I feel like pawn takes f5 would be the move I'd go with.
Nigeria, the most populous country in Africa by a wide margin, been featured very much in the news lately as they have a very successful program, Chess in Slums initiative, to bring chess to kids all over Nigeria. Tunde Ankaya is in charge of that. And he told me a little bit about the Nigerian squad and some of the talented ladies on the team. So it doesn't seem like they're going to advance in this division, but I feel like if the kind of momentum continues in that country with like their chess development, they're going to be a real force to be reckoned with in future Olympiads.
Yeah, they're really actually quite a good team. And so I think they realistically could have been fighting for the top 3 places. And I mean, they still are. So they're really not, I think, a much worse team than Wales. I think they're just very comparable even on with the ratings. So white played King G2. That surprised me a little bit, Jen.
What did you expect again, Irina? You were
expecting pawn takes f5 because
because you felt like the structure, and just going back to e2 at the end of the day.
Yeah, black played f4. I really didn't want to let that move happen. I hate giving my opponent space against my king.
Interesting, very interesting. Because again, this is a critical moment. We keep hitting upon these critical moments, which I love. Because it's a do or die. Like if you don't take on f5, you're not going to get a chance to do it next move, right? This is the time. But I can understand a lot of tactically minded players would not like the idea of allowing rook takes f5. And now f2 is hanging and d5 is hanging. So probably this is what Adu was worried about.
Yeah, I thought queen e2 and we can try to go knight e4.
Yeah.
Who knows? I mean, taking the pawn seems kind of dangerous.
Yeah, I see what you mean because my king is also a thing. Yep. Well, that's the thing. Like it's dangerous, but this is dangerous too. So white has to definitely be on top, but of their game here and make sure that they're looking.
Jen, I just wanted to say, well, I thought it was a good move. At least I understood it to go bishop e2, try to go bishop g4.
Ah, yes.
Trade that bishop
and leave them with this lemon of a bishop. That is a very savvy idea. Okay, Black's played King H7.
Trap the queen, Jen.
Oh my gosh, what a move. G6 is potentially there, and then Bishop E7. So you're saying if Bishop G4, G6, Queen H4, Bishop E7. Oh my God, she's done.
Setting up a nice little trap there.
That is quite a queen trap. That makes me smile. And that would be a big upset, by the way, if this were to happen. A big upset. King H7.
This is actually the kind of stuff that I was worried about, Jen, and letting that pawn go to F4, because you see how the white queen is just kind of lacking squares here, right? And she's really kind of by herself. You know, it's not a great feeling to be the one and only piece on that side of the board with like no real support from the other pieces.
So how do we avoid this getting our queen trapped? Do we have something like knight F3, G6?
Ooh, this doesn't, I don't know. I do. I can't believe he's feeling too good about what he's playing right now. Bishop E2, Bishop D3. I mean, okay, he's obviously desperate to bring the queen back to E2.
I see. But what about F3? Okay, then it doesn't work anymore, right? Does it? F3 check, knight takes F3, G6. How do we
work?
What's that?
Why doesn't it work? It's still
no, I know. I'm looking. F3, knight F3, and now you're G6.
Yep.
I mean, it is a little different. I have knight G5 check possibilities, right?
But then your knight it's going to get trapped.
Yeah, I think that's why we're not going to lose. We're not going to lose everything. But it seems like we're still going to lose material here because I don't see a tactic here for white. And if so, we're going to have to save our queen and lose our knight.
I know. Well, I told you that pawn shouldn't go to F4, Jen. That was like so dangerous. From a practical point of view. Yeah.
But wait, I think they missed it. I think they missed F3. I think they played a different move. Queen to E7. Okay, this gives white a reprieve.
Yeah. You've got to take those tactical opportunities.
Yeah, I guess it's weird. F3 check. If you look at it makes me wonder when they played King H7, they probably saw the whole idea of G6 and Bishop E7, but somehow they weren't able to transfer that idea to the position with F3 check. Because I think a lot of that tactical vision and trickiness is taking one idea you see and trying to translate it to a different position.
Yeah, so what is white going to do, Jen? Is white going to just run away with the queen? That would be prudent, wouldn't it?
We gotta stop this F3 idea. My queen being so bereft of squares.
Jen, what I want to see black do, I want to see G5. Queen E2, G5. Just for fun. Why not?
Well, let's see, by the way, just out of curiosity, let's say white does something else. Does this F3 move still work? Or does it not work anymore because of
H4, so it's a little bit like you cannot trap the queen so easily.
Exactly. That's what I was thinking. But now it's actually Queen E7 in this bizarre way stops us from trapping the queen, period, because Bishop E7 is no longer possible because my queen is in that square that my bishop was supposed to go to. So probably not the best move, Queen E7, but God, it gave us quite a sweat.
Yeah.
That was exciting.
I think this game is going to be exciting. I mean, definitely, the lower rated player has a pretty nice position here. And I think, we really cannot predict how this is going to finish.
Now let's take a look at another game here. We've got Olivia Smith versus Annegret von Eriksen. So two women players. I love to see that there are so many female players in this event. Some of them on the regular boards, there's women's boards, but they can also play on the regular boards. Sometimes you have quite a number of female players. Now, what's going on with knight takes E6 here? I guess.
Yeah. Which
there's Queen F7.
I kind of feel, Jen, like maybe we're like right now. Are we looking at division D? Because I'm not sure. Division C. I don't think these players are. I mean, Pool C. I don't think these. Oh no, you're right. They're Wales.
No, we're still in Division C, but we do have these starting up. By the way, FYI, I think we do have that starting up soon. It's underway. It's round 7 of Division D. But since this is the last round of C, let's keep our eye on them because then we're gonna have to say goodbye to them in all of these countries.
Wales. Okay, so Smith is playing for Wales, and Annegret is playing for the ICCD. And let's see. So black is up a pawn. That's what we need to
So what
start
happens
with.
if knight e6 and just pawn c6, queen e6? There's just queen f7 at the end. So that doesn't work.
That doesn't work. Maybe.
What about b3 first and then knight e6?
I like that, Jen.
So if I were to play b3 and you move your knight away, I could take, and if you take, queen takes e6. Now queen f7, I can take on d6, which is cool. And well, if you were to go here,
Oh, I guess, well, queen f6.
Queen f6, king g8. So
Always
where's
go
our...
bishop well, okay, bishop h3.
Oh, you just want to play bishop h3. That looks pretty
I wish
juicy.
we could go some kind of rook e7. I would love like
Yeah, I think you're right though. I think that does come, well, bishop b7, there's just queen
yeah,
d7,
that's
8.
interference, yeah.
Yeah, this is just prosaic though. I mean, you can't stop bishop e6. A very nice move. There you go. That's it.
Yeah,
I know Irina's disappointed that the move is so direct, that it doesn't involve some kind of crazy sacrifice. But hey, that can make it actually harder to find, right? The devilish quiet move.
B3 though. Let's wait and see if she does that. It's a very natural move. You always want to kick your opponent's pieces to like worse squares, and so like b3 is a pretty free chance to do that. So I wonder what, the computer is not saying that black is losing. So what is it that they want to do on b3? Jen, we cannot play e5. No, okay, e5.
Maybe after knight takes e6, don't take, and then play like queen e7 because we were up a pawn, right?
But it's very ugly, isn't it? I mean, it's like, yeah, you have kind of a bad bishop on c6, but yeah, you can play the c3 pawn as
you should play like bishop h3 here. I'm like surprised this isn't winning for white. And then the computer is so good at defending, it probably just wants to play bishop d7 here, right? And just keep
bishop d7 is good.
Yeah. It's a surprise that there's nothing here for white, but hey, I mean bishop g5 maybe. It looks so promising, but I guess you just keep defending. Keep defending. Queen e8 only moves. All right. But that's why sometimes it can be hard to play these moves. It looks like b3 was played, guys. Knight a3. Knight takes e6 indeed was played. Now there's a queen b6 check, though. There wasn't that before because remember we played our knight to b6, blocking the check. So this was why black put the knight on a3 instead.
Yeah, she made a good move because now there's b4. b4 is a super good move, but okay, she played rook e8, but she still might play b4 soon. Maybe, okay, well, b4 needs to be played, right? Let's undermine that knight.
Fascinating game, though. I mean, this is a really cool game. I like how alert she was seeing this knight moving to a3.
How's Jir doing against Macaulay, Jen?
Let's take a look.
Versus Kosovo. Did he make a decision there?
Oh, but it looks like it went fantastically. Remember, we were looking at that, and he's up a rook. I don't know quite how that happened. The last we looked, it was around these parts, and yeah,
further, yeah, right here. Okay,
he played e5 instead of bishop takes f6, and then rook c4, and won that exchange. Okay, so that was clever. So after e5, maybe e5 was just a bone cruncher, but it does look like knight g4 was particularly problematic. Maybe to stay in the game, they needed to play knight d7.
Or even knight d5. How bad is that, Jen?
Oh, knight d5 blocking the power of the bishop. I like that too. Yeah, that would have been probably a lot more resilient, although I think there's potential tactics here as well for white. Black bishop looking a little bit weak over here. So white would have had some initiative, but not won the game immediately like they did in the game. Well done to Daniel. Nice game.
How else is that match going? We got Simatoe versus Barty and Mwango.
Wait, Simatoe, where's that?
Yeah,
Amon?
It's not Amon Simatoe, it's Musatwe Simatoe.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, so we got Simatoe Barty, Mwango Sarachi, Mbatha Sarachi, and Mwape Dobraj and Simwaka Rasisa. So any of those games would be from the Zambia match, and we can see Zambia is how they're going to do against Kosovo.
Yeah, I'm looking for that Simatoe match. I'll try to pull that one up. Of course, we did make a reference to Grandmaster Amon Simatoe.
Well, you're not going to find Simatoe because he already lost.
Oh, I see. Okay.
There's actually right now they're 1.5 with Kosovo, and there's 3 more games in play. So it's the Mbatha, Mwape, and Simwaka versus Sarachi, Dobraj, and Rachicha. So that could be
Mwape.
Mwape.
Mwape is a game that I just pulled up. Versus Dobraj.
Wow.
Laron.
Lance, you think white's doing well, but the computer is saying black is doing well. That's because black's on move.
It's black's move, and black has 3 options here. Take this one, that one, or that one. Oh my gosh, too many choices. And there's like you have like 4 choices of captures here.
Let's go
oh
for
god.
the big one, Jen. The big one.
What's that?
Let's go for the big one, the big capture.
Okay, you want to just take my my rook?
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. I gotta, because now you still have these 2 guys in take. So even though I do get my knight f6 check action in, I'm just maybe not going to capture as many pieces as I need to. So what are you going to play here, Irina?
I think, okay, you want, I see what you're saying. Okay, we're going to go, I think, with King G7. You know, King G7 is pretty good. I mean, I'm going to be up a bunch of pawns.
Yeah, you're going to be up a bunch of pawns. That's the problem. Things are going to simplify. And then in this position, your bishop's in take, or my bishop's in take, whatever you want to say. And it actually doesn't have a lot of great places to go to either. And I guess a bunch of pawns is 1 pawn. But hey, I mean, it's a lot to work with. You also have a better king.
Yeah.
So yeah, to you, you know, you're really good at the end game. So 1 pawn is like a bunch of pawns, right? It does look like more. It gives the impression, because this is kind of like a very imposing phalanx over here.
Yep. 4 against 2. Yeah, and the white pawn on the queen side not that relevant yet.
And what other games did you mention?
We got Simwaka Rachicha.
Simwaka versus Rachicha I got here. It looks like Simwaka just checkmated. Just checkmated as we checked in on them. Well done. Very good checkmate there.
Yes, I think Zambia, so that means that Zambia is, okay, so they just got a point, so they're pulling ahead. And Batha, so was Batha the one that was going to be winning with the extra pawn, or?
Yeah, well, that one, yeah, but that one is certainly going to be unclear because there were so many options. And even in the end, it would potentially require some technique. So let's see what actually happened here. What actually happened?
Mwape is actually on the worst side of this. I got it. So Mwape might lose this game. Yeah. So
rook takes d7. It looks like it's still black's move. Black also has less than 4 minutes, but less than 1 minute for white. So indeed, yes, it could be a problematic for white, but black's got to find the best path. And there's some other tempting options here, aren't there? Well, maybe not.
And Jen, we also have the game Mwape versus the Dobraj. Mwape Dobraj.
Yeah, that's the game I'm pulling up, actually. Are there 2 Mwapes?
Oh, there's okay. Then there's Mbatha versus Sarachi. Mbatha.
That is the one that I'm having trouble finding.
What?
Oh,
wait, that's a bit of a weird. Oh, she took this way, huh? Okay. Yeah, she is still better. Still a good capture. Okay.
Oh, I see. Constance Mbappe. Yeah. So yeah, we've got we got a little end game here where it looks like Mbatha Constance playing with the black pieces, managing to invade with this pawn. And the problem is, if you try to stop it, we're going to take all of your pawns. Oh boy. Oh boy. This is winning. This is winning for black.
Mm-hmm. So then we got the match, Jen, Botswana versus Palestine. Right now, Botswana is just up 2-1.
Yeah, we were looking at this game earlier with the Texas Tech student, Besa Masaki, and indeed, she looks like she has found a very pretty checkmate to finish the game with the knight. Love it. Well done. You said Botswana was 2-0. Palestine.
It was 2-1, and now it's going to be 3-1.
I see. Okay. Any other games?
Oh, well, hot
you want to look at?
Al Kwasma. Remember that first board, Ol Hatse Providence?
Oh yeah, the Providence game. Let's see, here we have it. Beautiful. Yeah.
Ooh, Botswana's gonna take this one.
Yeah, this one is going to be for Botswana. I don't think Black's resigned yet, but they are down a couple of pieces. So that one is in the bag. Very well done. How's this board going on over here with, we got an end game here. I know you love the end games, Irina.
Yeah, but Black just made it a little too easy for himself by playing F4. I thought.
Okay. Yeah, it's not as interesting, although there is only 5 seconds left for Andrew Greed. So, if there's any kind of internet problems, that could be an issue.
Yeah.
Good moment to try to train from a practical point of view. It's a good moment to try to just like play rook here and, just try to get rook versus rook to make sure that you get the draw.
The next games, they actually are tied with Angola. It's a really close match.
And there's a draw, by the way. They did agree to a draw. So, good sportsmanship there and not trying to flag in a totally drawn position. Well done by David Silva.
And so we got Abdullah Miguel and Cook Susie versus Junior Ignacia. Any of those games would be very interesting. Okay. Ooh. Wow. This is fascinating, Jen. White's down a piece, but they got Black in a really nasty pin.
Well, it is White's move, right? And so Black played rook c7. They couldn't find a way to break the pin.
So White can win the knight back, but they're probably not. Yeah. Oh, they're going to win the rook on d8.
Ah, yes. What's better than a knight?
So wait, that means that
maybe they shouldn't have played king e7. Maybe they should have played king e8.
Angola might actually beat Scotland in this match. They're going to be guaranteed a draw. And then it all comes down to the game between Susie Cook and Ignacia Jr. I think
we haven't looked at yet. We haven't looked at that game between Susie and Ignacia. By the way, I think White was doing really well regardless, but it does seem like after queen e6 check, king g7 allowing queen e7 wasn't the best fighting move. Maybe moving
king f8 was probably better.
Yeah, king f8, something where you don't give up the rook right away, but still very tough position for Black, no doubt. So here we've got our final game of the match where you mentioned Susie Cook, Ignacia Jr. couldn't be the critical one. 2 WFMs playing. Look at Black's domination here as they've got
up a bishop, John.
They're up a bishop and
up a knight, but they're up a piece, yeah.
Up a piece and a couple of
Angola's going to win this match, Jen. They are actually going to win the principled matchup against first place Scotland.
Well, Angola all the way from the Division 4 is going to find themselves in Division 2. That is
very impressive. And Junior is a little bit lower rated, a couple of 100 points than Cook, but as we said, the ratings don't mean that much. And yeah, they're just playing a really good match. I'm happy to see that.
Here we go. Ready to create a battery and look at all these beautiful pieces. You also just got to admire that every single piece in the position, even the pawns, are in positions that, you're happy about.
Yeah.
Of course it doesn't matter. We're going to checkmate, but there's something about the positional strength here that is very aesthetic.
Queen takes c1 is a funny queen sack. I suppose you could do it and win, but why?
She just plays queen e2, and this pawn is also looking to replace that queen that was just traded off the board. Well done to Angola for sure. As we, of course, will confirm all these results as we see them coming in. What's going on here? Okay, so that pawn just fell.
At Wales, we got Blackburn versus Jankunas.
Blackburn, yeah, we haven't looked at that game yet. Beautiful. Oh, all right. Well, Blackburn looks
like they're completely losing, which is not good news for Wales. But Wales is leading 2.5 half in that match. So this will give ICCD, an important point. Then we got Tocek versus Mate. And yeah, this one is also an important game. Fowler. So what's going on here? Fowler's losing wow. Listen, ICCD is getting on the board. This is actually the match to watch because we just saw it's going to come down to the game, Jen, between Smith and Von Eriksson. Because right now we're seeing 2 games where ICCD is getting points. It's going to be tied, and everything's coming down to Smith versus Von Eriksson.
When there's that checkmate there, Smith versus Von Erickson. Okay, I'll look for that one.
Because Wales might actually lose their spot, Jen. This is like, I don't know how the tie breaks are working out, but they're letting other teams catch up to them if they lose this match.
Okay, maybe that game's already over. Let's look in because I'm seeing right now. I'm seeing.
Oh yeah, that game is over, Jen. Wow. So Smith, from Wales beat Von Erickson. Okay, that means no, Wales is gonna hold on to their third spot in this division.
Wow, well, we certainly had some very interesting games in this one. Let's see, is there anything still going on? We've got Tanya Hamuri here, Takwa Hamuri against Rafiwe Gabachware. And it looks like Black is got an extra queen and it's their move. So those are two good things. Maybe this one is a relay situation because it looks like Black can just check and check. But whoa.
Yeah, this is kind of it was an exciting.
Look at this.
Yeah. 2 queens, Jen.
And they use them to Antonio Renelsa Tayane use them to checkmate somebody named Jennifer. So pretty offensive there, I gotta say.
Scotland to Angola. So Jennifer Fang is from Scotland, and this is one of the games that very important games that Angola won against Scotland.
And this was one of the games that Nigeria played against Palestine. I think Nigeria must have won that match quite convincingly because we saw a few of those games and it looked like they were on top. Jessica Palomo here, one of the female players from Nigeria. It seems to be up a queen in this game. So
they're actually only up 2.5, 1.5 against UAE. So there still seems to be 2 games in that match. We can find them. Olape versus Abdul Rahman and Oke Makinde versus Aldar Maki.
I think this one might be the one you're looking at, Alope Bunmi. And it looks like that's an IM. And it looks like he's got
so he's
this game already won because it's a double attack, right?
Yeah.
So White actually resigned in this position. I think what it is we're wrapping up the games here. So let's see if there's anything else left in Division D. As we'll, of course, I'm sorry, in the Pool D is what I meant. We are dividing these games into 5 pools as we wait for those results.
Pretty much, there might be Zambrana versus Vasquez. Zambrana Vasquez, Bolivia, Paraguay, actually a really important match. Let's see if we can find that, Jen.
I think most of the games are over. We've got Vera Pavel versus Melian Juan Sebastian here.
Yes, this is Bolivia, Paraguay. So, wow, Bolivia is losing to Paraguay, and Bolivia was in first place, Jen. Wow, that's amazing. This is actually huge. Paraguay is gonna get a big.
Oh no! Did they just lose on time? Oh gosh.
Oh no! So
they only had 5 seconds left, and they did play King to C1 just in the nick of time.
Melian is okay. This is a super important game, and
no, that was a very fast move. It looks like it should be balanced, right? I mean, we've got bishops of opposite color, and Black actually just repeated moves. So I think with 3 seconds on the board, if I were White, I'd play King C1. But no, White goes. Keep going. Look at that spirit, Irina.
Yeah, well, why does White keep going? Because they're losing the match. If they don't win the game, they're just going to lose the match no matter what. Because right now they're down 3.5 half. And actually, Jen, this just means that they've lost the match already. Even if Bolivia wins the 2 games, which results we don't know yet, they're still going to lose, which is kind of huge, actually.
For a Pool D standings, which we'll of course update you with.
Yeah, very exciting. Bolivia seemed really, really confidently winning this division, but Paraguay. Let me just check and to see how are they going to do in the how they're going to catch up to them. Yeah. So, actually, all of them. Wait, they were all tied at 12 points. And that means that Paraguay is just going to leapfrog.
Oh, well, we still got two more rounds left of that, though, right?
Yeah, we do. We do have 2 more rounds, exactly, Jen. let me just see the round. How is Uruguay doing in this round? Uruguay 1-6-0, so they're good. So this was really, I mean, Uruguay is going to continue on a perfect score, and Paraguay is going to move into a tie with them, and Bolivia is going to fall to third place. And now Trinidad and Tobago is going to be tied with Bolivia, by the way, because Trinidad just won 6-0 against Cyprus. So this is going to be competitive because you know what's going on in this division, Jen, is that Trinidad is really trying to compete for that third spot with Bolivia, Paraguay, and Uruguay. So there's 4 teams that have a realistic.
Yeah, and I think that also Trinidad and Tobago, by the way, Irina, as we're bringing her back, Trinidad and Tobago was also a team that was in Division 4. So not only are they crushing now, but they were also competing last weekend. But we're going to go to a quick break as the games are wrapping up in Pool C and this round of Pool D. We'll be right back for more Online Olympiad. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our coverage of the FIDE Online Olympiad. I'm Jennifer Shahade, and I'm here with Irina Krush, and we've been calling some fascinating battles here today as we've looked like we're wrapping up our Pool C coverage. The teams are divided into 5 different pools, and we're moving on to Pool D, which has so many great countries participating.
Yes, Jen. So we can confirm the results of Pool C. Scotland, Angola, and Wales confirmed their positions in the top 3. Botswana and Zambia gave, Wales a good run, but Wales did manage to win their last match and just stayed 1 point ahead of Botswana and Zambia. So they're moving on to Division 2. And now we got a really interesting division with a lot of Latin American countries. And Bolivia, Paraguay, and Uruguay are really the favorites in this division. And the suspense is going to be whether Trinidad and Tobago can get one of their spots.
That's right. So we have Trinidad and Tobago, actually a team from the Division 4 action. They advanced along with Haiti, by the way. So shout out to Haiti as well, from Division 4 into Division 3. That was an accomplishment in itself, but Trinidad and Tobago wants to take it even further and find themselves in Division 2. But look at these standings right now. Bolivia, Uruguay, and Paraguay are in those top 3 spots. So some work to do for Trinidad and Tobago if they want to make that happen.
And they just got 2 matches to do it. And right now they're playing a team that they're actually matched pretty closely with. I mean, I think they still have the advantage, but they're playing a team from Aruba. I believe that's a neighboring island, Jen? How well do you know the geography?
Actually, by the way, Irina, I actually have, so Trinidad and Tobago playing against Aruba, you say?
Yep.
We have a game from them up on the screen right now as FIDE master Joshua Johnson playing for Trinidad and Tobago, I believe, is playing against Angelo Franken. So on this board, actually, Trinidad and Tobago is outrating them.
Yes, Trinidad is quite strong on board too. Joshua Johnson rated over 2,100, rated about 500 points higher than Angelo Franken. And this is a line, I know a little bit about this. This move, knight d7 was a bit of a rarer move. Played Angelo Franken instead of knight e4.
Yeah. So knight e4 is the more typical move in this position.
It's the main move. Yeah. It was actually played in the recent, was it the Sinkfield Cup? I think it was. Yeah. Svidler played black against Caruana. Yeah, Caruana, and Svidler played a knight e4. And I remember discussing that. So knight d7 is also a move.
Excuse me.
What's going on here?
So knight d7, castles, and knight b6 played on the board.
Okay, so black is going to want to play bishop g4. I kind of wonder if, and also so they have 2 main ideas. Their ideas are to play f6 and bishop g4. I kind of wonder if white should just play the move h3. I always like these little simple moves. I want to keep my knight on f3. I don't want him to get pinned. I would definitely think about that move, Jen.
Interesting. Yeah. I'm also looking at like every aggressive move I can play here as well.
Yeah, you're like Irina. What is that lame h3 move? Stopping bishop d4 is very slow, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't, because my pawn's on e5, so I'm thinking like, oh gosh, if I could quickly get like a bishop to d3, I'm already ready to sack, right? But the problem is,
I will go bishop g4 there, though.
Yes, you go bishop g4, and my idea here is not going to quite work because I really would have needed a knight on e7 to make this work, right? Because right now, yes, it's so awesome. I'm going to win your bishop, but you can play queen takes g5 here. That always ruins my plans. And you sacrifice your queen and you get my queen. And I think you're up a piece at the end of the day, right? So yeah, that's not good at all. But I can't help but look for ideas like that. That one doesn't seem to work. So
it says black is black on move, Jen, which means that white made a move, right? because it says
Yeah,
right
I
now.
think you're right. They played your move actually. They played
they?
h3. They
Look
played
at that.
h3 and now a6 and now bishop d3. Okay.
Yeah,
Yes, I like that this
they play
bishop's
your
now
move.
here. Yeah, it's a combination, Irina, that we both got to play our moves.
Exactly.
What is that?
We're both happy.
Hand in hand and brain. Love it. Okay. But we now see bishop e7 kind of nipping any ideas of bishop takes h7 and knight g5 checking the VOD. But the problem is it's still very passive for black. I mean, black's pieces here are so passive.
Yeah, I mean, what matters in this position is that white has this really strong pawn on e5. Black hasn't managed to put too much pressure on white's center. I mean, they can still play this f6 move, although it's not so easy. At some point, Jen, I think white might even play the move a3. You know, another of those little pawn moves to stop the knight b4 ideas. So sometimes you can go queen c2. Actually, I think that would be quite annoying. Even here, Jen, I could totally see white playing a3 because at f6, like queen c2 is just a strong answer.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's
you
true.
might be forcing black to play f5 at some point, which certainly, yeah, I mean, it's possible. Black might be playing f5 in this game. I wouldn't be shocked at that.
Yeah. Yeah, this looks very promising for white. This knight's really misplaced. And this pawn on e5 is strong. And so now we're just going to see whether white can, you know, use those advantages to kind of convert this into a win.
Yeah, look what happened.
They played a3. Wow, your moves are really
h3, a3. You know, just it's, yeah, I can guess those kinds of moves. You know,
no bishop c2. Okay, there's no more moves like that to be made.
Yeah.
Bishop c2 now, of course, was the idea.
Yeah,
that was the idea. Now, you know, queen d3 is going to come, and of course, you're going to see the checkmate, no doubt. But you know, you don't get to represent your national team without knowing how to defend. But the problem is, in defending, you're going to create some weakness. So it's not just about threatening checkmate. It's also about the weaknesses that threatening checkmate may induce. So very enterprising play right now by Joshua Johnson. Now, the first board for their team, I remember being a very strong player as well.
Yep, Winter Atwell is playing Vanden Brink.
Right, Winter. Okay, so he is on the first board. Is that right? He's on first board, Winter?
Yeah, Winter's on the first board. He's a FIDE master, and right now he's playing with the black pieces. And whoa, white's up a pawn
versus Peter Van den Brink. That's right.
Yeah. Okay. What is black's compensation here for the pawn? Does he have compensation?
He's trying to go after the c3 pawn. But the problem is queen d2 and knight d1 is going to defend it, right? So yeah, we could play queen c5 and attack it again, but you can just defend with knight d1, which
or d4, Jen.
Yeah, well, good point. d4 is also in the position right now. Yeah. So maybe black thought that this would give more play than it does, but yeah, these pawns are if these pawns are defended, they can actually become a strength, you know, lots of center control. So
yeah, it looks like Van den Brink just has an extra pawn right now. Black has his work cut out for him. Then in that match, we got Jacobs Johnson, Aponte, James, Tsenko, Ramsumir. There you go. You found
no, that's Joshua Johnson. Sorry. Jacob Johnson, you said?
Jacobs versus Johnson.
Oh, Jacobs versus Johnson. That is Gabriella Johnson playing for Trinidad and Tobago, and Annalene Jacobs playing for Aruba.
Yeah, I think black is doing quite well in this Pirc opening. This is called the Pirc, right, John? I always confuse it with the modern, but this is the Pirc. Do you agree?
You know, I get them confused too.
Okay,
right here it says modern defense according to chess.com.
Incredible. Okay.
So I'm gonna go with them. I'm gonna just say.
I think it's just because I think what is e4 g6? Isn't that the modern?
Yeah, but don't they transpose a lot, right?
Transpose, right? That's
that's why I'm not sure. But yes, this one has transposed to modern. It started as modern actually, e4 g6, e4 bishop g7. Now, by the way, this position as white, it doesn't look like the greatest setup against the Pirc, because I just normally b3 is not really a move that helps me, and these bishops are not as exciting as I like them to be. You know, a lot of times I would like my bishop on c4 and to be playing like e5 and e6, or to be playing like here and castle queenside. Just something seems off here in terms of the active play for white.
I agree, Jen. And that, yeah, of course, definitely the b3 pawn, it just sort of is a sore sight, the way that white has weakened themselves on this diagonal. So I guess, Jen, we're going to be seeing the move c5 right now. Well, as soon as black gets the turn to move. Right now it's white's turn. But
oh yeah, I'm going to take out some of these arrows and just point out that, like, you know, let's give white some random move. If black plays c5 and goes on to take on d4, like that's the best Sicilian I've ever seen. Yeah. It's such a, because it's basically transposed to a Sicilian structure, but white has lost so many tempi, right?
Yep.
So and black would have the best of both worlds, the open c file, the beautiful dragon bishop, plus the Najdorf counterplay. So let's see if white can try to avoid that. I think white's going to get a bad game, but black will still have to convert it. So it's with a 15-minute game, still anything could happen.
Mm-hmm. And then we got Aponte versus James. Oh, this is Vargas. Oh, wow. This game ended.
Yeah, I had to pick up Gabriela Vargas's game because I know she does some streaming for. Yeah, she does streaming for chess.com, right?
I didn't know that. Okay, cool.
Yeah, I think she's on the Spanish channel quite frequently. So shout out to Gabriela Vargas, who God, that was a quick win. How'd she win so fast? Let's take a quick look and see how this happened, because it looks like quite pretty. She's getting super aggressive, Irina. I think she's going for it. Wow, G5 just goes for the mate. She's going to castle queenside. That's what it is.
Oh, yeah.
And white dropped the pawn. But I really like the way that Gabriela played this game. Just so aggressive. Wow. You know, even without this, you know, her attack is just coming very fast. So white would have done better to try to get more counterplay on their own side. Mm-hmm. Anyway, good job.
Yeah, Paraguay is looking good against Cyprus in this match. They're actually outrating their opponents on all the boards. We can take a look. Almiron. Almiron is playing for Paraguay. Almiron, Sava, Benitez, Hachin, Ikoalu. There's a few games that are on the top boards. And then there's Perez Rodriguez versus Sokolova Victoria.
Perez Rodriguez, that's Jennifer's. Wow, yeah. Perez Rodriguez, Jennifer.
Ooh, she's winning. Already.
Okay, so the material is equal in pieces, but it looks like she picked up a bunch of pawns.
How did that happen? How did the whole center get destroyed then?
Well, I think there was a problem here. There was a little bit of a mix-up. So she went for this very enterprising idea of playing for f4, so the Vienna Gambit. And now...
Oh, her opponent just gave her a pawn.
Thinking that knight g4 would be strong because you're threatening knight f2 and you're threatening to win it back. But they forgot that d4 seems to solve all the problems. You know, you could look at a sacrifice like knight d4 and queen h4, but it doesn't do anything. You have g3. So this turned out fantastically for Jennifer. And I think that the issue was in these parts, right? So bishop c5 just didn't work.
Yeah, maybe the move d5 needed to be looked at.
Yeah, I think, or taking, or playing, maybe, yeah, I think this was set up allowing this right away was not working out well for her. And so after that, she ended up a pawn, and on top of that, it's going to be difficult to defend this pawn in addition. So that's how this game went down so quickly for Victoria Sokolova. A nice opening play there by Jennifer, trying to go a little bit offbeat and getting rewarded.
You know, Jen, I think which match might be the closest this round? Looking at the ratings, I would be Suriname versus Bolivia. And that's quite important also for the standings, because Bolivia is one of the top 3 teams and they just lost to Paraguay. So let's see if we can find like Sanchez Cueto, Pancho Ferrufino, Dos Ramos Estrada. You found one of them. Perfect.
I think so. Sanchez Casanova Romario. Is that one?
Yep. Yep,
For
Sanchez.
Johnny Cueto? Okay, cool. And this is
Board 1 of Suriname, Bolivia. So Cueto is playing black for Bolivia. And yeah, he has a nice position right now. I mean, look at that beautiful knight on the outpost, the dark square control, and White's bishop is looking very unhappy.
It sure is. Okay, but this move b4, trying to oust one of the knights and maybe allow the bishop to sing again with the idea of c5 and bishop c4. So White trying to survive here.
Good move. At some point in the end game, of course, if the rooks get traded, you might want to watch out for your h4 pawn. Kind of sitting there. Right now, Black's not interested in taking it because that would open up the rook to go to g7. And this is an interesting question. So where should this knight go? I mean, if it goes to d7, White wants to go c5, and then I suppose you play b6.
Yeah, that is the problem, right? I mean, you could also play knight a6, but then and knight a6 was played. Okay. So now White probably wants to defend the pawn with a3. They could also consider b5. Those are the options.
a3 will be played. And it's interesting why he chose knight a6, because I mean, is he thinking about c5? Because I mean, that really gives White's knight a bunch of squares. I'm not so sure about this knight a6 move and getting the knight stuck on the side of the board.
Maybe just to win a tempo, Irina. Maybe they just think I can win a tempo this way, and then I can like play rook d8 and try to take on h4. I mean, I thought they would use the other rook, but they chose this rook. Okay, they're
interesting. I mean,
and by the way, this is an interesting positional note. By the way, b5 gaining a tempo, a bad idea, because now when the knight comes back to c5, it's a forever knight, right? I mean, this knight can never be pushed again. And you got one measly tempo, but in return, I now have a beautiful resting place for my knight. It makes me smile to see it. So that's why White played the much better positional move a3. But it's a really instructive point for people watching, because everybody loves to gain tempos. You know, what's better than time? And, you know, usually time is good, but not always. And rook a g8 played by Black now. And here we have White to move. What should they do?
Right. Good question, Jen. I'm trying to figure out how to solve the problem of this terrible bishop on f1. I mean, maybe we should take on g5. How bad is that? Let's try taking on g5.
Yeah, take on g5. I like it. And then after, you know, say pawn takes g5, I like playing c5.
Yeah, let's do c5.
And now I know that you can get some play here with rook h2, attacking my pawn.
But I can maybe take an a6, Jen, and play rook d2, or maybe even just I think take
exactly. I got rid of that bishop. You know, that was one of my goals.
A pawn though, Jen, after rook f2. So my idea had a little flaw. Maybe we should go rook d2 first.
Oh yeah, let's show them that though. So you're saying that after rook d2, there's the nice move rook takes f2 here, with the beautiful little fork. Very nice, winning a pawn because of that nice fork. Always got to be tactically alert. Well done. So you're saying instead just play rook d2 first, because the bishop protects that square for now. That's a really nice example of switching up the move order. Another thing you could try is playing bishop c4 here.
Yep, I agree.
You know, ignore it for a minute, and you know, sometimes you could play something like bishop e6. You got to be careful, but it could come into the position. You're not forced to take this knight on a6. So lots of interesting ideas here for White. What's our current position? Current position is h takes g5. And now rook takes g5 instead of pawn takes g5. Interesting.
Yeah, I cannot say that's a bad move. White's got a big choice. Should they go rook h1? I would actually, well, it's hard to say. Actually, I'm puzzled. I mean, I'm thinking rook h1 looks normal, but rook takes g5 is also a possibility, you know?
Yeah, I like that. They took the rook on g5.
And now Black has really two tempting moves. I mean, HG opens up the rook, but FG just leaves them with the H pawn.
True. Good point.
Let's go FG, Jen. Let's go FG.
This is wilder, that's for sure. This could be a very wild position, because now you've got
FG. I mean, and just be like, hey, I'm going to promote my H pawn. What are you going to do about that?
Well, I better do something.
Okay, so you did that. So H5.
Right. And now I need to figure out how to get some serious play and not just let you rampage down the court.
Yeah.
You know, I was thinking about sticking my bishop on c4 and trying to play for f6. and f7 and maybe even bishop b6 and rook d7. But yeah, let's just, if you keep going, what happens at the end of the day? Right.
h3, yeah.
Now, finally, you probably went too fast finally, because now I can go rook h1 and threaten to just
maybe
sacrifice.
I should have left the pawn on h2.
Yeah. So the idea is that if you go too fast and just totally ignore me, okay, now you finally let yourself in a little bit of issue, because this knight and this king are now ill-equipped to defend this pawn. So the rook is forced to do so, in which case I'm just going to sacrifice here and actually end up with a much better position. So you had to slow down right around here. But I think the point is white gets counterplay. That's why I think this is the wild version. Like black might win, white may win. Yeah. The chances of a draw are lower in this line.
Yeah. And does he need that? So black is from Bolivia, but I mean, you need to win. I don't know. Let's see. Did he make his decision yet already, Jen? He's still thinking.
No, they took with the H pawn. That would have been very exciting to take with the F pawn, but the more normal looking move. And now after knight b8, bishop c4. Okay, so the bishop has improved considerably.
Yeah, I don't feel like this is as bad for white as it could have been, right? A few moves ago, white's position looked worse to me. This looks like more or less okay. I mean, I know it's not perfect, but, on rook h2, he'll go rook d2. The knight's on an outpost on f4. But now what's important is that he's not actually hitting any targets. He's not really restricting the bishop anymore. So he looks pretty, but what value is he really contributing? I don't know. Knight on b8 still needs a lot of moves to become better. I guess they still have to go like knight d7, b6. But on knight d7, there's bishop e6. So I'm thinking that practically speaking, this is not too bad for white anymore, Jen.
Yeah. Well played by white. And then maybe knight a6 was not the best move. Possibly that was the issue. But also, white did a good job. I mean, the knight on f4, let's face it, it's good in the end game, but knights like on f5 and f4 are even more imposing in the middle game, because knights are just great attacking pieces in the middle game. So it's not that surprising that it could be neutralized in an end game.
Yeah, I think, black can go rook h2, rook d2, knight h3, and then white will have to figure out how to protect this pawn. So he probably will be going knight d1. F3 is also a possibility, actually. It's a little scary to put more pawns on light squares, but it's doable as well. So yeah, white is okay. Also, they're up on the clock. They've got 3 more minutes than black. So I'm thinking that white's got chances in this game.
Yeah, let's see what else we've got here. We've got an international master, Bernardo Rosselli Mahili, playing. The white pieces in this position looks like a phenomenal position here. Beautiful outpost knight. Uruguay
against Heishi, and yeah, this is Heishi's actually highest rated player, Davidson Gabriel. But yeah, this is a really, really bad position for black. He's down a pawn, and what a pawn to be down.
Yeah, beautiful position here for the Uruguay player. Haiti had advanced into Division 3 from Division 4, so definitely an accomplishment just to be here, but this position does not look happy at all. Let's look at some other games. Okay, looking at Sanchez Araujo versus Matola Ernest.
Okay, let me find which match is that.
Another international master here playing with an extra pawn and a very nice position. So it looks quite difficult. Okay. Look at these.
Malawi versus Dominican Republic. So Matola is from Malawi.
Malawi got in from Division 4 as well. So yeah. Great team, Malawi, but struggling in this game, that's for sure.
So let's try to focus on the Suriname Bolivia match.
Okay, and there was a game that we were looking from.
We're looking at Sanchez Cueto, but there's also Pancho for Rufina.
Pancho for Rufino. Okay, I've got that one open now. Looks like okay. This one looks pretty balanced.
Ferrufino is playing for Bolivia, and he's a bit of a higher rated player, but this is not the worst isolated pawn position I've ever seen, Jen. I think that black Oh, it's actually interesting. Should he keep the queens on the board and go something like queen b4, threatening a checkmate?
Why would you say this is not one of the worst you've seen? Is it because this pawn on b3 is a little weak, or what is not so bad about it?
Great question, Jen. So, normally I'm not a big fan of isolated pawn positions, right? Because, you kind of have that weak pawn and your opponent can just torture you with it forever. Why this one is not the worst is because black has a knight. He doesn't have, the light squared bishop on the board, which is usually quite passive. He's got a knight, and, white does have the blockade over the isolated pawn, but he cannot, there are also no rooks on the board, right? There are no rooks on the board, and the ways to attack that pawn are limited. The knight cannot both blockade it and attack it at the same time. So together, I just feel like black's queen and knight are quite active, and white can't really get an attack on this pawn. So even if white would have traded queens, I would have felt pretty comfortable with that. And with this also, although I like king f1, he stopped the checkmate in a nice way. Maybe that king will even come to e2 into the center at some point. So I don't know, maybe, you know what, Jen, maybe black could have traded queens and played knight c6.
Yeah, I'm looking at ideas with knight c6. I see what you're saying. Yeah, just queen c2 and knight c6, stopping you from blockading the pawn again. But even in the game, I don't know if it's possible here, but I noticed like there are some liquidation possibilities like knight c6, because suppose you take everything. I'm taking everything as well. And yeah, you have queen e8 check, cool. But you take this pawn and suddenly, bang, I got a little checkmate, as the back rank's not completely covered when it comes to a queen, right? King f1's a great move for stopping rook checkmates, but for stopping queen checkmates doesn't always work. So knight c6 could just seal the equal result, because if you try to avoid it and like move the knight away, then I can always just play d4, right? And then that's the end of the story of your advantage. I mean, the computer doesn't like that move, so maybe I missed something that you can what happened? Maybe that you can take and check on c8 and then take on b7, but there's still a checkmate.
Big advantage. Is it
What's
e4,
that?
John? Maybe it's e4.
Okay, surprising.
No, it's not. Computer doesn't. But what could it be?
Yeah, why do they hate my move so much? They really don't like my move. So
right, and it's
mean.
It's really a mystery to me.
Queen e4? No, that can't be. Oh, maybe something is queen e4 possible with queen e8 and knight g5 coming? Huh.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, that looks interesting, right? Because I'm thinking like, oh, you take on b3, there's queen e8 and knight g5, right? And now I got you with the and this is actually one of the only things that white has in the position that is like a promising idea, because normally this pawn would be like here, right? But it kind of allows some cool ideas. But anyway, my point was that liquidation attempts here could be possible for black. So this knight c6.
I agree, John. Knight c6 is a very logical move, just trying to challenge the white's knight from the outpost.
Now, knight c6 was played. Okay, now this is quite interesting, because now we do have to figure out what is wrong with knight f3 d4. Because now like this is definitely a possibility that it could happen. Queen e4 was what we were thinking. Maybe knight g5 first.
Oh, Jen, you know what it is? I got it. It's pawn takes d4. It's just a simple pawn takes d4. It's just your idea by using c8 and g5.
Okay, just start with queen c8. And then after knight g5,
f7 is hanging.
F7 is just straight up hanging, yeah.
Straight up hanging, and I think, and then we get a checkmate on the next move, or almost, checkmate on the next move actually. So knight f7 and checkmate.
And you don't have any other ideas here, because the queen currently protects everything. Okay, so should white just try that to keep the game going?
They got to try it. I don't think they got anything else. It's a perfectly good move. The knight having this knight g5 leap. I mean, white is still playing and trying to win. I would try to play maybe at some point in this game, white might play h4. Okay, now that's not very promising. Yeah, this is not really white playing for a win for this decision.
No, not anymore. So this looks very likely to be a draw. Although, of course, we have to keep our eye on it. It's a blitz game.
So
but we can move on to another game, perhaps.
Dos Ramos Estrada, Kaslan versus Kilibarda. Kalijo versus Titichoka or Kaslan versus Beltran. Any of those games would be good.
Kaslan. I think I see the Kaslan game. Victoria Kaslan.
Yeah.
Versus
Okay, there's two. There's two Kaslans playing for Suriname. I guess two sisters.
Milcon Beltran Salvador. Yeah. Okay. And
so Kaslan seems to be doing very well, and that is good news for Suriname because they're trying to see if they can upset Bolivia, who's actually playing without their best player, the Zambrana.
all right, we got to be careful here because there's E4 ideas winning this rook. So the material is technically equal at the moment, but Black's activity is very, very difficult. And I mean, Black can kind of choose to start snipping pawns. D5, of course, is hanging. So that is what Black decides to just take on D2 and take on D5 with check. Hey, I mean, can't argue against that. And these two bishops are going to come into the fray quite soon as well.
Yeah, this looks really, really strong for Black. Now I just want to win the F5 pawn somehow. I mean, I suppose D4 is possible. Anything else here?
And let's look at the other Kaslan game.
B5 is interesting. Bishop B5 is interesting as well.
So as you mentioned, Alexandra Kaslan also playing. In this case, she's playing against Kilabardo Asibi. And what do we have here? So white player is down 2 pawns, right?
Yeah.
But has massive activity with the king and the rook and the bishop all like really, really well placed. And she just played H5 trying to kind of shut a door here.
Yeah, okay, so she has an interesting idea of like rook C8 and bishop E6 and bishop G8 and trying to make a draw like that or winning like that because there's bishop takes D5.
True.
So I kind of like king H7, but what is she going to do?
After bishop E6?
Well, after bishop E6, there's, I guess, rook H2, and then you can even go bishop F7.
Good point. So she did play bishop E6, by the way. So we're going to try to see what the concept here is for Black. So they still can't move the G pawn. It's pinned. I think that's probably why she started with the move bishop E6. And now Irina is pointing out that if rook H2, bishop F7 keeps that pressure on the position, I feel like Black's gonna have to come up with some very brave ideas. Oh,
no, she blundered a rook, Jen. Bishop F5.
Just easy. Bishop F5.
A little too easy. A little too easy for Bolivia.
Yeah, that would have been a really nice game to see how it continued, though, if something like rook H2.
I was thinking rook F2 here, Jen.
You're thinking rook F2 just to kind of keep the equilibrium. Yeah, that's a nice idea. I was also wondering, do you have good discoveries? I guess you do, because you always have bishop takes D5 check.
Yeah.
So yeah, you just think just keeping this equilibrium here. Yeah, nice idea. So not giving me time to play rook C8. And maybe I can play king E6, but then I have to reckon with like rook F6 and bishop F5 check ideas.
Or even D4 here, I like, Jen. Maybe. D4 to play bishop D5.
So bishop F5 check will be devastating. Let's see what other games.
So we got Kalijo Titichoka and Dos Ramos Estrada.
Dos Ramos versus Estrada. We've got that one here. Lucia Estrada versus Rosangela Dos Ramos. And we just see the move bishop C8.
Ooh.
It looks like a very tricky move. Ooh, how are you going to keep?
Kind of wins the game because the E4 pawn is going to hang.
Yes, if queen H4, you can simply play bishop C8 and queen takes E4. Or after queen H4, is bishop E7 even stronger, though? Just chasing after that queen?
Looks also very possible, Jen.
Yeah, and then just taking. So this is looking great. Very nice backward move there by Lucia.
So Bolivia is actually, they already won a game in Titichoka Kalijo, so they're going to be up like 2-0 here. And Suriname really needs to get on the board here. Maybe we should see what's going on in Sanchez Cueto, because that was
Sanchez Cueto. That game, that game was this one where we thought that white had defended well.
Why was that well, but not anymore?
But something went quite wrong there, indeed. What went so wrong? I guess they got countered by putting their rook on d6, but this move knight d7 threatened to just take on c5. White decided to defend it with knight a4. But that ended
knight c5 or something?
Just knight c5, and that was too strong. It's also threatening to take on e4 check. So instead, White had to do something else here. What could they have done that would have saved the day and stopped the position from being in ruins?
There's some kind of fascinating move, bishop b5.
Bishop where?
I don't know, bishop b5. You just gotta want to look at it for a second, you know?
Yeah, bishop b5, very interesting. And then after pawn b5, your idea is what? Knight.
Yeah.
Aha.
And kind of, you know, take, yeah, and make a draw.
Make a draw. There you go. Brilliant.
Bishop b5 was kind of beautiful, right?
Brilliant idea, because you can't go king b8 and allow rook takes d7. If you ever go king d8, we always have c6 winning the piece, and then you might lose the game, which you certainly don't want. So bishop b5, brilliant idea, Irina. And now you're threatening this pawn, and if they take, you have this little tricky idea of pawn takes. Love it, love it. No, bishop to d5, not as strong, you think?
Interesting.
Or is it similar?
It's very interesting.
Similar idea that if pawn d5, we're just going to play knight b5 check, and that, you know, some variations we can just take back on d5 at the end of the line. Wow. So bishop d5 or bishop b5, making things a little crazy. Unfortunately, the more normal looking move, knight a4, terrible.
Don't put your knights on the side of the board, right? It's not, especially, you know, what I always tell my students, Jen, is you can put your knight on the side of the board if you can see a way off the side of the board. Like if you're actually just on your way to another square where there's really a lot of action on the side of the board. But the thing with this knight a4 move is like the knight will never move from there. So you're just like planting in such a poor square. Even if you don't blunder the tactic, it looks kind of wrong.
Yeah, it's true, Irina. And I think the tough thing here is that bishop b5 is not that easy to see in the heat of battle with just a few minutes on your clock. But sometimes you have no other choice, right? Like sometimes normal is not good, because the normal move that just defends a pawn, it, you know, it's losing. So you have to go for something crazy. And, you know, there's no greater occasion for, or greater motivation for inspiration than necessity, right?
Yeah. Hey, Jen, we got a compliment in the chat. One of our viewers says, I love listening to these gals butchering the players and countries' names.
Oh.
Thank you.
Johnny Cueto. I think that one's right, but I'm sure there's others. There a lot of them have multiple names, so maybe we should stick to the first name and the last name. But I think that, you know, we got to give our best effort.
Yeah, like we're trying here.
They are beautiful names, I have to say. So many gorgeous names here. Facundo Vasquez, Etienne Angelo. I feel like I'm getting those right.
Yeah.
But they might be Anglified. So yeah, let us know if you have. If you want to tell us the correct pronunciation in the chat when we do have a time on break, we can take a look.
So let's see what else is going on. Right now we got, okay, so Paraguay has already defeated Cyprus 6-0. So, I mean, Paraguay seems to be on a roll here. Trinidad is still playing against Aruba. Lots of games still in play there. Uruguay has so far lost one game against Haiti, but I suppose they're going to pick up some points. Maybe we should go back and see what's going on in Trinidad, like Vandenbrink and Winter.
Vandenbrink and Winter.
This one is also interesting. 1 second, Jen. This is also, you already got.
Look at this. We might have bishop and knight. Is there a way to trade off all the pawns?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Vandenbrink is winning for Aruba against Winter. And that queen endgame that you just had on the board, Jen, with the Angelo Johnson, like, let's take a look at that, because that didn't seem entirely clear to me.
Oh, Angelo Franken versus Joshua Johnson. Oh, this one is, we looked at this and White was playing really well this game. Remember, this was the one where they played all your moves, H3 and A3.
Yeah. Yeah, White's actually doing very well. He's
I mean, you need to try to find some perpetual, but the problem is your own pawns are stopping the checks, which is kind of sad. So, like, you know, you could play queen g1 check and then king d7 and you have no more checks, right? So your own army is preventing your counterplay, which is, you know, a classic tale in chess.
So then we got Jacobs versus Johnson, Stetsenko, Ramsumer, and Sagasti versus Lafleur. Nope.
Jacobs versus Johnson. We saw this game earlier.
Yeah, Black won that one. Yep.
Yeah, we predicted that because the opening was so promising, that modern defense where White didn't find the right way to coordinate their pieces in order to get a good use of their center.
So actually, Trinidad is winning this match. Trinidad actually is 3.5, 1.5, and there's only one game that it's still saying is in play. Stetsenko versus Ramsumer.
We also have this game here, Ferrafino versus Pancho Pratul, and it looks like White is just up. It's just gonna win this one.
So
they're up a pawn here, and they're about to win more. Okay, so well done. Let's see if there's any other games still in play. We haven't seen this one yet, but I remember looking at this player's game, Rosine Berlin in a.
Yeah.
What's that?
Oh, I hope she. Oh yeah, it's a draw. You can trade the rooks, Jen. You can trade the rooks and get your king to C1.
Yeah, you get your king to C1. Oh no, could Black avoid that? Well, I guess not.
Yeah, I think that's what they're going for. Yeah, king C1 or king C2 is a draw as well.
Very important position. If this Black king can get to B2, then the pawn gets ushered through. But without that possibility, there's no way. If only there was a file. I don't know, what would you call it? A Z file or something? The letter before A. What is the letter before A, Irina?
Well, I don't know, Jen.
Well, it's a philosophical question.
Okay.
It's easy if it's on the other side of the board. We can say the I file, the Irina file.
Oh, yeah, it's too bad. This chessboard is too small and didn't make it to the I file.
And then Jennifer. So if it was 8 by 10, we would both squeeze in.
Yeah, doesn't Yasser have like a version of a game that has like more, it's like a bigger chessboard?
You know, it's funny that you mentioned that. He's got S chess, which includes the hawk and the elephant, but actually it was based on an idea by Capablanca to have an 8 by 10 chessboard with those extra pieces. But Yasser's version of it, it's actually still played on the 8 by 8 board. And you just are allowed to play them after you've developed your pieces.
Yeah, it's interesting, Jen. I mean, like, you know, we kind of are so used to our beautiful chess game with, you know, that it's hard to consider these other variants of chess, you know? What do you think, Jen?
Oh, I love thinking about chess variants, and I like the ones that are simple. I like playing the ones that are simple. I've even played, it's very hard to get a game, but I've played because the pools aren't that large. But even on chess.com, I played some of those Alpha Zero variants, like Sharang. That's like the old one where the queen could only move like one square diagonally at a time. I was just kind of curious. So I played a couple of those games. I think those are really fun. I like the ones where there are like fewer changes, because then you can really appreciate how every little detail matters so much in chess.
Yeah.
Like that's why I think that was one of the reasons I thought that Kramnik's no castling chess idea was so brilliant. Because he just changed one rule. You know, he didn't try to change like everything about the game. Like, you know, rooks jumping over pieces and like, you know, a bunch of new pieces. It's very simple. And I think that's like really an interesting way to kind of not only try new things, but also kind of evaluate what our own game is. So this one's winning, by the way. Important position again, which mean if this bishop were here, it would be a draw, right? Because it would be stalemate. But because Black is forced to play King A8, White actually gets checkmate.
You know, Jen, Uruguay just barely won over Haiti. They won 3.5, 2.5. And that's an amazingly good result for Haiti. I mean, they were so outrated on like pretty much every single board. And they got some upsets in this match. So I think, you know, Haiti put up a good fight. I mean, against one of the top teams.
Yeah, very, very good team. I mean, Haiti also, remember, you know, they were in Division 4, you know, just a few days after their country suffered a terrible tragedy with the earthquake. They actually ended up qualifying in Division 4. I think they were second place in the division, maybe third. But they definitely qualified into Division 4 because of that, into Division 3 rather. and just continuing to impress over the board. So very well done to their team.
So we got one more round to see if Trinidad is going to be able to catch up and get a spot in the top 3, which they would have to take, from a team like Uruguay, Paraguay, or Bolivia. I think it's not super likely done because those 3 teams just seem like to be playing really confidently so far.
I agree. I mean, it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. And by the way, we're going to start Pool E as well, where we have so many new exciting teams joining the fray. So
yeah, Venezuela is looking good in that division. Venezuela, Jamaica, and El Salvador are currently in the lead over there.
That's right. That's right. So just to remind everybody, the team composition here in this online Olympiad includes sports for juniors and women and girls. So there's a great diversity of players in every single match. And we love to see it. And we love to see you guys in the chat. Keep your chats coming. And we'll be with you for the next few hours. As I know we're counting down Pogs champs as well. So stay with us. I'm Jennifer Shahade, and I will be right back with Irina Krush for more Online Olympiad. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our coverage of the online Olympiad. I am Jennifer Shahade. I'm here with Irina, Krush, and we are welcoming some new countries to the fray. But first, let's take a look at the results of last round, where we saw in Pool D, Trinidad and Tobago won against Aruba. We also had a sweep by Paraguay. And another sweep by Bolivia, a little bit surprising because that Suriname team is so strong. Dominican Republic also won their match. And as you pointed out, Irina, a very tight match between Uruguay and Haiti.
Yeah, and I think for round 9, which is the last round that these teams are going to play, the match to follow is still Trinidad versus Paraguay. And the reason this is so important, Jen, is that Trinidad actually has a chance to catch Paraguay if they win. They're only 2 points behind them, which is just one match. And if you look at the ratings, it's like, okay, Paraguay has an advantage on some boards, Trinidad on other boards. So I think anything can happen in this match, and it's definitely the one where like the teams who are competing for the top places are facing off against each other, because Bolivia is playing Malawi. So, I mean, given how, Bolivia is actually bringing out their top boards now. They got the Zambrana playing, and Johnny Cueto has moved to board 2. So, I mean, they're definitely, I think they mean business, and they are probably going to win that match. And Uruguay is playing Aruba. So, I think the one to really look for is Trinidad versus Paraguay. If Trinidad wants that last spot, they're going to have to do it themselves.
Trinidad and Tobago, can they do it? Yes, it's going to be very, very interesting match indeed. And we're going to get into that quite soon. Meanwhile, in Pool E, we're also welcoming them to the fray, as their division, their pool is got 3 very heavy leaders: Venezuela, Jamaica, and El Salvador, very much out in front, but things could still change as we've got a few rounds of action left for them.
Let's get into the games, Jen.
Let's do it. Yes. Let's see. What do we have starting right now? I think we're gonna get the. Yeah. We're still waiting for the games, Irina. But again, Venezuela, Jamaica, El Salvador. I should also point out that we've got a number of other very exciting teams in Pool E: Panama, Nicaragua, Puerto Rico, Honduras, Barbados, Namibia. Namibia and Puerto Rico, by the way, were qualifiers from the last division, as well as Ghana. By the way, Irina, have you been to a lot of these countries?
Oh, that's a great question, Jen. Okay. So out of the countries I see right now in front of us, should I just start talking about Pool C, D, and E? Where have I been?
Yeah, where have you been, Irina?
Well, I believe I've been in Wales, Jen. Like a long time ago, I spent some time there as I was playing some tournaments in England, and I think I spent some time in Wales. I have not been to, I've been to the Dominican Republic, yeah, on vacation. Let's see, Bolivia, no. Aruba, no. Jamaica, no. I hope one day we can visit Maurice's birthplace, right? Jen, have you been?
I mean, I want to go to like all these places. There's so many places I'd like to be in these different pools. And yeah, chess does allow us to travel, the ability to travel all over the world, but it still makes us aware of all the places that we haven't gotten to see yet. And at least we get to see them play chess as the games have started up. And let's see that really important match. We should probably focus on that, especially in the beginning, right?
I agree, Jen. So let's go and see how Trinidad and Paraguay are doing. So that is Harper versus Almiron. Harper, Almiron, Johnson, Benitez, Johnson, Vargas, James, Mayer, Reger, Yearwood, Alo Calante. And okay, this is a different one, Jen.
I don't see those particular games yet. I think they might be a little staggered, but I'll keep my eyes open for them. Meanwhile, I'm just taking a quick look at Pool E. We're gonna definitely focus on D, but it seems like there's several games that have started in that pool already.
It looks like it was a Smith Mora.
It was
not.
Yeah, it was more this Queen D4 line against the hyper accelerated, which is a really good line, I think, because after knight f6, the idea for white, well, first of all, they could have played e5 right away, which is one way to play it, but instead they decided to play knight f3. And now after this d6 move, e5 comes with some bite. So a really enterprising opening for white. But yeah, let me go and see if there's some more games back in D, because we will have E2 rounds to themselves in the last couple rounds of our coverage today, as I know many of you are quite excited, of course, for PogChamp to get started as well. But right now, we've got the climax really of our Pool D coverage.
Zambrana for Bolivia. You got Zambrana versus the Kamwendo from Malawi.
Kamwendo Precious, that's right. Okay, and we've got a Sicilian, one of my favorite. Actually, I'm not going to say one of my favorite openings. My favorite opening, the Sicilian. What about you, Irina? Is your favorite the Sicilian too?
Yeah.
It's a lot of people's favorites.
F4 and knight f3. Okay. So I'm assuming this is theory, Jen.
Now the move e5 has just been played. Okay. We can do the d5 square, but the queen on e2, normally I would want the queen to be on d2 so that the bishop could develop, right? So that does put me in a little bit of a pickle.
I kind of like this move e5. I mean, Black had to stop White playing e5. That's why he's hurrying with this. And at some point, Black might want to take an f4 and plant that knight on e5, which is usually the Sicilian dream. It's actually kind of interesting. How is White going to respond to this? And Black also has b5 ideas as well.
Oh my gosh, Irina, I just noticed something. It looks like we had a very quick win here. I wonder if it was a mouse slip or a typo, because we see in this position Angelo Franken, who I believe was playing for Aruba, playing against an international master who is playing for right, exactly. And but this, I think this went quite poorly for Black. How did this happen? So it's a normal Sicilian, speaking of our favorite opening. Now knight b5. Okay, so this can transpose to a Sveshnikov RIP, right? So after d6, bishop f4, e5, bishop g5, that can go into the mainline Sveshnikov lines. A great opening. And I say rest in peace because Grandmaster Sveshnikov did pass away about a week ago. So we're thinking about his great contributions to the game. But Black didn't play that line. They played bishop to b4. And after knight d6. Oh. Bishop g5 and just bishop takes d6.
Gave up a piece.
And White just resigned here.
Oh no.
They just forgot. They just forgot.
Climactic here.
Yeah, that is surprising. Sometimes I say that in blitz or in rapid games, sometimes people do these pre-moves, right? So occasionally that's the reason. But whatever the reason is, a big and important quick win here.
For Uruguay. Yeah. Well, he is a much higher rated player. He's got almost 800 points on his opponent, but still, of course, kind of sad for Angelo Franken. I mean, he could have just taken the bishop on c8, played bishop d3.
Yeah. It seems like maybe a little bit of intimidation. You know, you see players that normally play really, really good against 2,000, 2,200, but playing against the IM was 2,400. Sometimes they freeze up a little bit, right? And play worse than they normally would. It can happen both ways, though. Sometimes people rise to the occasion. Sometimes they get a little nervous. Irina, I mean, you've probably had a lot of people play against you and get nervous and play worse than they normally do.
I don't know, Jen. I think to have a lot of people play that way against me, maybe not so much because I tend to play up, you know?
Because you play up in a lot of, and that's what you remember more probably too. Because if you're winning the game and somebody messes up, it's not as memorable as the other way. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's interesting that those psychological factors really do come into the play, and it can slice both ways. Like I said, sometimes people rise to the occasion and play better than usual. But here we've got Gabriella versus Gabriella, so I have to watch this one. I also, one of my best friends is named Gabrielle as well. So Gabriella Johnson versus Gabriella Vargas.
So this is on this is the ladies board in the match between Trinidad and Paraguay.
Right, that's right. Johnson playing for Trinidad and Tobago, and Vargas playing for Paraguay.
Vargas, she has a very similar position, I think, to the one that she already had. I think it's her because it feels so similar that I feel like it's the same player, because we already saw this sort of treatment with her playing. Wasn't it her that played h6 and g5 and won this quick game in the last round?
That's right. She went completely cocoa bananas and it worked. You love to see that. So she just played like g5, queen d7, queenside castles, and she got in there and checkmated her opponent quite quickly. Of course, in this game, I think it's going to be a little bit more competitive because
Jen, the bishop takes f3. I mean, is going to be a little bit
bishop takes f3 right now.
Yeah. What if I try not to like
queen,
make it too competitive?
Let's see. Bishop takes f3, queen f3, knight d4, queen g4.
Knight e6.
You just have knight e6 here. Yeah, that is a bit of a problem, huh? I don't have a ton of compensation.
Not a ton.
Any. Yeah. If any is a question.
There's always a little. There's always a little coming from the bishop here, but I mean, yeah, like she's getting another really comfortable position in the French defense.
So just take a timeout and defend this pawn, I think, is the key here.
Yeah, although
c3 is really slow, I have to admit.
Comfortable, yeah.
It is slow. So what else could I have done that would have been better here? Maybe bishop e3, because then at least I can play for c4 and knight c3, which is, you know, more aggressive. I like that better.
Probably this move a3 somewhere. It was probably not meant to be played.
Yeah, but you should have to make more than one mistake to get a terrible position, right? As white.
You already made one mistake. You already played the exchange French.
Okay, fair enough. The exchange French. You already made one mistake. I love that. That needs to be in a book. So you played the exchange French, and so you're up a tempo in a symmetrical position now. So how bad can it be?
Well, it gets pretty bad because, you know, black is trying to not make it symmetrical. You know, when they play this knight c6, bishop d6, f6, knight e7, they're definitely not choosing a symmetrical piece placement compared to white. So yeah, she did win that pawn. Yeah. Oh no, she
did. She has won that pawn, and queen g4 was played, knight e6, knight c3. So white attempting to get a little bit of play here, which she might get, but not likely to be enough.
Yeah, no, she still has to be, you know, I definitely think black still has to be a bit careful because the white's bishops look pretty decent. But yeah, black has a very solid position. They might play c6 at some point. They might just really want to strengthen up their center and restrict that knight. I mean, c6 is kind of a conservative move, but I think it's completely normal.
Let's see, Ryan Harper, last time we checked, this game hadn't started yet. So Ryan Harper from Trinidad and Tobago playing, I think, on their first board. We've got a lot of really exciting openings, and he's playing against FIDE master Antonio Almiron. So a top matchup here. Two FMs facing off, and we've got a Najdorf. Well, that's a fun opening. So many Sicilians in this particular round. I gotta love it. And we see knight b3 here. So there's so many good moves on move 6 against an Idor, which seems intimidating. Like, how good can an opening be if there's like 18 possible moves against it? Well, it can still be pretty good because the Najdorf has stood the test of time. But b5.
Yeah,
And now
maybe a little bit early.
if black wanted to take this pawn, well, they actually do end up taking that pawn, but one move later. So they start with e6 knight b4, and now they take on e4. Okay. And we have a really messy position. So queen f3 could be met by d5, so that's okay. So white actually starts with the move a5.
Yeah, I mean, okay, it's hard to see what white's got there for that central pawn that they lost.
Yeah, I mean, white is not down a pawn, but they're down a central pawn, right? Oh wait, are they down a pawn? No, they're not.
Even, but it feels like white is down.
I know I had to count again, Irina, because it's shocking to me that black has like both of these pawns and white has no center pawns, right? I mean, that's the problem with this. When you play the open Sicilian, you give up one center pawn right off the bat. So if you give up another one, you have no control over the center.
Yeah, I might have played d5 there, but bishop b7 is normal. I really like just kind of supporting my knight, and I feel like he's going to need to push that pawn anyway.
Yeah, and it attacks. It gains a tempo on this knight on b4 too, which is very convenient. So
now he's probably going to go like knight d7. I'm assuming that's the point. It's a pretty reasonable move. But I mean, yeah, there you go. So that's just to cover to the b6 square, not let the bishop go there. So black is doing pretty comfortably in this game. What about the next board, Johnson versus Benitez? Or do we have that one? Yeah, perfect, Jen. You found it. Ooh, this is interesting. Benitez is playing for Paraguay. And 3-6, let's count the pawns. Pawns are even. But black has the center one. I don't like white's development, although white has the b7 pawn under attack. Wait.
Yeah, and it just played the move c5, which is a bit of a destabilizing move, Irina, because this bishop doesn't have a lot of good squares to go to.
Actually, there's a real problem here for black, Jen, because on bishop e5, we can play rook a8, queen a8, bishop g5. And I'm threatening your bishop on d3 and your knight on e7.
Yeah, you're going to have to use tactics to try to avoid losing material, right? Like, so rook a8, queen a8. Irina is saying that if they're bishop g5, it's a double attack. So the bishop here and the knight and the bishop are both under take. So black's going to have to bail out. I mean, there's some ways to do it, though. We could play bishop takes b1. Certainly a painful move to capture that sleeping knight on b1, but okay, pain is something that we have to go through in life. And what other options are there? I mean, we could also play like f6 or something.
Yeah,
those would be the two options that would avoid us, having to resign. So, but I'm not so sure about this f6 one. Let's see. Feel nervous about like f4 ideas. But I don't know. Maybe it's not possible for me to do it in a super advantageous way.
Even just queen d3, pawn g5, and like, I mean, first of all, there's queen b3, which we can look at, but even just knight d2, Jen. I just like the positional knight d2 just developing and yeah, white is just better with really simple moves. The pawn structure is better. Their bishop is better. They're going to have the open file. Black queen is completely stuck on a8 in the corner. I don't know what she did to get punished like that, but yeah, I definitely don't like black's position here.
Yeah, the thing here is, Irina, it seems like Trinidad and Tobago is in a lot of trouble in the openings in this match. It seems like they're tripping up a little bit in the opening. Unfortunately, we'll see if the middle game can give them some better luck, or if they're gonna fall in this match. Because yeah, it's their chance, Trinidad and Tobago. And, everybody has different strengths. Sometimes people aren't good at the opening as much as the middle game and the end game, but some of these openings are just going to be hard to come back from.
Yep, I agree. Then we got James versus Meyerregger, or Yearwood versus Allo. Oh, you're back on Zambrana. Okay, let's take a look. How is Zambrana doing? He is up a lot on the clock. He took that Najdorf, that sharp Najdorf is now in the end game here. And he is pressuring his opponent in this end game. He's got the rook invaded. the bishop on a strong outpost, and I am envisioning, Jen, some sort of b4 at some point. At some points, I don't know which point, but.
And then what game did you want to look at as well? You wanted to look at
4 games in the Trinidad match. So for example, we had the last 3 boards of that match were like James versus Mayorregger, or Yearwood versus Allo, or
Yearwood, yes. Sean Yearwood versus Enrique Calantealo.
I love this position, Jen.
Oh, look at that king on g3, an unusual position for the king, but surprisingly not that vulnerable at the moment, right? So this knight does protect most of the money squares that would be vulnerable here for the king.
Fascinating about this position, Jen, is that it's so unbalanced, and yet the computer is giving it as even, which makes it really fun to commentate on and try to figure out, like, well, even, but still, who's it easier practically to play for? I definitely, you should pointing out a good plan there, Jen, with the H pawn. I definitely think that Black's king general should be a bit safer, but I don't know.
Well, for white, I want to play h4 and h5. For black, I want to do something with the center, like get my rooks into the game, maybe with c5 and rook c8, for instance. Just try to keep you on your toes. The other option would be to double the rooks here, rook f7 and rook f8. So I've got a lot of options for both sides. Like if you look at a very kind of, the problem is I do have to watch out for knight g5 ideas, right? Winning an exchange. Although this would hardly be the end of the story, right? As you can see, I could also play bishop g5, rook f7, and bishop takes e3, gaining a pawn for the exchange. I still feel like I take white here, though. But the problem is you're going.
Yeah, because I mean, if those pawns fall, those dark squared pawns, then black is going to be doing great. So I'm not even sure what is going on here. Black actually seems fine because we can't hold those pawns.
Hi. What do you think of the position, Bobby?
No, don't eat the bishop. Go away.
Don't eat the bishop is Bobby's advice. Wait a second. I can't eat the bishop, Bobby. It's not in take. But no, seriously, that's the problem, that not only do you get a pawn for the exchange, but also this bishop is going to live to take on d4 as well. So quite an interesting position. I like the move rook f7 maybe. What do you think, Irina?
I agree. Rook f7 is a really interesting exchange sack offer. And rook f7, I mean, we could go, I suppose, rook f2 and rook a f1 just to kind of prepare to protect that knight. So I think white would seriously have to consider that.
Another option is to just play the more sedate, I wouldn't say sedate, but the more normal move, c5.
Let's go h4, Jen.
Yeah, the question is the counterplay fast enough? I could fall back on the same kind of ideas of sacrificing an exchange. Yeah. And just trying to capture all your dark squares, right? Like right now, and then after it takes on d4, notice you are going to potentially lose this one, and this one is also at risk. So you don't have time to just relax and, take control of the light squares at your leisure.
Yeah, so basically, I mean, it's hard to say exactly what's going on, but it definitely feels like black has a lot of these sharp ideas that wind up opening the white king, right? Although, I mean, maybe in this one, I mean, we can take on d4, you take with the queen. Maybe it's not that bad for white, right? We can give you the pawn on e5. I'll play h5. I mean, this one doesn't seem like the worst position for white.
Oh, c5 was the choice in the real game. Okay, totally understandable.
I'm really liking this whole position because I think just unbalanced positions are the most fun. And
it's imbalanced, but it's also like not completely wild, right? So there's some different plans on both sides that we can kind of fixate on. So yeah, I really like this one as well. But let's move to another game as we keep our eye on this one to see if there indeed is an exchange sacrifice.
You got your coffee delivery, Jen, yeah?
Yes. Woo! I got a strawberry too.
Nice. All right, so we got So we got James versus Mayorega and Lafleur versus Perez. I believe these games are still, yes, they still should be played, and they're in the Trinidad Paraguay match.
Oh, is that the Jennifer? Because I know there's one player, Jennifer Perez. I have to love all the Jennifers.
Oh, this is Perez Canete Dora.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I think I think that is a game we can look at now. This is Dora.
Perfect. You found it. Okay. Wow. All right. This is another interesting one that's pretty close.
Another imbalance, Irina, where you've got nice pressure for white, but worse pawn structure.
Yeah. White's got the pressure on the D file. They always have this C5 idea, which black can answer with E5. That's really the main reply to C5. So yeah, this is why the computer is evaluating this as balanced. I mean, white is attacking on the open file. Black's rooks are a bit more passive, but black is very solid. So this is really quite an equal position. Does Fabi agree with that, Jen?
Yes, I think so. You know, Fabi loves rooks, actually. Fabian, for anyone confused, is my son's name. He's really big into the rooks and the open files because the rook is the first piece that he learned to move. Actually, shout out to chess.com's partner, Chess Kid. So they're a partner company, and Chess Kid, that's the piece that they teach first, right? The rook.
Yeah, that makes sense because the rook is the easiest piece to learn to move, isn't it?
Yeah, if you're teaching really little kids, it's definitely the one to go with. I think like maybe for some people like to do the pawn for because it's so complicated. It takes so long for a brain to really grasp like why a pawn moves forward but captures differently than it moves. So you need a lot of practice with it. So some people start with that too. Now, you don't usually coach people who are total beginners, Irina, right? But occasionally you might have to for some kind of special event. Yeah.
You know, I've coached really different kinds of players, and it's true. Not, usually complete beginners are not where I start with, but I have actually taught some children just from the very, very beginning, Jen, like teaching them how the pieces move. That has happened.
What do you start with?
Yeah, it's hard to remember. I mean, I guess I would start with the rooks. I mean, the knights are the trickiest pieces, so I would get to them last. For the beginners, I like the Learn Chess the Right Way series, that Susan Polgar has. And that's, it starts with very, very basic things and how the pieces move with the volume 1. So I think like for real beginners, that's a good one to start with.
Well, there's never been more great content out there for total beginners. And I've heard a lot of stories of people improving very quickly, just using like free or mostly free resources online. And of course, we do have the PogChamps coming up after this, as I know a lot of people are super excited for it. So you'll have a chance to see players of all different levels, showing what they've learned. It's pretty exciting to see some of these streamers who are so talented in games really work on getting better at chess quickly.
Yeah, so C5 did happen, Jen. Black pushed the pawn, and Black's rook got a little bit opened up on C7 as a result of that, although it just moved it to D7, which I think is fine. Maybe they plan to play their queen to C6 and kind of like blockade that pawn. Actually would have, their rook was under attack. That would make sense, yes. Maybe white should consider queen B5. Black might.
Yeah, it's queen B5 to try to play for C6, right?
Yeah, because otherwise black will just plant that queen on C6 and you'll never get rid of it. It's just going to blockade the pawn.
Yeah, nice little creeping move. Or queen A4, same idea to try to play for C6. But this one is a little bit different, I think, because it doesn't have that kind of potential lateral attack on this pawn on D5. But it has an advantage too that it's potentially attacking the A7 pawn in some variations. So we'll see what happens there. What else can black do here?
What else? Did she play queen A4?
She did play queen A4, yeah.
All right. Well, what can black do? Black can play C4, C6, and rook C7. D4 is playable, Jen. because in the end, there's going to be some kind of check on E1 and then queen back to E5, which could win a rook. So I think, I wouldn't just sit here passively as black. Okay. She played rook C8, which I think is fine too. Yeah, that's actually a good move. She wants to go queen C6.
Yep, smart idea.
I mean, maybe not yet, because then you hang the D5 pawn, but she wants to stop C6. Let's leave it like that. And she wants to attack C5. So that makes a lot of sense. This move actually is really good.
Yeah, let's keep our eye on this one and move to some of our other games where there's some crazy action. Okay, this was the Sicilian that we really liked, I think, for Antonio, playing for Paraguay against Ryan Harper of Trinidad and Tobago. Huge game. But I mean, White seems like they've got some interesting counterplay. The bishop on B6 is really well placed, and they still have no pawns in the center, but there are some potential tactics happening. Potential tactics, knight D2. For instance, rook takes E5 doesn't work for the moment because you have a knight takes F3 check Zwischenzug. But what? Queen takes D2, there's just E4, right?
Yeah, but I mean, for now you're pinned, so White still has a chance to save.
True, but I'm still feeling your center is like super menacing, but maybe I can play bishop D1 to B3 and circle on that pawn.
Yeah, because right now, I mean, the center at least is kind of blocked, and I really like this bishop on B6 and what he's doing on that diagonal. It's going to be hard for black to get that pawn moving, so you have to be a little bit careful about advancing that E pawn.
So queen F5 was the move played. All right, this is knight F1 now, and black's back on move.
Now
I'm looking at moves like, knight takes F2 and E4, but you got to be careful that there's no kind of tempo gaining move that ruins the plans. Bishop D6, just improving that piece and overprotecting the pawn on E5.
Very logical. I like bishop D6 a lot. Because at some point the knight from E4 might want to move, and White's obviously was thinking about some kind of knight G3 at some point. Now knight G3 is not going to be a good idea because you'll just take it and play E4, forking. So the computer is saying this is equal, but I like black. Of course, it is always much easier to play with the big center, and those two pawns on D5 and E5, I mean, they sort of outweigh anything that White has here. I think black's next move is actually just knight G5.
But I still have to give props to White because White's position earlier seemed very uncomfortable, and they really seem like they're fighting hard. It's also 3 minutes to 5 minutes, so really anything can happen. But yeah, both players seem to be really handling the time. It's not really a time scramble yet. It's time pressure, right? But it could become a scramble later on. But honestly, a very, very rich position to have to play a 3 minute, 5 minute game with. I mean, yeah, it's going to be exciting for us.
I don't even know what move to recommend for White, Jen, because, he can't even touch the B pawn.
Like, you can't play knight G3. Like, you would like to trade off some of the stuff, but knight G3, you take and play E4.
Yeah.
So that's not pleasant. You can't move the B pawn because the C pawn would hang. I mean, maybe you can move this rook like to A4 or something.
Yeah, but it's very temporary, because you can even walk into bishop C6 and then you'll just have to.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. Black's minor pieces seem really menacing. Maybe we play A3.
It's very funny. Sometimes you get like such the computer will give you one kind of evaluation, and it's just not always that helpful. Like here, I don't feel like it's helpful at all. It doesn't really reflect like what we're feeling, right? As players looking at this position, because we don't really feel that it's equal in any way. It just is so hard for White to make a move, and that's why he's been thinking for over a minute.
Yeah, unless maybe knight E3 is maybe knight E3 is a good move, Irina. Do we have some? Huh?
Queen G6.
Yeah, queen G6. I'm hoping for some kind of liquidation
maybe
potential.
Knight D4, Jen, or
what?
Oh, maybe I don't know. I was looking at.
I don't have this now, right? Because you can just take with the bishop. Okay, but I'm just trying to figure out a way to like liquidate because otherwise I'm in trouble. Did you say knight B4?
Yeah, I have this idea of knight B4, but I mean, but then you can take it maybe and play D4.
Yeah. What else do we have? Knight D5 doesn't work right away. Is there anything with? Just want to maybe my rook A4 move now actually threatens knight takes D5.
Someone is asking, isn't White's dark square bishop rather out of the action? So that's a question from Great Bullis. Well, he's a bit out of the action. Yeah, he's not really a terrible piece or anything. He's on an outpost. He kind of still has some good diagonals. I wouldn't say that's not really the biggest problem that White is having, Gray, because the biggest problem is just the center. It's not that White's pieces are bad or decentralized, but what happens is your pieces tend to look bad when they don't have any control over the center.
Yeah, I think that this move h4 is kind of interesting. It looks a little bit dangerous because the white pawn is now loose, but in some of those lines that we were just looking at, maybe it could be valuable. So let's see, knight e3 was played, so we were expecting black to keep this queen on the diagonal, as otherwise you could run in to some issues with this pawn hanging, right? So we expect queen g6 or queen h7.
Yeah, I mean, queen e6, queen g6 are both possible.
If queen e6, we could take on h5, right? You know, you only live once.
Yeah, that pawn is hanging. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So live to tell the tale. So I think queen g6 is probably going to be the move chosen. And indeed, Antonio Almiron does play that move. And unfortunately for Trinidad and Tobago, one issue here is that Ryan Harper started this kind of time pressure situation with a similar amount of time as his opponent, but now he's under a minute, and Antonio is playing much more practically, Irina.
He is, and it's so interesting. The computer even gives it like a slight advantage for White. I'm just so mystified by that, Jen. You just cannot, it's so hard for him to play, which is why he's taking up so much time. It's like, I would feel if I'm White, I'd probably feel like, oh, I'm on the verge of losing or something. And the computer is actually saying it's still completely fine. But
that is surprising. It just goes to show you human evaluation and computer evaluation don't line up. I love this move, Rook C1, though, by the way. Ryan Harper loved this move because it has a plan. And that's so important when you're playing it in a time scramble. He just wants to play for C4. And that'll be really cool because it'll kind of contest the center, right?
Yeah, unless black plays D4.
Unless black plays D4 in a good way. That is true. But I was hoping that there would be some counterplay if you tried that with like C5 or knight D5. In any case, Rook E8 was played by black.
Yeah. C4.
Oh, oops, he did play C4, D4, knight D5. So this did happen.
Isn't this like losing a pawn, Jen?
You mean knight? Well, knight takes D5. We have bishop D4.
Oh, tricky.
So we've got a little in between move. If knight D5, we don't take, allowing you to play bishop takes. We take here and we actually end up with a winning position because we take two pieces and you only took one, because we're going to take this one next. Very, very fun for Trinidad and Tobago. But of course, after knight D5, there are other options as well, right?
Yeah, there's bishop takes, which he didn't really want to do. So this is already like, I'm feeling a lot better because especially with the C6 square. Okay, this was a nice idea by White. I completely concur with that.
Very nice idea by White. Knight D5. Is there a threat here, by the way? Knight takes F6.
Knight takes F6 is actually a bit of a threat because on pawn takes F6, there's bishop H5. So there is a threat. There is.
Yeah, you're right. Bishop.
Yeah.
Although, is there any kind of wild? No, because I'm just looking at G2 and I'm like, oh gosh, is there any exciting move there? But I doubt it because you're also attacking my queen.
Okay, I think this game just kind of blew up. Now I'm feeling like, once White actually established himself in the center a bit, now White's got a chance here. He's still down a minute, but that's not, it basically just means one more long thing by black, and they might even up on the clock.
Well, yeah, but Irina, a few minutes ago, it was 3.5 minutes to 40 seconds. So the time advantage for Paraguay here has narrowed considerably.
Yep. So we're going to follow this game, right, Jen? Because I think this is a good one.
It's a top board. I know normally we flip around a lot more, but we lucked out here. Top board, important match for the standings, and an incredibly exciting sequence. So, we just kind of, when you get the triad, you got to go with it.
Exactly. And actually, Jen, Trinidad already got a point in this match. They got Johnson on board 2, beating Benitez. So I'm telling you, Jen, like anything can still happen in this match. I mean, so he took with the bishop. Okay, cool. So they're only half a minute difference on the clocks. Why is it White's turn? Did Black just make a move or something?
Yeah, Black just played bishop d5, pawn d5, Irina. So they did take they took on d5. They didn't see anything better than getting rid of that pesky beast on d5. So White now has the 2 bishops. But the comment somebody made earlier about the bishop not participating in the action is actually more pertinent now because his d4 pawn does block it.
Well, here's the thing, Jen. Like my evaluations just completely changed because I'm looking at that knight now on e4, and instead of him being strong, he's just like kind of stuck there. Not only he's stuck there, he's like forcing all of Black's pieces to stand there and defend him. So I really think now the initiative is completely switched to White. White has 8. Whoa!
Oh no!
That can't be what he did, can it? What? Why would you move the queen at all? Anywhere?
No, queen g4 allowing bishop takes g4.
That really what happened? Oh wow, Paraguay.
Could it be a mouse flip? Maybe he meant to play queen f5, Irina.
Maybe, but I mean they're kind of on
brutal. I think he probably meant to play queen f5. Oh, what a tough one there. Oh, I mean it's always a risk in online chess. Mouse flipping.
Yeah, we did not expect that move. Let's see if what's gonna happen. I mean, is White gonna be in such shock, or he's gonna be like thinking about giving his opponent a take back, which he really shouldn't do.
Okay, we're gonna hop back to this game just to make sure that it wasn't something unexpected. But it looks like Black has. According to the result, it looks like maybe Black won the game, but we'll double check on that. And let's look at another game that's still in progress, Irina. Oh, this one looks not that interesting.
Well,
it looked really interesting at first.
We got Vargas who beat Johnson Gabriela. So right now it's like 1-1 between Trinidad and Paraguay. Do we have Johnson? Yeah, there's Vargas. She made her opponent's king like she's been doing every round.
Beautiful checkmate with the 2 rooks in the middle of the board. It looks like White got a lot of counterplay though.
Let's see what's going on. And can we see we got James Mayeregger, Yearwood versus Allo, and Lafleur versus Perez.
We got this game underway and White is up in exchange.
Yearwood
is up in exchange. Oh wait,
that's good for Trinidad. Oh wait.
How did this happen? I just popped in this position, so I think I misunderstood. Okay. So Black's actually up a piece.
Oh, what? Wait, hold on. What just happened on the last move? He played a5, king d7, right? The computer was saying, king c5.
So
wait. Maybe d5, Jen? No. Wait, no.
Wait. Well, what about a6? There was a6 and then king c6 though, right?
A7, king b7, d5.
Yeah, but that's winning, really? Huh? That makes sense.
Maybe the king was getting into c6 and d7. We can show that line.
So you're saying here, just a7, just give up the pawn completely.
Well, actually, king c5, Jen.
And then just come in with the king.
Oh, wait.
Okay. Well, they think we're losing now, probably because of bishop e3, maybe? Wow, this is the evaluation keeps hopping around. Maybe bishop g3 starts winning pawns and we come too fast with ours because we're already. I mean, well, first of all, we can take this, but the point is we get to win pawns too. Like you're not the only one who gets to win pawns.
Yeah, this is pretty crazy.
So I think it must be with d5, right? It must be with d5 because then our pawn is so fast that you don't have time.
They don't have time for bishop g3.
Yeah. Very interesting evaluation switchage, but instead we have this position now. And
why is this so losing? I have no idea. But it's
probably it's the same idea, right? That if you get the king in and you get to play bishop g3, it's just not enough
they
time.
got no time, so anything can happen. It's actually a perfect game to watch. Because
I agree. Well, they are coming around here. It's amazing how one tempo can make such a big difference, right?
Yeah, this is another one where the computer evaluation is not very helpful because it's saying like Black is winning, but that might rest on some very subtle moves somewhere. And maybe by just one move. So definitely I don't think Black probably has any confidence yet about how they're doing. Like I don't have any confidence. I don't know.
Well, bishop takes pawn here is helpful,
pawn
right?
take e6, and I don't know.
Yeah, and then you can't play e7 because the bishop d6 checks. So that's kind of cool.
Yeah, I mean, like black has 16 seconds to figure this out. Good luck.
Yeah, I know. No. It's not easy at all. But I mean, I don't want to allow you to play d6 check, and then I'm got like if I take on h4, you can play d6, and I guess king b8.
All right.
No, they went for this one. I like that better.
I'm telling you, Jen. I told you.
And now a7. Wait, a7. King b7.
Play king c6, king d7, and then win those pawns,
So king b7, a8 equals queen, king takes a8, king c6. Is that your idea, Irina?
Yeah, that's my idea.
And that's what's playing. That's what's on the board.
Yeah, this is, we knew this was going to be exciting.
It is. And now the problem is that king d7 is coming so quick, but why can't we try to sacrifice and play h4, h3? We're too slow.
Yeah.
King g7, bishop g5, pawn g5, h4, e7, h3, queen h2. So you're working on
is making it exciting against Paraguay. Paraguay's got something to worry about here.
So he tries bishop c5 instead. But unfortunately, this king is too close, and this king is too far away, more importantly, and all these pawns are going to get snapped up.
This is over. Let's see, Jen. Lafleur, oh my. Like Trinidad is beating Paraguay because they're going to get a point on this board. So the only game that if it's still going, Jen, is James versus Mayeregger.
I think though that one might be over. It looks like, oh no, there's one left. There's one game left, and I think that's actually the one you mentioned.
Here it is.
And black is winning.
Here? So white is winning. Oh, that's important for No, I'm sorry. Wait,
black is winning. Black, James.
Oh, Trinidad is going to beat Paraguay, Jen.
Oh my gosh. And will that mean that they're going to get into the...
Yeah, then we're going to have to count the tie breaks.
Then we have to count the tie breaks. Yes, the tie breaks are going to be very relevant because I think they're going to move up to 14 points if that's the case. But we'll let the tournament directors figure that out while we see if James can indeed win this game. He's got 3 extra minutes on the clock too.
There's nothing that she can really blunder, Jen. You know what she can do? She can stalemate the white king. Now she can't. But before the white king, there was some potential of white king being stalemated when that rook was on h2. Now it's not going to happen. There's almost nothing that black can actually blunder here, which is good for her.
I mean, I have to tell you, my heart is racing over that game we were just looking at. Because this one's totally winning for black. I got to take a quick look.
Oh, and Jen, I don't know, something happened in the Harper versus Almiron. Yeah, it says the black won.
Yeah, maybe there was a time scramble and like the queen g4 move wasn't real. Yeah. I don't know. But maybe there was a time loss. But what on earth was this? Was just so wacko that black was totally winning, but none of the moves that seemed obvious to us were winning. Yeah, I'm trying to think right here. Where was the win, Irina? Sorry, I don't mean to put you on the spot. I'm just
let me turn on my computer brain and give you the answer in 1 second, Jen.
I mean, we don't have time to take here, do we? I mean, maybe we do.
Yeah.
Because after d6 check.
Yeah. You can take because on e6, and if you take on e6, bishop g5, and then you run with the h pawn.
Because you're d7. Because the cool thing is d7. There's bishop g5. That's really important, right? That you're not actually getting us with both because our bishop is able to protect. I was trying to split your king apart, but it's not as easy as it appears. Okay. Well, that answers my burning question. And now we can go back to James.
All right. Now she's up a pawn. Hopefully that rook's not getting trapped. Just don't put, I was going to say don't put the rook on b4, but you still can't put the rook on b4. Yeah. So this is going to be so exciting, Jen. I mean, in terms of the tie breaks, let me see. So Paraguay, so Trinidad is winning.
But we don't know for sure that Trinidad and Tobago is winning because remember Ryan Harper didn't actually win that game, right? We think that might have been a time loss.
Even so, their score right now is 2-2, and we got James winning and Yearwood winning. So they're going to win 4-2. And now let's consult our trusty tie breaks. Oh, but they're still going to lose, Jen, because tie break 2 still favors Paraguay. Paraguay got 39 and a half, and Trinidad has 33 and a half game points, I guess. And even if you add a couple there to Trinidad, I think Paraguay is still going to take it on tie breaks, which is sad, but still exciting. I think that Trinidad managed to beat Paraguay in such an important match.
Yeah, all you can do is try, your best in that last match and see where the tie breaks lie. But indeed, it was some really fascinating struggle, especially that board one and that pawn end game, Irina. I'm going to need to, get my heart rate down, and we're going to be back in just a few minutes, and we will have the final results, see if Irina's tiebreak calculations were correct. I'm not willing to bet on it. We want to see the official results.
All right,
stay with
we'll
us.
see. Yeah, tune in for that, guys.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our coverage of the FIDE Online Olympiad on Chess TV. I'm Jennifer Shahade. I'm here with Grandmaster Irina Krush, and we just wrapped up our Pool D coverage. And what a dramatic pool of competitors it was, Irina, but only 3 can advance.
Yeah, so we have Bolivia, Uruguay, and Paraguay claiming the top 3 spots in Pool D, moving on to Division 2. And Trinidad made a really good fight out of it. They beat Paraguay in the last round, but unfortunately their tie breaks, their game points were still not enough to get that 3rd spot. So now we're moving into Pool E. And this is interesting. I mean, we got Venezuela, who's won all their matches. And so they're looking like really strong right now. I mean, they're pretty much a shoo-in for the top 3 spots, but I think the top spot, they don't have too much to worry about. What's interesting though right now is that there's going to be a match, Jamaica versus Panama. So it's kind of like the same situation that we saw in Pool D. Panama has a chance to beat Jamaica and tie with them for the 3rd spot. And so I think that's really the match to follow here, Jen.
Absolutely. Well, we'll keep an eye on everyone. But of course, indeed, that Panama-Jamaica match is critical. So, point out any games between those players that you'd like to as I dive into this game between the Warner and Chavez. We've seen this.
Yeah, this is Barbados versus El Salvador. And this is a King's Indian, which is, well, it's not exactly a King's Indian. It's a King's Indian type of structure. Black's bishop is not on G7.
An old Indian, right? That's what they call it when the bishop's on E7 instead of on G7. Well, the bishop ends up being a lot weaker, but it does allow for some ideas that would not normally be part of the position, right? So you see here this move, knight F8 with the idea of knight G6, normally wouldn't be a thing because you'd have a pawn sitting on G6, right? So I don't know, though. I still like white here, though. Like my queen on C7 seems very uncomfortable with this rook on C1. And even my pawn on A5, I feel like this square on B6 is very vulnerable. I'm quite keen on white's position here.
Yeah, I mean, usually in these positions, what I've been taught is that you always got to look at the move C5. Not saying it's particularly strong right now. You have to calculate. There's DC, pawn takes E5, knight D7. What is going on there? I don't know, but it's definitely the kind of move that white is always looking at. Bishop F1 is very normal, so no complaints about that. Just kind of moving out of the way of the rook. And I guess black will just continue with knight G6. And maybe white will even play G3 at some point. Maybe that's one of the points of bishop F1 is to protect the H3 pawn and be able to restrict the knights with the move G3.
Yeah, there's some nice positional play here, although I'm sure black has a couple of tricks up their sleeve, as players tend to do when they play the King's Indian defense. Here we've got, looks like do we have a Sveshnikov? Speaking of Sveshnikov, we spoke earlier. Okay, it's a slightly different name, right? It's like the Kalashnikov instead. According to chess.com here, it says a Lowenthal. I thought of this as like the Kalashnikov, but regardless, very, very interesting opening. And whoa, what happened here? Okay, so normally taking on E7, I'm more familiar with taking on F6 and then playing C3, knight C2, and knight E3, or sometimes playing for the C4 idea. Knight E7 right away.
I've never seen that either, Jen. Yeah, because that bishop's not considered all that valuable, and consider that the knight on F6, which controls D5, is actually a more important piece. So I think black is doing totally fine here. This is, by the way, board 1 between Ghana and Venezuela. So this is Venezuela's top board, Felix Jose Llanosa. How's that right pronunciation, guys? That was pretty good, right?
Felix Jose, that's a great name. I love that name. But that's the Venezuelan player, I take it. Is it?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's the Venezuelan player. And then we also have the IM from Ghana. You'll notice there's not as many African players in the later time zones. That's, of course, because they make an attempt to make the time zones more convenient for the players, right? So that's why we have a lot of the South American and Caribbean players in the end of the day, when Irina and I are awake. And we have our other wonderful commentators. Of course, shout out to Bikfoot, who actually did the commentary and the production, and Keti as well, in the earlier part of the day, where we had a lot of the African and some other countries as well, Lebanon and United Arab Emirates. So it is a little bit designed around that. But we do have a couple African countries in this particular pool. So it's probably really late for them. So shout out. Namibia, who are part of my cross-cultural girls club, actually. So it's nice to see them here and doing quite well. They also were in the pool Division 4 originally.
All right, so some games that we can take a look at, Jen. We got Smith versus Tapia, Christie versus Leon. Oh, you found it, Jen. Perfect. Oh, this is fun.
Oh, and which countries? This is Jamaica's match, right?
Jamaica versus Panama. This is that big match that we really want to follow. And so Smith is playing for Jamaica. Jamaica is ahead of Panama. They got, 6 pawns each. White's knight is looking really strong there at F5. I don't love Black's position, Jen. I would always feel like much more confident with that white knight on F5. Is it Black's turn right now? Is he thinking?
It is Black's turn though. Yeah, I agree. Like I like this knight on F5, but at the same time, like I would prefer my pawn on F2 here. So I feel like if my king were on G1 and my pawn were F2, I think I like the position even more. This does create some kind of like weaknesses in Black's position, particularly the pawn on E3, right?
Yeah, but the question is what to do for Black. I mean, of course, White is not really threatening to take on E7. Like we understand they're not really that interested in that bishop. They're just kind of planting their knight there. Rook C8 makes sense.
Yeah, threatening B4, simple chess. So you got to put your queen somewhere. I think I got to challenge you to pick a square. Which square are you going to pick?
I'm going to pick...
You gotta be a little tiny bit careful, because suppose you pick a square like F2, right?
Yeah.
And now I can take on D3, Rook D3, B4. Okay, you still have knight E2 and you hold on to all your pieces and all that.
Yeah, but that looks a bit awkward. Yeah, I actually don't.
Yeah, it looks a little awkward. Like you're a little tied up in knots there. And I can change the move order too and start with B4 and see if that is even better. So maybe Queen F2 is not the greatest choice though. I'm sure you have a slightly more harmonious choice.
Queen D2?
You want to just play to D2, okay?
Or maybe A3, John. So I just go
A3? Then no, you can't do that. No.
What can't? What? No. I know I said pawn to A3, John. A3 pawn.
Yeah, there was some. You talked about changing the chess rules. There was a time when the queen could move like a knight too, just not everywhere. Some regional places. So they called it an Amazon. Or maybe I don't know if they called it back then, but now when there's chess variants, when the queen also moves like a knight, they call it an Amazon. A very, very powerful queen indeed.
Yeah.
Not if you put it to A3.
Quite interesting. I mean, again, like the computer is quite comfortable here as Black, but I feel like it's easier for White to play. More questions to answer for Black.
Yeah, definitely. Because you need to try to like arrange to play like D4 or pressure this pawn at some point. You need to arrange to do something. Okay. Yeah, you can't just sit around forever. But don't forget the knight C4 ideas could come into the position as well. Preferably not with my queen on D8.
We also got Christie versus Leon.
This is going to be we'll come back to this game because it is going to be quite an interesting one, but we'll move on as well. Christie versus Leon. I think you got their first names there. Yeah. This is
Christie. This is their last names. Yeah. Christie and Leon are their last names. Well, this is been up quite nicely for White. So Leon from Panama. Okay. I mean, this is a very familiar kind of setup where White does this sort of stone wall, except their bishop's not actually behind the stone wall. Their bishop's on
Good news. I like that. This is difficult to play against, It
really is, because Black cannot put the knight on E4. Black cannot neutralize White by putting that knight on E4. White's got that square really well controlled. And I think the question is, do you want to play G5, Jen? I guess you do, because if you played G5, knight D7. Oh, some bad stuff will happen with bishop takes H7.
Exactly.
Might actually
Exactly.
have big threats.
So yeah, let's talk about that. Let's talk about if black just plays a normal move. And now knight D7, how there is some big action. Bishop H7, king H7, queen H5, and this is not looking pretty at all. Because at the end of the day, don't forget, I'm going to bring another piece into the attack somehow. So if you put H7, you have to reckon with the fact that let's see, which way would we go here, Irina? H8 or H7?
Yeah, I think it doesn't matter too much. Oh, go to H8. That's fine. Yeah, it doesn't matter too much. No. Why is it?
I think just play queen H5, king G8, and now play G6, right? That looks like
That's what I wasn't as sure about because this one.
Oh, because of knight F6.
Yeah.
There is knight F6, yeah. Let's see, what would be a better way to do it then? Do we start with knight F7? We start with knight F7, and then we're threatening
Then
to play.
try to go G6, yeah?
Yeah, if we're threatening to play G6 now, because knight F6 will be too late, because we'll have queen H8 mate, right? The computer doesn't like this move either, though. Huh? I wonder what they think that white should do here. G6, not G6 and not knight F7. Maybe knight G6 immediately. No. How about? Don't want to do that.
Or sack? No, I mean it's a little extreme. Knight G4 sack and H6. I mean. Probably.
Yeah. Well, I do think knight F6 does look dangerous, though. You have to find the right move here. Maybe it's not. Is it knight F8? Maybe knight F8 here is a better move because after G6, you can at least play knight takes G6 here and H4 hangs in the end. So maybe knight F8 is a better defensive move. But in any case, I should also point out, by the way, that it's possible here. There's some other moves. Like bishop H7 looks so attractive. Because queen H5 allows G6, right, Irina? So you don't really want to do it in that move order.
Yep, I agree. Has black made a move? No, black is still thinking, yeah?
Black's still thinking. Yeah. And
but let's try it again then. Let's go bishop H7 here.
So what is the bone cruncher here?
Bone cruncher.
First of all, I could take an F7 right away, but that transposes, right?
Yeah, that's what we did. We did.
Yeah, that transposes to the same line. It's just taking it instead of the other way. So let's try queen F7 again, king H8, and we were having trouble putting you away here.
Well, 1 second, Jen. What about the do we have time for the very slow and prosaic rook G1, rook G3, or not?
It seems
Why
so
don't we
slow.
try it? Let's just try it. Rook G1. I know it's slow, but how bad is it really?
Yeah, we need to start getting some pieces into the defense ASAP. Or to trade off some pieces, right?
Yeah, let's take with what? What are we gonna take with? The F pawn.
You take with the F pawn, right? And now I need to play something like, I need to start defending my pieces. So I probably have to play like knight F8 or something like that.
Seems tough, Jen. Because now
Yeah, it does. It does, because you're just coming in with rook G3, right? Yeah, indeed. It does seem tough unless I have some kind of way to like sacrifice here and get a queen trade in, something like that. But it doesn't seem like
try it. Knight takes E5.
That's what I was thinking, like playing like that, and then after pawn takes,
queen takes,
yeah. Kind of turn the tables on you so that now if you play rook G3,
you can do your favorite queen F5.
Yeah. And I'm not down material here because you sacked a piece earlier. So, okay, what the conclusion here is that after bishop H7, king H7, we're still actually not
finding the conclusion, Jen. 1 second. Let me make the conclusion.
We're not actually finding the right move to put them away, which is very
we
frustrating.
don't know how to attack, but we know it's winning.
Yeah, I mean, this seems like it should be easier to do. It's frustrating. Okay. What is the bone cruncher? Should we ask chat for help? I'm sure somebody in chat would know because for many reasons.
For many reasons. Okay.
Yes. Let's see. What are they saying in chat? I'm curious.
They're saying hi. No.
They want to just take on E6. Really? I mean, I see what you're saying, because if you take on e6, you have access to f7 and also back to h3 and whatnot.
Yeah.
That's an interesting idea for sure.
But I mean, yeah, it also doesn't look super convincing, right? Because they can just take on e5 and
again, yeah, and then this queen is in the line of the rook, so that doesn't seem correct. Okay.
Yeah.
King h8, knight g6, king h7.
Someone says, I like knight g6. Knight g6 here.
Yeah, knight g6, king h7.
And what? And then maybe queen g6, queen e6? No. No, it doesn't make sense because there's bishop g5.
Well, I guess you're a bit more.
How about knight takes e7 and g6 and queen h5 and g6? Let's try that.
Okay, yeah, we haven't tried that yet. That's a good point. So knight takes e7, queen h5.
Yeah, now g6. Now you don't have this easy defense that you had before with knight f6.
Oh, or maybe your idea here also with rook g1, it's a good moment for it.
That's true.
Yeah, it could be a good moment for your rook g1 idea with g6 coming.
Yeah, the computer loves
I guess there's knight g6 here. That stops my idea.
Yeah, let's
so maybe I start with g6.
No, queen h5 and g6, Jen. Can we just do queen h5?
Well, I think starting with g6 is good too, because you can't play knight g6 because then I have rook g1, right?
You want to go king h8 and then rook g1.
Yeah, exactly. Because knight g6 here, there's rook g1. You don't have knight f8 because this is pinned, right?
Yep.
You're actually totally screwed here because I'm just mating. Yeah, that's good. That's good. So maybe this is the right move order. We finally found the right move order. Unbelievable.
Yeah. Lots of exploring. Yeah.
And how king h8 and this, and this is also hanging. So the fact that you can't take on g6 is devastating actually, because we just take. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. All right, got it. Okay. See, all the details in the position are very important. Earlier when I played rook d8, I should have played rook c8. And then things might be a little bit different. But let's see what happened in the game, as we don't want to go down the rabbit hole. C takes d4, C takes d4. Okay, knight e4. All right, but I thought Irina said that this wasn't possible because after bishop e7, you're just going to lose something on e4.
You haven't lost anything, but your position is not too good either, because white has no real trouble recapturing on d2 with the king. And this is still very pleasant for white because they kept their important pieces. They never needed their bishop on h4 anyway. So they don't.
Yeah, I mean, but it's turned into more of a positional advantage rather than you just checkmating me.
Yeah, but it's a pretty big, it's going to be a positional advantage that's going to, I think, translate into white trying to checkmate.
Yeah, I hear you. Okay, so, but I still think maybe black found some of the most promising chances that they could have.
You know, Jen, what I find interesting here is the move g5. And the reason I want to go g5, just to kind of point out, is because, I don't know, I mean, you might have ideas of f6, and I'm trying to make it a little harder for you. And now if you play knight takes e5, I can take with the f pawn. And then when you play queen g5, I am going to go king c2. And it's a very interesting pawn sack in order to open up those open files.
So again, you say after g5, what?
I am saying after g5, knight takes e5, f takes e5, queen e5, and king c2. And what do you think about like white's compensation here?
Pretty happy. I mean, I felt like this is just going to be very difficult to defend because your bishop is so terrible and this pawn is so beautiful, and you're coming in with rook f1 and rook g1, and this king is really safe on b1 and a1 eventually. So yes, I like this, Irina, and I also think that in a time scramble, this is very, very promising.
Yeah.
So good analysis there. Very promising position for white. Let me look at some other. Here's another one that we had open earlier between. We looked at this game very briefly earlier, I think.
This is board one, Smith from Jamaica versus Tapir from Panama. And this looks very different from when we saw it. I mean, this looks like black is doing completely fine.
By the way, the move b4 was just played. Okay.
Yeah, not too impressive. I mean, black is fine, even if and then they probably should go for this, Jen. I mean, bishop takes d4, eventually a pawn will take on d4, then plant the knight on d5 and play with a better pawn structure. I mean, that's a really simple solution, because if you don't do that, if you like move your bishop, white's going to play e4, and actually it looks pretty decent for white. So I do think black needs to be either considering taking on b3, which is possible, or bishop takes d4, which is like really simple and certainly pretty good for black.
So that en passant move could be played here, or you could take on d4, but you can't take on d4 and then do en passant.
Right, and you know, Jen, our chat is saying fire and ice. Jen wants to attack. Irina wants to play positional.
I love it. That sounds
dynamic, you know?
Oh, that's wonderful. Next time we do commentary together, we have to have a fire and ice graphic. I love it.
Yeah, that will be pretty funny. So bishop takes d4, rook takes d4, rook takes d4, pawn takes d4, knight d5. I mean, I'm not saying black is winning there. I'm just saying that it feels very comfortable. Oh, you're taking with the rook. Oh, yeah. Oops.
Yeah, I was thinking taking the rook because I didn't like what you were doing there.
Of course, because I didn't see that for some reason you could. Yeah, that's true. Actually,
So
why
maybe-
did I do that?
So maybe taking en passant. What this seems like promising to me. You have to take with the. Whoa, what happened? Wait a second. Let's catch up with the game because something odd just happened. Rook c8, a3. You know what? I'm gonna get back to this game because it seems like maybe there's a relay disconnect here. I'll keep an eye on. Oh, this is the actual position. It seems like okay. An e4 was just played. So it was c takes b3, queen takes b3, rook c8, and now e4. Got it.
Yeah, white's position seems acceptable. I mean, yes, black has the bishop pair. Black has a potentially dangerous pawn majority for the end game. Probably if I had to pick a side, I would pick black, but you know, white's pretty harmonious. White doesn't really have bad pieces. There's good coordination here. The black knight is not that super, and lots of tactics still on the board. You always have to like be careful about playing a knight to d7 because there's going to be discoveries on him. So I think this game is still up for grabs, although white has a very sizable time lead on the clock.
Well, look at this queen a5 move. It's going after the a3 pawn. Okay. Is greed good?
Greed is good, Jen. You might be forcing me to like make some very ugly move like knight b1, but I really don't want to. Do I have to? Before I play that move, I'm gonna make sure I have no other options.
Yeah, I know. I'm looking for some tactics here as well, but I don't really see any of them popping off like I'd like them to be. You know, I just like the queen goes to play. Maybe I can have some fun over here with the king, but it seems like everything's okay.
And knight b1 is not such a bad move.
Oh, knight b1. Wow.
Yeah, normally we don't like to put our knights on the back of the board, but you know, the knight was kind of weak.
There it is. They played knight to b1. Okay. Well, definitely not a square you want the knight on, but let's see if it works out. You know, I'm nervous now here for white about some tactical possibilities for black. Sometimes maybe a move like bishop e4, pawn e4, knight e4, but it looks like you've got everything hold on for the moment. This rook holds on to this knight and this one holds on to this bishop. But wait a second. Let's check that. So bishop e4, pawn e4, knight e4. That was my idea. And I'll say you put your rook here or something. I was thinking knight f2, rook f2, bishop takes d4. And then if you play rook takes d4, I have rook e1 or queen e1 mating, right?
Oops, f7 is hanging, Jen.
I know. Yeah, I was going to point that out. But I could have, instead of taking on d4, I could play rook e1 check right now, yeah?
You could.
Or queen e1. I don't think it
rook
makes sense.
f1, Jen, is still a big problem.
Yeah, you do have rook f1. And then again, after rook takes f1, bishop d4, again, f7 is hanging.
Yep.
Okay. So very interesting line though. And it's all made possible by this knight on b1. Like none of these tactics would be even in the air if your knight were like on d2 or c3. So I want to like explain to people that like your tactical alertness can go up when your opponent plays moves like knight b1. Anyway, black's now on move. No, black did make a move. Black just played queen back to b6. And now queen to b2. Okay, cool. And king h7. Trying to get away from the line of fire.
No, my tactical sense, you know, gets woken up by seeing that hanging knight on f6. I mean, it's Okay, I get it. You're still protecting it with the queen, but I would be taking a good look at that piece.
Yeah. Yeah. Meanwhile, both sides with some potential time pressure here. 2.5 minutes for Alexei.
Yeah, but not like any clear tactics by white. Yeah, and like the knights on b1 kind of passive. Can he? I mean, he can go to c3 and there could be like some repetition, but that doesn't seem. Repetition is okay, I suppose, for Jamaica. For Smith, I mean, they're ahead of Panama, so they don't really mind a draw, but I don't know. None of the other games have been decided, so he doesn't really know how his team is going to be doing. But playing for a win as white is not easy. Let's put it like that.
Should we look at some of the other games? What are the
Christy Leon, Miller Beria, Clark Chung.
Okay, let's look at the Clark Chung game as we've got that up on our board right now. Chung playing for Panama and Clark for Jamaica. It looks like an end game with equal pawns, but some imbalance, right? Is it over? I think this might be a draw.
Black's a little better. I mean, actually, he doesn't have a lot of time, but she's got the passed A pawn. So she has a really clear plan of just pushing it to A4.
Safe king as well. E4 now played. So she's trying to potentially make some pass pawn of her own with F4, F5, E5, and E6, but very slow. I mean, look how long it even took me to say it.
Yes, so A5, A4 is coming, and so I think white is going to be defending this position. So Panama is a bit on the defensive here. Their queen just doesn't have any real targets, unfortunately. And even the C5 pawn is a bit weak, and even E4 might be a bit weak, Jen. I actually would not like to be white here at all. I think this is far from equal. This is more like unpleasant.
Interesting. Yeah, I know Irina always looking for any chance in the end game, because that's why a lot of these rapid games are decided, you know, that it takes a lot of effort to maintain that energy level and consistency through the end game. So never think you have the draw in the bag too quickly.
You know what's funny, Jen? Soon you're going to be commentating on my games, right?
Make sure you're playing for the United States.
Yes,
in the Olympiad, along with along with Nazi Pikidze, right?
I think I'm not sure actually. I think I thought Anna Zatonsky was my teammate on the women's board, and Carla Heredia was like the girls under 20 board.
Oh, no, I think you mean Talia, right? Talia Cervantes.
Talia Cervantes. Yeah. How did I confuse her? Okay.
Well, Carla's a great player, but I think she recently graduated college. Of course, so yeah.
Talia Cervantes, exactly, is who I meant. Yeah. And look, white is not getting very far with those pawns, Jen. Oh no, I think white is in big trouble, not really finding any plan to stop
it. You called it. But what would have been a better way? After king h7, the problem is also the king's very safe. I actually think that putting the pawn on e4 maybe hampered some of white's ideas here, because like it took away one of the diagonals for us to check. So what do you think would have been the correct idea here to try to make a draw? Can you play for queen d6 here? No, you can't. Taking king f8. So that wouldn't work. What happens if we like checked you and then played queen d6? Well, it doesn't really do anything though.
Yeah, that doesn't do anything. They can just go a5, right?
Just a5, yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe trying to like tickle this pawn, hoping to get a draw by perpetual. Because if we win this pawn, then our perpetual chances go way up, right? Because it would like open your king up in a devastating way, right? So maybe this is a good way to go about it.
King g6, maybe.
Yeah, king g6. But now my idea of queen d6 doesn't work, because you can take and play king f6, and you're right in there in the square of the pawn. So that's extremely useful. But I do have the idea like h4, right?
h5.
You have h5. Yeah, exactly.
But I agree, Jen. Something like this would have made sense. I mean, I think it's actually a pretty deep question to try to figure out right now. You know how white should have been holding on in this end game. So
I think these are good ideas though, because most I'm introducing some weaknesses, right? Like you play h5, I play queen e7, now I'm fronting queen g5. you play f6, and suddenly I have more checks. And I know it sounds really simplistic. Well, not right now, but I have more possibilities for check. It sounds really simplistic, but actually like getting more potentials for checks in these positions does make it a lot more likely that I'll find some kind of draw. Anyway, we can move to another game.
Smith Tapia. That one is still pretty interesting, right?
Oh yeah, we've been checking in on this a lot, and now it's 3 minutes versus 1 minute. So let's get caught up to the current position. This is still just some of our analysis. Woo!
Wow. Lots of changes. Let's backtrack and see how this happened.
Sure. Well, I think it was around here that we left off, Irina. Queen b2, and then we saw king h7, a move you did not like, and knight f5. That was exactly why it alarmed you a little bit. Queen f6, threatening queen g7 mate, forcing takes on f5. And now after queen f5, I think the question is, rook d7, is that going to be devastating?
Wow. Oh, this is really fun, Jen. I mean, rook d7, queen c4.
Queen c4 still holds on to that pawn.
That's still alive for black.
Still very much alive. Yeah, so we do win the bishop, but the thing is, there is black is up a piece in this position.
You know what's funny, Jen, is like white would be completely winning if only their knight were not on b1. The worst possible square, so passive. They're basically like everything else about their position is great, but their knight, they just cannot win the game because of that knight. So probably the best that white can actually hope for in this position is a draw. I think, even given the exposed position of like black's king.
Yeah, this is very surprising.
We should take maybe we should take the other guy on f2 because the bishop on b7 wasn't that good. So maybe we shouldn't get tempted into taking him. Just take the bishop on f2, Jen.
Wait, what do you mean?
Instead of rook d7.
Oh, don't play rook f7. I got you. Just take it f2. I see what you mean. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe like that.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Yeah.
I was worried here about the fact that it opens up the possibility of me playing like on the c1 square, but I guess
a lot that it opens up. Yeah, you can just go rook d8, you know, queen c2 somewhere, queen c1. I mean, so many ideas. So yeah, I don't love white's position is because of this terrible knight. You know, it's one of the worst things in chess is like getting stuck with that piece that you just cannot improve in time.
It is, especially with that pawn on b4. Let's see what's happening. Oh, so it looks like they're still on king g7. So fascinating position with a 1 minute on each side. We'll stay with this game just for a little bit, guys, because it's so fascinating. And yet each side only has a minute. So it's going to be tricky. It's going to be tricky here. Big decision here. Rook takes f2 or rook d7. The key thing is there's going to be a lot of good moves for white left to make, whichever one they pick. So don't think too long. You got to make a choice. Chess is about decisions after all, not just delaying them. And they did make a choice. Where'd they go? No, they didn't.
So they have queen g4 check, but it doesn't really help them because the king can just go to h8. Okay, so they did go for the bishop on b7.
So they went for the bishop on b7. Okay. And now, well, what's going on now?
There's going to be a trade on a d7.
We've got to take with the queen because we need to take care of that back rank.
And b3, Jen, it's just so annoying the way black is going to push that pawn.
Yeah, that's true. And we don't even have our rook and our queen coordinating. No, I think black's going to win now. Something went wrong here for sure.
That would be really good for Tapia. This is a really key game. Tapia is playing for Panama.
I mean, you're up a pawn, but you're not attacking at all, and the king is safe. B3 was played. Computer hates it for some reason. Not really sure why.
We don't always have to agree with the computer.
Yeah, I mean, there's probably some good move here for a white, but I mean, he has 30 seconds to see it, and I can't think of it. I can't think of it.
One day, Jen, black's gonna play b2 and queen c1. Let's see if my prediction comes true.
I think you're right about that. Now, there is one thing that you do have to keep your eye on, the fact that the queen is protecting this rook. So after knight a3, we'll see what black does here. Queen c1 right away, you think?
Yep.
Yeah, and then just b2. I like it. You're also threatening the knight. Well, you're not really. Never mind.
I'm threatening also queen d1, and b2 because I'm just so evil like that.
And then knight c2.
Oh,
Still-
wait. Maybe, yeah, okay.
Still interesting. I mean,
My evil plans were not working. Okay.
yeah, well, you know, we still got some ideas. Okay, h4 played. I don't know though. This is 10 seconds left for black though. Oh my, the time is actually in white's favor. Bishop takes
Oh,
h4.
there's queen g4, but okay, the rook on d1 will hang.
The rook on d1 to hand.
Wait,
Everything.
the
is
rook,
hanging.
the rook on c8 is hanging, but the rook on d1 is hanging. That's important.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Okay.
That 22 seconds left, but bishop g5 played, protecting that rook. Rook g1. Okay.
Oh, where's that rook gonna go? Hope he doesn't blunder the rook.
I don't think they will.
Rook d8, rook d8. Calm down. There's no f4.
There's no f4. There's no f4 because there's queen takes g4. Exactly.
Rook d8. Don't hang anything. Okay, that was fine. That was cool. You safely put your rook b2. Just go b2.
I really like that move too. And now queen f2 and queen h4 is a potential idea, although queen h3 stopped it from being checkmate.
Okay, now b2. B2 cannot be
Yeah,
bad.
b2 and
Or bishop. Yeah, bishop. Okay, that's fine.
now queen g1 is a threat. That's probably going to compel knight takes b2. There it is. Knight
Oh,
b2.
you won the knight. Okay.
And it looks like black is going to end up winning this game. But what a drama it was.
Yeah. Yeah, let's go see what else is going on, Jen. I mean,
Well, I think we were watching this one earlier, and it looks like black has won that game. Orlando and Joshua.
well, yeah, let's watch this. This is fascinating. Hold on. This is
it's still
great.
underway. No, actually, this one is
Right,
over.
and it's the wait, Orlando Christie. Wait. No, White already won. Christie won.
Yeah, white already won. Exactly. I think this might not have been the final position, but it was a win for white. Yeah,
But
that was
not a win for White. I
long.
think it's a win for Black. Wait, I'm trying to understand who won this game. No, Christie. It's Christie won, I think. Christie won, and
But
Christie.
we don't know. But we don't know exactly how because this final position doesn't look winning for black.
Maybe it is. Maybe because there's no
it's-
check and there's Queen B4 coming and Rook D4. Maybe it is winning. Maybe he didn't make a move in time.
Maybe they didn't make a move in time. Yeah, that's
How about
definitely possible.
Miller versus Beria, or Clark versus Chung, or Glabs versus Mendez? Anything over there?
We've got Rachel Miller versus Melissa, and this is in our key matchup actually.
Oh, right. This is great. This is great. Miller is
queen versus two rooks. Look at
yeah,
this.
Jamaica versus Panama.
Jamaica versus Panama. Jamaica with the queen and
Rook
Panama.
A8, Rook A8, Jen. She's gonna win the pawn.
She will, and that's going to change everything. Who do you take here, white or black?
I'm gonna take white.
Okay, let's see. I think it's going to be close. I'm going to take black.
All right.
I looked at the clock though. I cheated. I was like, I think they're both low on time, but white's even lower on time, and that's always scary.
Wow, she's playing pretty well. Yeah, she's gonna go Rook B8. Let me tell you something. If she wins the B6 pawn, Jen, I'm gonna change my mind. C5.
You can't change your vote. Okay.
C5 is losing. Okay, now black's doing well. Yeah, she played well.
Yeah, this is a good one for this. Will be a really important win for Panama and quite an interesting game. Look at that, those three pawns. Yeah. Those three pawns will be devastating, but the queen is here, so you gotta keep guard because there are perpetual ideas. Can't just
maybe give
be a little careful here. Let's see. So queen h8. How are we wiggling out of this perpetual? What's our move? So that's how.
King c7. No, okay. Somewhere black should just play king g7.
So good idea. Just stopping all of the counterplay. Very smart.
Right now, I would love to play king g7.
Yeah, king g7 is a great move. I love that move. But she didn't do it. Oh my god. And now queen c8 check, Irina. Queen c8.
I know, Jen.
There it is.
Oh no.
You have to keep the harmony in your position. The queen is.
I always tell my students, the rooks love to work together. And now this is probably a draw, Jen, but I'm not sure because there's even positions.
Oh no. Okay.
Why is she moving her pawns? It's probably. I mean, I guess she can, but the more she moves those pawns, the more likely it is she's going to lose that. Wow, this was so sad, Jen.
Because your move king. I think also because your move king g7 was just so beautiful. It's like it looked like white had counterplay on king g7, just immediately shut it down. Oh no.
Wait, didn't I predict that white was going to win this game, Jen?
I honestly don't remember. It was so long ago, and I was making fun of you about it. So that's all I remember. I was hoping you would just not remember that. I'm sure
honestly, I barely remember that, Jen. I barely, after having seen everything that happened in this game, I already forgot my own prediction. It seemed like really like a million years ago.
The king, I have to say though, it's a very instructive one. Like the queen is so powerful. I mean, just this move, King G7, is such a classy blitz move, especially in blitz and rapid. You want to stop your opponent's counterplay, and you want to keep your rooks connected. Look at how beautiful that is. You can't win them because they're connected with each other. King G7, you can't check my king. How brutal is that? You can't even give a check.
You know, the reason I picked the queen, Jen, is just because of the little time on the clock, that I somehow thought that, you know, the queen and just like the time trouble is a more dangerous piece to play with. Although, of course, at some point it looked like the rooks just had absolutely all the control, and black managed to win all of white's pawns. But yeah, that means that Jamaica is going to take this match against Panama. They already got 3.5, 1.5, and even if this game Miller Miller's going to win it, so that's going to make it 4.5, 1.5, which is, you know, too bad for Panama. They had chances in this.
But very entertaining. A great matchup indeed. Wonderfully done. And we're going to take a quick break as we get into the final round of this action, Irina.
This has been so much fun. It's a great fun round.
See you guys in just a few minutes, and Irina, Krush, and I will wrap up this Division 3 online Olympiad.
Woo!
That was fun.
That was fun. That was a good round. It's nice when you can just get excited about something, right?
Yeah, totally. I'm looking for the stat.
Someone says, if I helped a grandmaster, does that make me a grandmaster? That's funny.
Yeah, there's some good chats.
No, someone says, no one cares about this. Give us pog champs.
That's not very nice.
That's okay. There's someone else. Oh, wait, it says we're still on camera, Jen.
Well, good thing we were just being very entertaining.
Yeah.
Yes. No, PogChamps is starting soon. It's super exciting. It's going to start in about an hour, guys. But before the PogChamps, we have one more round with some of the best players from their countries, from all over the world. We know that Venezuela is crushing today. Jamaica is also doing fantastic. Who will that third team be? Well, we're going to find out really soon, as we will be back for the final round of this action. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our coverage of the FIDE Online Olympiad. I'm Jennifer Shahade, and I'm here with Grandmaster Irina Krush as we wrap up the final round of today's play. We're actually in Pool E. We're in the last day of Division 3, and we've got some clear leaders, Irina, and some very exciting final round matchups. Here are the leaders. We've got Jamaica, El Salvador, and Venezuela. If you look at the other pools, you'll see that all of the qualifiers, all those top 3 names that are highlighted are going to be advancing to next weekend's play. So congratulations to Malaysia, Chinese Taipei, Sri Lanka, Ireland, Lebanon. By the way, Irina, Shahade's a Lebanese name. Did you know that?
I knew that. I knew that your dad is from Lebanon, right, John?
Yeah, well, it's a Lebanese heritage, exactly. And then Iraq, Scotland, Angola, Wales, Bolivia, Uruguay, Paraguay. And it looks like these 3 teams, but we will confirm that, of course, as we get into our final round play. What has surprised you the most today, Irina?
Nothing, Jen. It's all going according to plan. The teams that have stayed at the top, that have been at the top, have stayed at the top. I think the most pleasant part is like how easy it is to commentate, how fun it is, just to do it. It's just been a really nice day for me to be commentating with you. It just feels like we're hanging out and looking at some chess. It's very different to commentate on these faster paced games, and when you do games that go for 5 hours, really the games move a lot faster. But yeah, we have Venezuela. They cannot be caught. I mean, they've sealed up the first place in their division. And Jamaica and El Salvador, there's like sort of 1 match point separating them. But I'm going to assume that both of these teams are going to win and everything's going to remain the same in the standings. So it'll probably be Venezuela, El Salvador, and Jamaica without any changes in that, and no one can actually catch them. So We're just going to be looking at the interesting games and trying to find the drama wherever it appears.
And I couldn't agree with you more, Irina. I love doing commentary with you. I love doing commentary on this event. We know that one of the best things about chess is how it connects people all over the world, but this event certainly makes that extremely concrete. And like every time I called this event, like I was doing it last weekend as well, I just want to learn more about the players and more about the countries. And it just kind of shows you how much inspiration that chess gives you, not just to learn more about the game, but to learn more about the people that love the game, which is really everyone all over the world.
Yeah, we have been getting to know some new players, Jen, for sure. Like definitely this is not, Singfield's Cup with the familiar names of, Caruana and Vacher Lagrave. Here we're getting to know some new players.
Yeah, it is. It's really exciting. And you know that chess is developing so well in so many countries, especially with the proliferation of chess online and the training tools. For those of you who are looking forward to the PogChamps, that's going to be starting very shortly on this channel as well. So another great boon for chess in this last year and a half, which has been so difficult for the world, but has also increased the use of chess as a way to kind of cope in difficult times.
Jen, have you done anything with the PogChamps, or are you just like a spectator like me?
Oh, I am a spectator of the podcast. I'm a big fan. I do like a lot of those streamers, and I just love what it's done for the game. It's brought so many new people in. I certainly have like a lot of my friends, they have maybe kids or nieces or nephews, and they like know a lot of these streamers and the PogChamps, and it's helped them get into the chess. So I find it really exciting.
Yeah, that is just a great avenue that's brought new attention to the game of chess. So what do we have here? We got Taplia from.
Oh, sorry, I'm just moving around. But Tapia, Alexi, I think we saw their games earlier.
Yeah, Tapia is
Panama.
From Panama. Yeah, and he had a really nice game. Remember, he was one of our heroes from the last round. And here, I kind of like the way his opening has started. He's got the D pawn versus the B pawn, so he's got a little bit of a pawn structure advantage here. I certainly would not be unhappy with White's position.
Let's see what else we have. I'm looking for some names that we might not have seen before. We've got Patricia Alvarez Gutierrez. It looks like the same last name for both players. Salazar Gutierrez.
Wow, that is
WFM.
true. Two
Leonela.
Gutierrezes. Let's see which teams they're from. This is Venezuela versus Nicaragua. So this is really funny. So we got Gutierrez Salazar versus Alvarez Gutierrez.
Yeah, I think one is the second name and one is the last name. But regardless, WFM Leonela is playing with the black pieces, and she just played this move E5, hitting the bishop on F4.
I mean, the bishop on F4, this is why we normally don't put it there.
Well, this was so this was like a London. It started out with a London.
Oh, and she
And
didn't.
then
She did play
didn't-
E4.
She did not play knight F3 here. Okay, so she played E4. Right, got it. That makes sense. And now E5, and probably she'll just go back to E3 and continue along with her plans. Maybe a lot of times when they play this knight C3 and E4 idea, they're actually trying to castle queenside. But I feel like White's lost a tempo, right?
Yep.
Because E5 is a useful move. And we have
Actually, you know what we're in? We're almost in some kind of, what do you call it? It's the okay, I don't remember. It's not the Steinitz system. No, it's like when they play with E5 and it's knight D7.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, like a Philidor.
Philidor, that's it. I was like looking for that older player. Yes, Philidor. That's right. That's what it looks like with down a tempo, actually, isn't it?
Oh yeah, interesting. Yeah, down a tempo for White. Yeah.
Yeah, so Black will now just play. I mean, okay, he can take on D4, by the way. He could do that. Play bishop E7. Or he could play bishop E7, or she could play bishop E7 right away. So Black is doing totally fine with that extra tempo.
Look at some other openings. We've got Rihanna Brown versus Valeria Viana. And a little Grunfeld opening. Now, I remember in one of my first US chess championships, you played this line against me where you normally play D4, but because you knew that I played the Grunfeld, you chickened out and played the English instead. And you actually won a fantastic game, but you did, the record states that you still chickened out.
Yeah, that you could put it that way. Or you could be like, oh, Irina decided to employ a tricky little move order to avoid, Jennifer's favorite opening.
Yeah, well, the idea, this is a really great opening, honestly. I mean, it's actually a big problem if you play the Grunfeld, I'd say, because there's so many good ways to play this like kind of Anglo Grunfeld, as they call it.
Yeah.
It says Anglo-Indian here. I think of it as like an Anglo Grunfeld, but I guess Black hasn't committed to G6. But like, there's a lot of good moves here. Like E4 is a possibility even. And you would think that endgame would be like super easy, but it's actually like a little something for White as well. So yeah, it's not so easy. And then there's all these other moves like Queen A4 check. I think that's the one you played against me, or maybe Queen B3. There's a lot of good moves here for White. And
so this is the match between Honduras and Jamaica, actually. So this is the last board of Honduras and Jamaica. We have not really seen these players before.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to pull it up. I wanted to pull up some other games. Okay, so knight C6. Of course, if after G6, it would be more along those like kind of Anglo Grunfeld lines that I was talking about. Knight C6 mixes it up, but the problem is that now if you end up going into the Grunfeld, you don't have the possibility of playing C5, right? So it could become a problem.
Do you still have like an affection for the Grunfeld, Jen?
I mean, I think it's a tough opening to play as Black.
Yeah.
I kind of wish that I had played something different because it's hard to keep playing that, especially if you're just playing for fun, like Blitz and Rapid and exhibitions, because it's not as much as like a system that you can play against anything. It's kind of like a bunch of tactical ideas,
I agree. Yeah.
That you have to constantly refresh, right?
Oh, always. Yeah. Like
whereas your favorite line against D4 is what? The Queen's Gambit accepted?
Yeah, and I can still play it now. Yeah. It's so solid that, I mean, of course there is, theory is evolving in all the openings, but Queen's Gambit accepted is one of those where, you can just do sort of some refreshers, and you can play this opening. I mean, we saw Linear Dominguez just sticking with the Queen's Gambit accepted in the Singfields Cup and just making 3 draws with it without much of a problem. And yeah, whenever I kind of need to prepare for a tournament, not having studied chess for a while, I will just go and look at those QGA lines, Jen.
Very nice. Well, maybe I'll study some Queen's Gambit Accepted. It seems like a nice opening to play when you're just trying to get a good game out of the opening. Now, this position, though, I have to say, White didn't get that good of a position. Yeah, the knight still seems a little bit awkward on c6, but Black has got some play. And the bishop on g6 has gotten itself to this nice diagonal and lives to tell the tale and controls e4. So it could be worse, that's for sure.
It could be worse. Yeah, still, I mean, White still got the space advantage. Okay, bishop f6. Yeah, that gives up the bishop and e3. And at some point in this game, Black will look into playing e5. It's still not so simple because of d5. Yeah, White still got, you know, a bit of an advantage, I think, because of the space. Maybe White just plays simple chess with queen e2, rook fd1, rook ac1. Maybe later e4 if a good opportunity presents, b4.
Yeah, I mean, having that knight on c6 is a real pain in the butt because especially in this position, because it's not that easy to play knight e7 because it could constrain this bishop. You could knight a5 doesn't really have an anchor on c4. Knight b8 falls into tactics with bishop b7. So yeah, like when you have a very specific reason to play knight c6 against d4 and c4 openings, go for it. But if you're just putting it there to develop, you can actually live to really regret it.
Yeah, I mean, so he did play rook c1. Yeah, that was a very natural move. Definitely, you know, there's no doubt about which file the rook wants to be on here. And I think White will definitely consider some sort of, oh, okay, interesting. He played knight e7. So he kind of recognizes the knight is misplaced and possibly wants to go c6. I think b4 is a really interesting move, Jen.
I think it's a female player, but I mean, Valeria, probably.
Yes. This is the girls' board, yeah.
There are some women playing on the open boards, but I don't think this is one of them, Valeria. But e4 was a move that I thought might be a good one against this knight e7 move. And then we're actually threatening, I guess we're not threatening to trap your bishop per se, but we're threatening to win it and get our pawn to e5.
Yeah, e4 is also a really reasonable option.
Yeah, I mean, the only reason I'm not threatening to win that bishop and trap it is because you'd be threatening the c1 rook. So that's kind of surprising. So e4, you play, for instance, c6, e5, bishop g5. Normally h4 would win the bishop, but unfortunately right now bishop can take on c1. So I will have to take a timeout, and then Black, I'm like, wait a second. How does Black save the bishop? I guess they have to move the knight. To move the knight so that the bishop can escape. So definitely a nice advantage for White. Let's go to another game. Andrea Ortiz versus Angela Amerli. I'm not sure what country this match is from. But it does look like White is now up a queen for a rook. So that should be really good, to say the least. This started out as a c3 Sicilian, which is an opening I certainly like. And I think that we might have some instructive moments from this. Normally, if you are going to play this G6...
El Salvador, Jen, versus Ghana.
El Salvador versus Ghana, excellent. Well, normally, if you are going to play this G6 system against the C3 Sicilian, you do want to get the move D5 in. So it's a good moment to play D5 now. And you don't have to take it with the queen. You can play knight S6, take it with a knight next move. So that can be a little bit more solid. Now, unfortunately, White gets a really, really nice center, which, you know, it's not like you're going to lose immediately, but it's definitely a very pleasant line for White.
Yeah. Oh, this is very sad. Knight on a7.
And it looks like White managed to win some really nice material here at some point. I like the way they're playing a lot. Bishop b6, and then after rook c7. How did they win that queen? Where did it happen? Well, here they win piece.
They
right?
win piece, yeah.
Bishop b5 and rook d7. You always want to calculate those sequences, right? What other game? Looking for games we haven't looked at, your players we haven't looked at yet. To give everyone some love.
Llanosa versus Pilarte. Venezuela versus Nicaragua. That's an interesting one.
Llanosa versus Pilarte. Yeah, sure. You know, actually, Venezuela's games we haven't looked at that much because we knew from the beginning of the day that they were probably going to be in first position. So
yeah, this is actually quite nice.
Yeah.
So this feels to me like if I had to guess what opening this was, Jen, I would still guess that it was, I'm going to guess it was a Sicilian. Can we go and see?
I'm going to guess a Joko piano.
All right, let's see.
No, I cheated.
Uh,
But yes, this is funny that this is becoming more popular because this is, if you teach students, this is like a very typical opening, right? That they play this way with a knight to c3, whereas it used to be that like c3 and d3 were the way that all the top players played. But I've noticed this knight c3 move is coming in top games more frequently lately. And we have this bishop takes f6. Okay.
yeah, this whole opening is very surprising to me, but let's see how he managed to get his advantage.
Yeah. Surprise. Knight d5, of course, wins the tempo, but at the cost of a very important bishop.
Okay.
A4, little threat ski here. And I guess this is the idea that you have gotten a situation where you're forced to play a6, and then I can play knight b6 and get my bishop back and get a superior pawn structure. So that seems to be the idea. Okay. Okay, Black's moves just seem so legit. You know, I'm just kind of surprised that White got a huge advantage here because everything Black's doing looks so normal, doesn't it?
Yeah, there's a little damage to their pawn structure. It's like a little scratch on the card, Jen.
True. But okay, suppose I'm Black here. Maybe I move my king away so that I had
play a5. Yeah, and I think he actually probably did play a5 because we saw later on there was a white knight on e4.
Maybe I play like king h8 to try to get some counterplay over here. In the game, instead b5 was played. Okay. And now Black instead goes for the a file.
Doesn't seem too bad for Black.
Yeah, you're still wondering, like, how did White win that pawn, huh? Here, that's how they won the pawn. Okay. So at this point, they played rook c8, allowing rook takes c8, rook takes c8, pawn takes f5.
Yeah, maybe what they should have done, Jen, is just played f4.
Yeah, we've seen you recommend that game at other points in this event.
Just a solid move and let White figure out how they're going to stop f3. I mean, I understand, of course, in this position, at some point, White might land a rook on c6. You know, like maybe while White will play like f3 somewhere, just so they don't have to worry about things. And then land a rook. Let's try that, Jen, like f3. Oh, and then put the, maybe rook f6.
Like rook c8 or something?
Yeah.
And then you were trying to show me the sacrifice with rook c6.
Yeah, that's definitely a big idea for White, like really.
Nice idea. I mean, and now we're running to take this b6 pawn, so it's and the d6 pawn. It's actually a double attack, so you're more or less compelled to take it, right? And then you're going to take with the b pawn. I take it.
Yeah, d pawn. I mean, you know, either way.
You wanted to take.
Actually, yeah, I want to take with a d pawn, but either way looks pretty good.
You want to take with the d pawn, and then the other thing is that knight c4 is going to come into the position, and it's going to be very hard to hold on to this and this. Yeah, very interesting. Wow, great conception there. Really instructive, guys, that you can just play this move rook c6, even if knight takes c6 is possible.
The exchange sacrifice is one of my favorite themes in chess.
You know what's cool about rook c6, and I have to admit, I'm of course I'm familiar with this idea, rook c6, but it looks particularly strange in this situation because you're offering the exchange up for this terrible knight on a5, right? But the thing about the knight on a5, it's not as terrible as it looks, because it's actually stopping this beautiful knight from coming to c4, which is like a money square.
Oh, Jen, we got some nice comments in the chat. Bik says, really appreciate your current coverage and overall contributions to the chess world. Thanks. Thank you.
That's so kind. We really appreciate it. Beautiful. Thank you. Thank you, Bik. I know a lot of people are hopping in this channel and you're excited to see PogChamp. So we really do appreciate all the kind words as we're showing you some of the best games from players from all over the world. And I know they love being in the limelight as well. By the way, the game's over, Irina. It looks like, the Venezuelan player did get the job done. So the FM, sorry. No, the IM rather.
Jen, how is your last name pronounced? Our chat is wondering.
Shahade. Yeah. A lot of people do it Shahade or Shahad, but nope, it is Shahade. Rhymes with body.
So White's promoting a pawn here, and so the higher rated player is winning.
Yeah, you know, congratulations to Venezuela. I mean, fantastic result. By the way, just yesterday, I actually had an event, cross-cultural event with girls from Colombia, as well as girls from Kenya and Namibia. So I got a chance to practice some of my Spanish, as it was a bilingual event. Actually, trilingual. Is that a word? I feel like there's another word.
Trilingual is a word.
Trilingual, yeah. So trilingual is Swahili, we did, and Spanish and English. So there was like translations all over the place. The Swahili was, you know, of course, the girls from Kenya also speak English, but it was still very interesting for them to give us some translations in Swahili as well. And I noticed Colombia is not in this division. I think they are in Division 2, right? And you're going to be joining the fray in Division 2 as well, right, Irina?
I don't know, Jen. I might be, but I still don't know about that.
Okay.
Don't have any plans yet. That's possible. I mean, Division 2 is right before, I guess, top division. So there's just like next weekend play. And then I guess the week after that is when the US team would be starting to play in the top division qualifier.
Oh, of course. Right. There's still that one top division with all the top teams, right? Oh, this one looks good. This looks like a dragon. Let's see how this happened. I didn't even have to cheat. I didn't have to cheat.
Dragon by accident, yeah.
Yeah. So knight takes d4, knight d6. So it's actually accelerated dragon move order. Okay. That's kind of cool because in the accelerated dragon move order, it stops some lines, right? So some of the queenside castles quickly lines for white aren't really available because they would be too slow in this particular move order, because black would get to play this wonderful d5 move in one move rather than the traditional dragon where you've already wasted a move with d6. So that is one of the reasons people play the accelerated dragon. They don't want to let that variation happen. And bishop c4, though, is obviously still available because you can't play d5.
Yeah, so this is the second board between Venezuela and Nicaragua.
And Venezuela is playing black.
Venezuela is playing black. Abiyad is black. Yeah, this is an important line. This is all theoretical.
Yeah, after queen d2 here, note that the rook is not on c8 yet. So
White hasn't castled yet also, yeah.
White hasn't castled yet, and b5, they're making their intentions clear. They want to play a5 and a4. But one important note that Irina mentioned is that white has not castled queenside yet. So if they don't castle queenside yet, a4 is a lot more viable, right? Normally, if we're castled queenside, a4 would be a serious weakness.
In fact, they might think about a4 right here.
And they did. That is what they did, Irina.
Knight d5, yeah. Little positional edge. Oh, okay, nice. Okay, cool. Let's try to take stock of this. Is this where they're at, or we've had more moves?
Well, we have some more moves. This is just amazing, though. I love how white just keeps changing their mind. Like, I'm going to castle kingside. I'm going to castle queenside. It's like they've got like 2 minds here, which is great. It's good to have 2 minds in chess. Think about all the possibilities. So h4 now, they're changing their mind again and saying they're going to castle queenside. And they do it. They do castle queenside. Interesting, because normally this would be very risky because this pawn is so easy to capture. But I think what white was thinking is that this is too slow, that if you play queen a5, you are going to win this pawn, but that white might checkmate you too quickly. Like, for instance, maybe g4 here, and then if bishop a4, I don't know. Let's see. It takes on h5, or do we take on a4 first? I think
taking a4 is the problem. Yeah, unless you want to go queen d4.
d4. Yeah, I was going to go queen d4 check at some moment. Maybe I can do queen d4 check now, actually, just to kind of see where you put your king or whether you play f6. What do you think?
Yes, I like it. And then you just take and run with your king to d2.
Exactly. That's the problem. So like, depending on where you play, it doesn't really make that big a difference. But the problem for black is that, you know, you get your check in here on c8 or wherever you want to get your check in. But after king d2, it's actually not that obvious.
Yeah, well, here you can go king b1, but if the queen went to...
Oh, yeah, you're right. King b1's way better because actually king d2, there is rook c5.
Yeah.
So black does have some play. You know, this is not that easy. So you're right, Irina. King b1 would be the correct move. But if queen a1 check, we could go king d2.
Exactly. Yeah. That's where.
So this is quite interesting indeed. A really interesting concept to allow black to go after this pawn. Black didn't take the bait though. They just tried to play a5, but you know, that worries me too, because I feel like white's still going to be able to get a nice attack here.
Yeah, this is not good. This is not good for black. A5 basically means, I mean, that you've left alone white's king. And again, you know, it's interesting. The computer is giving this as equal. Of course, it's not equal. This is, you know, there's a reason black is so much down on the clock. It's because it's not so easy to play. Rook h8, Jen. Yeah, I agree with you.
Good move. I mean, black did play rook h8, and that's a great move. And that's why I think it's not that easy for white, right? Because this move, rook h8, is very strong. You know, stopping pawn takes h5 being devastating because we can take with the rook and you're not crashing through, right? So
yeah, like
that
I want to go g5, but then I give up the f5 square to your bishop, which is a really good square. So maybe not that. I really wish I could get like the d4 square for my queen, but you're not going to let me have that. Rook e4 I like.
great move. I agree. I really like that move. Just keeping the pressure on, especially look at the time. Almost 8 minutes for Marcos Ortiz. And meanwhile, the Venezuelan player, with just a little under 2 minutes and still a very complicated position. So Parra Abiad under pressure, even if the computer thinks it's equal. Irina and I both think practical point of view, not so much.
So Jen, it's black made a move here because now it's white's clock.
Oh, you're right. F6. They played F6.
Okay, so E7 is a big target.
F6, I wish I didn't have to play that. Yeah, I just feel like, especially with like a minute left on the clock, I feel like this is a bit like Swiss cheese here, you know?
You got so many issues. Like now the G6 pawn is kind of potentially weak. E7 is weak. The play on the G file. Wow. This is not fun. I mean, there's so many moves for white. Like, okay, I mean, at some point, queen F4, maybe not yet because you don't want to let the black queen into F2. But rook HE1, I suppose you will make the king go to F7.
And then if we keep piling on rook E1, king F7.
You have to watch out a little bit for the H4 pawn hanging.
So I could play something like queen E2, and then you could play queen E8, or I could pile up with rook E3 and queen E2. You know, I have a new name for that tactic, Irina.
Which one?
This one where you put your rook like that, and then your 2 rooks in front, and then the queen.
Oh yeah, you're changing. Yeah. Okay. What do you call it, Jen?
I call it the Polgar's punch, Polgar power punch.
Nice.
Yeah, because Judith Polgar has some really nice games with this. Some really nice games with the 2 rooks in front and the queen in the back. I think you have a nice game in that as well. We talked about this once, right?
I can't remember which one. It's possible.
Yeah, I thought maybe I saw a game by you or something. I'm not sure, but yeah, that Judith Polgar has a lot of good games, and there's not enough tactics and openings named after top female players. So I feel like this is like a really good one.
Yep. So what did white play? Is white still thinking?
I think white's still thinking. We could look at another game, but you know, really well played by white, I'd say. And you know, I go back to that move a5, and even if queen a5 didn't work right away, it's kind of a shame that we never can play queen a5 because that pawn's in the way. So I wonder about that move. It seemed like it really squashed our counterplay.
There's not a lot of counterplay for black in that position. Tapia, our friend from Panama, has a positional advantage with that isolated c5 pawn, but you're knight b3, there's still knight d5, Jen.
Yeah, that's right. Our king's on that long diagonal, not where we want it to be, because knight b3 could always be met by knight d5, knight a1, knight c7, and that would be pretty nice for white. So okay.
Well, you know, Jen, what's interesting? What happens on e3?
E3 right here. Oh, we might be forced to go in for that line, huh? Knight D5, Knight B3, Knight D5 check. We have to take on A1.
Oh,
We
yeah.
have to take on C7. And now I guess we have a moment of a choice.
Yeah, what we have is a moment to contemplate how horrible our pawn structure is going to be.
Yeah, exactly. Wait a second. Oh no. I was thinking I could play like King F6 because your rook is hanging, and I can't. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Pretty ugly.
I have to take with the pawn. I have to take with the pawn. And Irina hates the pawn structure. I mean, yeah, but
you have some tricks, Jen. Yeah, I mean, if I put my bishop on E4, you have knight D2. It's true. It's not completely over. It's got to be.
I've got some ways to kind of weave and bob here. Yeah. So it looks like we're going to be heading in that direction. Here we've got, I think, a player from Charles Ahab. Is that Namibia? I think that's right.
I'll tell you in a second.
Santiago Rodriguez
versus Puerto Rico.
Yeah, Namibia versus Puerto Rico. I recognize that, the beautiful Namibian flag there. And it looks like
black is on top. So we like a Hobbs position. And
yeah, that's right. So not just a beautiful flag, but also a beautiful position here. Very nice.
White has
pawns, but the problem is this like C4 pawn is a little bit weak, and the king is also a little bit weak as well, right?
Well, king is very weak. Yeah, I think black's king is a lot safer here, and white's bishop is not very impressive. That looks like a good move that black played. I mean, they are attacking the C4 pawn, bishop F1. Okay, somewhere I can really see, D3 happening, Jen. Oh yes, it's on the board. That diagonal has opened up. We mentioned how the white king was weak, and now we're going to see that.
Very nice move. D3. It's all about that king safety and bishops of opposite colors, right? In endgames, bishops of opposite color are notoriously drawish, but in the middle of the game, they can be the exact opposite because it's hard to defend the squares, the money squares of the bishop. And note that's true here too.
Yeah, so there are lots of games still going on in the match between Panama and Barbados. We got Sanchez, Edwards, Beria, Figueroa.
Sanchez, Edwards, here we've got it. Knight versus bishop, but white has got the knight.
Playing for Barbados. He's actually doing well. Wow, he's beating someone who's like 500 points higher rated, Jen.
Yeah, 600 by my count. But the problem is his clock. 22 seconds left. Oh, but this could be pretty easy to play. This could be easy.
That's it. Game is over. He's just trading down into the king and pawn endgame, and you really don't have to think too hard when you can do that.
That's the key. That's the key. Liquidating and making it a lot easier to calculate the variations is huge. Well, this one looks fun. Adupoku versus Guevara Sanchez. It looks like a really fun position for white. Another potential upset here, 1800 versus 2200.
Yep, this is El Salvador, Ghana. So Adupoku playing for Ghana, and what's going on? He's up a piece. Looks pretty convincing. Not clear where black compensation is.
No, not at all. No, and these pieces actually look quite powerful. So very well done. We're seeing some, we haven't seen that many upsets rather. But we're starting to see some in the last round, which is quite interesting. Players are starting to warm up, I'd say. That does happen.
Oh, this is fascinating.
Oh, yeah. 3 pawns for the rook. And, well, we're going to take this exciting action to a link that you can find in the chat. We're going to be over at Twitch at chess.com events as we make way for PogChamps 4. So everybody who's here for PogChamps, we really hope you enjoy it. You can join us on the other channel if you want to watch these games wrapped up. We've had a great time. Irina, this has been fun. Let's move on over and continue the action on the events page. All right. What's going on here? We got well, black looks like they've got everything under control, right?
Yeah, they do. Unfortunately, we cannot promote those pawns, and yeah, the pawns are stuck. Wait. Yeah, F7 rook takes E7, and then you cannot promote because you're pinned. So black is winning in this position. Yeah, king g6, black can go rook g8, push away the king, blockade the pawns with king f7. So
there it is. And there it is. Black's gaining all the pawns. It looked so promising just when you see those 3 pawns, but I think black had one on lockdown. Let's see what other games are still going on. Not that many. We've got Hannah Wilson here versus Chacon Rondon. And well, this looks like a really fun game. Looks like it was a Scandi.
Pawns are even. Position's completely unclear. Black has a really strong bishop in f4. Nice open file. White's queen is unimpressive on g2, Jen.
No, this from a practical point of view, this looks absolutely dominating for black.
Yep.
And I mean, the cool thing is they do have a little bit of an equilibrium where it doesn't seem like there's any cool square for what black to go to, right? Like h2 is covered by the knight, h4 is covered by the knight. But they just played this move b3, very enterprising move, trying to get bishop c4 in. I like it. Got to keep fighting.
Yeah, and maybe not only bishop c4, but maybe even I'll even take c4, Jen, sometimes, just to get rid of that queen. But queen d6 is not bad, but rook b7, I suppose. We're going to take that pawn.
Rook b7, yeah, right.
Actually,
and then,
white's hanging in there.
They are. They sure are. Gosh, I'm wondering about like
track of this game, Jen. This seems really interesting.
What's that?
Let's keep track of this game.
Yeah, it looks really interesting indeed. I mean, these players seem to be really duking it out. And again, I'm not really believing these ratings because it just seems like even the few moves we've seen in the construction that white has achieved, that they're playing a lot stronger than that. Shout out to FIDE and chess.com for like putting on this event, because I feel like even just knowing that you have to play in this event, like I'm working with girls from Kenya and Namibia and some from Uganda as well, with this cross-cultural program that US Chess Women is putting on. And some of them are playing in the Olympiad, and I know they're really training for it. And because it's only on the weekends, they get to train for it during the week. So that's really good, like to know that, to have that to look forward to. Yeah. So fantastic event.
Nothing makes you train as much as an upcoming tournament, Jen.
And knowing that it's going to be like live to thousands of people and that you're going to have grandmaster analysis, I think all of that ties into it as well. So
bishop c4 here, Jen. Queen c1, queen f1. We're not losing our queen.
That's right. Our
bishop attacking f7. That's one idea. And somewhere very soon, knight e5. Knight e5 is also a major idea, but our bishop is really not doing much on d3. So I would consider moving him to c4. And white has improved their position, I think. Okay, well, that's a move. It gives up the g4 pawn.
And it stops the checks. It does stop the checks. But I think white just has to get aggressive, right? We got to get in bishop c4. Knight takes g. Okay, queen d6 has been played, right? Now they're looking at playing bishop h2.
Yeah, bishop h2 fortunately is not a winning move yet because we can still go king g2.
Exactly, we can still play king g2. It's funny, actually, all of our pieces are in light squares, and black, every single piece is on a dark square.
That is funny.
Hey, you messed up the symmetry with this move knight d5.
So now white can improve their queen, Jen. I actually like queen e2. Queen e2 or even queen e1. Okay.
Oh, they got in bishop h2, but they got it.
Knight e3, Jen, coming, beautiful. Look at it. Look at it.
I see what you mean. Knight e3 is going to be a bone cruncher.
Oh no, that's why you gotta improve the queen and not take random pawns on the side of the board.
So you're saying if here you want to play knight e3 check, and then if pawn takes e3, there's queen g3 check, and oh, this is pretty.
Yeah, we're enjoying this.
And that's going to be checkmate after knight h4, checkmate on h2. Very nice. And at the end of the day, all of our pieces are in dark squares.
I would definitely play rook h4 checkmate, Jen. Or no, rook h4 is not checkmate. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, my move is much better.
Much better. I agree.
And I do think though that this is it's very fitting, all the pieces on the dark squares. I mean, that's the name of the game when you got those bishops of opposite color.
Is this on the board?
Let's see. No, she played knight f4 check instead.
She's still winning. She's still winning. This still looks really, really promising.
Yeah.
Wow, but I mean, anything can happen, Jen. Wait, I don't understand. No, wait. Suddenly the attack is over and f7 is just hanging.
Amazing. She should have found your move. She needed to find your move. Amazing. Accuracy is everything. Rook f8. Knight f4. Like, okay, let's keep going. Keep staying up with the players. Knight e5, bishop e5.
Oh, wow. White's winning. Queen f2. That's just an extra piece.
White is winning. There it is. Queen takes f2. Wow, what a turnaround. And now it's the light squares that are under attack.
And oh yeah, well, this is not going to be a draw. She's going to lose a c6 pawn with a check.
Wow, and bishop b5, nice, accurate move by Hannah there. This move knight f4, it's like very tempting, but once you see a good move, you look for a better one. It's one of the oldest chess cliches because it's so true. You got to look for knight e3 as well because it's way better because it attacks the queen on f1, right? That's the difference. I'm sure she thought, like, how can king h1 be good? How can it be good? But you know what? It's not that easy to finish off as much as it would be when you just win their opponent queen, right?
Yep.
All right, what a game. What a fantastic battle. Let's look at something else. Oh, this one looks fun. 10 seconds on each side.
Okay, so white is, that's the game where from Namibia, the guy had like a much better position, and he's still better.
But not quite as much as we might have thought. Yeah.
He made his opponent. That's the key thing, that white's king is still on the board. Of course, it's a very unpleasant position for white. He's down.
Only 10 seconds left. So they need to be careful. And white has this kind of Philidor-like defense that they're trying on the third rank, right? Stopping black from winning really easily.
White should just keep the rook on the third, rook c3, or okay, probably, yeah, the rook coming to f2 is annoying, isn't it? And then pawn h3, right? Oh, not right here though.
Can't do it right here because that rook does
pawn.
but maybe playing. Oh, but wait, it's a black's rook d2.
Black won a pawn. Yeah, black won that pawn on d5.
Oh, that's good. That's good. So this is looking very, very comfortable now, as the king can now hide behind those pawns, hide behind its own pawns.
Yeah, this is going to be actually the only win Namibia is going to get in this match, Jen, against Puerto Rico. So,
well, Puerto Rico's a really strong team. Very strong team. I mean, I think they were actually like a contender to qualify here. I mean, they were tied for fourth going into the round, actually. So Puerto Rico, very tough team. So I'm not surprised they're doing really well, but they're gonna finish probably in fifth place. I mean, fourth place, right outside the circle of qualification.
Yeah. Wait. What just happened? Is there a stalemate, Jen? Rook d3. Rook d3.
Stalemate. Oh, and you couldn't do anything else because king takes e2.
So beautiful. The computer was showing it was equal, and I was like, there must be a stalemate then.
Rook d3, and you can't move away because just
that was so beautiful, though.
So you have to take, and then it's a stalemate. Oh boy. Okay. So instead, rook g1 check.
Okay, now it's over.
Yeah.
Wow. Unless Jen, hold on. Unless you can stalemate the king again in f3, but that's not very likely. Yeah. Now the king's been let out of his little cage.
What a beautiful opportunity. What a beautiful opportunity.
Yeah.
And here, those pawns are just running. The pawns are running. And now the king is very far away from this stalemate zone. So black can breathe a little bit more easily, right?
Yeah.
It's funny because the PogChamps are about to start. The pregame show is on right now on Chess TV. And this is the kind of thing that comes up all the time in new players' games, but usually in like when you're trying to mate with the queen. But that's the thing, the best players in the world and brand new players, they play the same game. They deal with the same tactics. It's just on a different level.
Hey, Jen, Panama is right now 2-2 against Barbados. Are there any games still going on? I think we saw one, right? We saw Wilson and Rondon.
I think they're all finishing up. There might be this one right here. 40 seconds left for both players.
Oh, wow, this is a draw, Jen. Yeah. White is using a nice little stalemate.
Oh, speaking of the stalemate, it's funny, we were just talking about it. Yeah. And look at it. And this is the problem.
Wow, H2 was bad.
No, you can't play H2. Oh boy. Because after H2, White's king has no moves and Rook G4 instant stalemate. So what to do instead, Irina?
Okay, great question, Jen. Okay, I know I should have an answer for you here. Okay, let's think about this. If I go King G3, you're gonna go Rook check. I go King F2. Actually, that looks pretty decent. We can do that, or we can do like. Let's try King G3. Let's see if I can win like that, Jen.
That looks like pretty promising, and I'm not gonna lie. Oh, oops, did I do this?
Rook B3 and King F2. And now, like, yeah, I think we should be winning this one because if you let's say you go King H2. Now, where is my win? If I go my win is G3, isn't it? It's just G3 and G2. Yeah, that's my win.
Wait,
I'm sorry. No, G3. No, you take with the rook. Sorry.
Yeah, exactly. You could play, let's see, what's your best way to win this? You could play King F1 here, right?
Yeah, but still King H1. Still haven't won. We can go Rook E2, Jen. Rook E2.
Yeah, Rook E2 with the idea of Rook E3, right?
Rook E3, and then just, if you check me, King F3, and then eventually I should win.
Well, actually, I might as well play Rook A3, but yeah. And then you're just going to do Rook E3?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the nice thing about being up 2 pawns. You probably had, this is a nice, easy way, isn't it? And now with Rook A2, your G pawn is really coming forward. Okay, let's see what actually happened in the game, of course. I guess it was a draw. They probably agreed to a draw in this position. So what a stalemate theme we had there at the end, Irina.
Yes, it's a rare theme, but it does come up in the end game.
Yeah, and all the games I think are over, Irina. So I think what we're going to do now is we're going to take a quick break and we're going to come back and show you all the results and sign off, as it's been so fantastic. But we do have to find those final results. So stick with us. And Jennifer, Shahade, that's me, and Irina Krush. We'll be right back with you.
Wow, Panama drew Barbados. That's a good result for Barbados.
Yeah, very good.
Venezuela won all of their matches. Did they? No, they got 18 points. Yeah, that means they won all their matches. The closest they ever got was 3.5 versus Nicaragua. El Salvador. El Salvador actually took over. I think they switched places with Jamaica. I think Jamaica was in place number 2. And now they're in place number 3.
So I think we're still live at the moment. We're still waiting for those results, but the final results. But I think we basically know who's qualifying, right?
Yeah, we know that. We do know the 3 teams who have qualified. It's Venezuela, El Salvador, and Jamaica.
Venezuela, El Salvador, and Jamaica. Wonderful. Oh, and I think because we do have those final results, we're going to take a look at them on the screen. That's right. Congratulations to everyone, all the teams that have advanced. There's 15 teams, and what a tremendous variety. Teams from all over the world have advanced to Division 2. Well, they will continue to fight on this online Olympiad. Congratulations to Malaysia, Chinese Taipei, Sri Lanka, Ireland, Lebanon, Iraq, Scotland, Angola, Wales, Bolivia, Uruguay, Paraguay, and from Puli, Venezuela, El Salvador, and Jamaica. And, congratulations to all the other teams. I mean, some of them performed so tremendously. Many of them actually were Division 4 teams and almost qualified in Division 3. We saw some really fantastic play and so many great upsets. It's been a privilege to do this event on behalf of FIDE and chess.com, and especially with you, Irina. This has been so much fun.
Same here, Jen. It's been a great day commentating for you guys, and I'm excited to start playing myself in a couple of weeks.
Oh yes, we're gonna have our eye on you, Irina.
Yeah, I'll show all my blunders, Jen. I'm sure you'll be like, let's see how Irina is playing when she's got 30 seconds.
No. We wish the very best for you, and we expect the best from you as well. No blunders from Irina. No way. I don't believe it. And thank you to our chat, especially the person who said that we're fire and ice. I like that. And we'll big thank you, of course, to everybody on the chess.com and FIDE team, Bikfoot, for being with us for so many hours. And hop on over to PogChamps. Make sure you're watching that. And we will see everybody next week for more online Olympiad.